How are you today? Y'all ready for some banger matches?
going to be go ahead and backing out. He does have those enhanced stats online right now because of the Prime. You can tell that they're looking for the Primal Bump. He doesn't care. No, he's going to hit them with a big knock him up. Hit him with the stun. Oh, my.
Onto the core. They're looking to try to push this down and end this tournament right here, right now.
Combo, the big damage coming out, they grab the members, look at the health bars drop here as they find a huge combo and take the All Prime from even worse timing.
There's only one champion and they're looking to walk away with the belt over their shoulder, hold it up high. You know, the champion gets the girls, the champion gets the gold, the champion gets the glory, and that's what they're looking for here.
Right now, even worse timing needs a defense that can stop a Titan from going through.
But Pablo's gonna get caught by Crazy Bull and just absolutely obliterate.
Professor's playing out of their damn minds today.
50 scrims, 20 days, 1 PCC championship for Professors, baby! West timing taking this tour. They took out your reigning champions. The crown's on the floor. Pick it up, dust it off, put it back on your head. Because even worse timing are your two-time PCC champions.
You have to put up the wall. You can't let them get this damage across. It has to be Morose. It has to be them. It has to be Man Q who is getting pushed back. They are starting to go one by one. Happy Picker with the pickoff. And it is going to be E-Lab that are your PCC9 champions.
The crowning moments, semi-finals in PCC6, semi-finals in PCC7, change the name, change the logo, but never change the drive. The doctors are here, they're gonna take it all, and they are your PCC8 Grand Champions.
Hello gamers! Welcome back to the PCC, the Prime Championship Circuit. This is the 9th edition of the PCC. We are a community-based tournament for Predecessor with a goal of building the community through the love for esports, just like you. This is where we show you the greatest Predecessor has to offer. So if you love competitive Pred, you've come to the right place. My name is Ardog with the Triple Gs, and I'm so honored to be here with you today. How are you all doing? I hope you're flourishing, you're healthy, and you're moisturized. We are taking you through the Swiss stages this weekend to the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and lastly, the grand finals on October 19th and 20th. What a journey it has been for Predecessor so far in this game where strategy meets skill. Here, especially at the PCC, we know how intense this game can get. These players have played countless scrims unimaginable, vast hours of gameplay, and have mastered these heroes like it's the back of their hand. These players have gathered from various regions, and it's time for them to prove themselves. They're coming in hot, and they are hungry. 20 teams comprising of Predecessor's greatest players are going head to head for the prize pool of $3,000. We have 2 days of Swiss, but only one team can reign victorious. We always ask these questions every single PCC, but who will rise up to the challenge and conquer the crown? Who can rewrite Predecessor history? Who can call themselves champions of the Prime Championship Circuit? Predecessor fans, you better be loud and proud. Welcome to PCC9. Let's not delay this any longer. Please join me in welcoming our cream of the crop, top of the notch desk analyst. We'll start off with our talent coordinator, multi-talented, super flexible in all the roles, host in all the EU tournaments, Lance Cecil. How are you?
Hey, don't forget about how humble I am too, our dog. I am doing so good today.
And Crazy Fool's biggest fan.
And Crazy Fool's biggest fan. We made a little swap. We're showing Professors first, so I sprinted to my closet. Gotta rep the boy.
There we go. There we go. Welcome, Lance. And of course, we have to welcome Dr. Shadow, who is here on my right, an IRL doctor who started off as a caster for PCC and now is here at the desk. How's it going?
It's going great. I love Pred. We love Pred. Woo!
Hashtag we love
so excited
Pred.
to be here. We do. Yeah. Hashtag we love Pred.
Hashtag we love Pred in the chat. It's day one of the Swiss today, and the top two who have the most points from the 2024 circuit are the Doctors and Dirty Lake and the boys. They are exempt from today, but the rest of the 18 teams will play. I do want to clarify the top two teams from the 2024 circuit is the Doctors and the D-Lab. But everybody starts off, this is how Swiss works. Everybody starts off 0-0 and they'll play a single round in round one. Then round two, winning teams will play against other winning teams and losing teams will go against other losing teams. And round three, those who are 2-0 go against those who are 2-0, and those 1-1 goes against those who are 1-1, so on and so forth until round five. Round five will be our elimination round, and we're going to be saying goodbye to 3 teams today. Exclamation point bracket in the chat will tell you exactly who's in each team and what the current standings are. But enough about that. It's time to get into these games. Just like what Lance has mentioned, for our first round, we will be watching the Professors and Rest and Relaxation. I do just want to go over the roster a little bit. So from the Professors, we're going to be seeing Tekken Kid, Grady, Bry, Crazy Fool, as well as Survivor. And then Rest and Relaxation has Akaram, Mercy, Maddie, Bartledew, and Plu. But I gotta ask the desk, what else do we know about these two teams?
So, starting with Rest and Relaxation, since they're probably the team that is like lesser known unless you've really been around this Predecessor community, right? So, Akram, Bartledew, and Plu also known as Natty, have been playing together for a long time. We go all the way back to the Red Dojo days with Maddie and Akram. Maddie's been around for a very, very long time, but just like wasn't playing comp until pretty recently. And then Mercy over here as well. We saw Mercy make top 8 in the jungle on our last event. I believe the one before that as well. Very good jungler. Worth mentioning about this team. This is a team that got registered pretty late, came together very close to the end of this as both Akram and Mercy were on a different team and swapped incredibly late. Like within the last couple of days of registration, they made changes to their team. So although this is a newly registered team, these 5 people, or at least 4 of them plus Mercy, have been playing together for a very long time.
Yeah, and the Professors, they're a tried and true name in the PCC. Some new faces to their team, to their roster. Some players not able to join us for PCC9, unfortunately. But and Lance might be able to correct me here because I'm still relatively new to some of these scenes. But Grady seems to be the biggest new name to the Professors on this squad right now, leading that jungle. I believe. What team was he on?
Grady has been a day one participant
really?
in PCC.
Oh, I'm mixing him up with someone else. I'm mixing him up with someone else.
The Reawakened tournament series. Grady's like OG. There's not very many people that have been around longer than Grady. I think he took like one event off though.
Yeah. I just mean to the Professors like squad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
All of these people minus Crazy Fool and Survivor are new to the Professor squad. It is only those two.
Grady's been around. Grady's a legendary jungler. His crunch is the single most terrifying crunch I've ever seen in any jungler ever. So that's actually going to be something, that we haven't gotten to this point yet, but talking about best of ones in a Swiss stage, that's when you whip out the cheese, right? The cheese strats, and Crunch is absolutely a cheese hero. He's very hit or miss, but Grady, scary. But yeah, as Lance confirmed, all the names on the Professors have been around the scene for, since the beginning of time, way before even I joined this scene. These kids have thousands and thousands of games, and Crazy Fool and Survivor especially, they have thousands of games together. So their duo lane symmetry is just insane. So that I'm really going to be watching that duo lane today.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some Richter. I know Crazy Fool is known for his Richter plays. That guy just doesn't seem to miss. So we'll probably be expecting Richter as either a ban from the rest and relaxation, or something that's going to be a priority pick for the professors. But in terms of hero pool, is there anything besides Richter? What else are we going to be expecting? I know, Dr. Shadow, you mentioned Crunch. We're entering this tank meta phase, or we are in this tank meta phase currently in Predecessor, but what other heroes are worth mentioning?
So, we won't talk about Richter because we'll bring that up later, but since you mentioned the tank meta thing, he also fits into that tank space very, very well. I think that the interesting pick for this specific matchup with Professors versus Relaxation that we are about to go into is the Wraith pickup. Wraith is an incredibly strong hero right now, and Maddie, the mid laner for Rest and Relaxation, is one of the top Wraiths in the game. He gets a lot of respect from the other top tier players, specifically when he is on Wraith. And although I know Bry as a very strong mid laner, I don't personally know him as a Wraith. He may have been playing it behind the scenes or around it, but I know he's a big Iggy fan. He will not be playing Iggy into Wraith. Do not do that, anybody listening. If they have a Wraith on their team, don't lock in Iggy, please. And that's all.
Bry, I will say he is a big Argus fan as well, and Argus is a fantastic matchup into Wraith. The lockdown that he offers, the control, the wave shove, the ability to get prio and rotate, it's something that Wraiths don't like, and so I'm sort of expecting an Argus at some point, whether it's a support, whether it's a mid laner, or it's a ban at some point. Sometimes he can be called Discount Decker. So I don't know Bartledew in his support role and what he likes to play, but there's a chance you could pick him up and snag him away from Bry, because if you take Argus away, you don't want to play Iggy into Wraith. It is a nightmare matchup. He just snipes your turrets, and then you're just this guy sitting on a dragon with nothing to do. It feels really bad. So...
But now it's time to get into this draft. We talked a lot about the Richter, we talked a lot about the Argus, as well as Wraith. So we're thinking about what these priority picks and bans will be, but we've got Professors who will have their first ban. They're going to be the first team to pick a hero to ban. Anything else that comes to your mind that might be the first ban here?
I think so I was going to rush to it. I think they have to ban Wraith. As far as I know, they don't have somebody on their team that can play it to the level that Maddie plays it, so you just want to get it out of here. Wraith, expect to see this all day long. Wraith, Richter, I think that those are the two cream of the crop picks in the current meta right now, especially if you see that Professor's logo above either of our any of our heads up here. Expect Richter to be a ban today.
Yeah, Richter coming off the board, that creates this sense of almost ease in that duo lane. I was going to say a Steel or a Sevarog are really high priority picks in this current meta. I know Mercy has been spamming the crap out of Sevarog in the jungle. So I don't know Akaram and what his playstyle might be, but Tekken Kid, more so known for the brawler types like the Terras, the Gruxes. But we see the first two picks for Rest and Relaxation are going to come out to be the Zinks, most likely going to be that support role, kind of that another version of Decker. And then the Rampage, another tank, just a monster beast who can just create chaos across 3 lanes, throwing the rock, just standing in front, being just unkillable in many situations, especially with the Zinks.
I love these picks that are coming out here. Zinx offers a lot of heals, but she has a lot of CC as well. She's got the slow, she's got the stun, but going over to the Professors, they're going with the microwave combination along with the Zarus Cage, one of my favorite combinations in the game so far. So that's going to be Bry piloting that gadget, and Zarus, both of these picks, the Steel and the Zarus, can be played into the jungle, or it could also be played in the offlane. So we'll just have to see if it's going to be in the hands of Grady, or is it going to be in the hands of Tekken Kid.
Ooh, and Sevarog's going to come through for Rest and Relaxation, and that hero right now is also incredibly strong. We've seen a lot of the tanks rise to the top. Sevarog kind of the most tanky of the tanks, especially when paired with something like a Rampage, and they've got this Zinx in here as well to potentially reset their health bars if they fall low. I'm starting to like what I see out of Rest and Relaxation, but I cannot hide it. I love the first 3 picks from Professors.
I agree. I think the first 3 picks for Professors right now are insanely strong, and that Steel pick is still causing me some stress. Is it going to be jungle? Is it going to be offlane? Is it going to be support? I really like the flexibility in how they've drafted that, but we do see the second bans come out. Both teams are saying we're focusing on this duo lane. Crazy Pool Survivor, they take away Survivor's Drongo. He's known for being a nasty Drongo with a lot of utility, a lot of damage, and they're actually going to opt for Akira, who, very similar to Twin Blast, has some self-peel, is a little bit weaker in the wave shoving department from the Twin Blast, but offers a lot of the same stuff in team fights. And then the Professors, they're showing Survivor's hero, which is going to be a Murdoch, which is a very safe pick. He's a very reliable character, just kind of guy with a gun, right? Doesn't do too much crazy stuff, but has a global presence, which is scary when we're talking about that microwave combo anywhere on the map.
That's right, and he hits like a truck, paired with the Narbash that offers so much healing potential and sustain for his team. He's going to be able to keep this Steel alive for a lot longer, but now we're just missing that last hero from Rest and Relaxation.
Only need one more. I'm going to be real. I'm curious if they're going to pick a mage for the mid lane or if they're going to pick a support and push this Zinx into the mid lane. We have been seeing a little bit of that, and it's going to be the Fae. Nice to see. I love Fae into Gadget. As somebody who has got 700-ish Gadget games, Fae is one of the heroes I like playing into the least out of all of those. Fae just kind of hard to hit, has a little bit of ability to match the wave clear. This Gadget is going to be very important in this game. You need to be able to get into the priority spots, use that Tesla Dome to shred the defenses of the big 2 tanks that Rest and Relaxation has. Professors is lacking a lot of damage, but they've got a very clean team fight, I will say.
I really like this Fae pick. We talked about Maddie being a Wraith specialist. Fae is kind of like, in many regards, a discount Wraith because of the Harvest Nettles.
General Wraith, maybe.
Yeah, she's a Dollar General Wraith in that regard, but she offers that mage wave clear to get prio. She also has stuns and control and slows. I am a huge fan of Fae right now in this patch because they buffed kind of quality of life pieces of her, so she just feels better to play. And to Lance's point, she feels amazing into Gadget. You just poke Gadget once, and that passive goes on cooldown for 45 seconds, and you're now vulnerable. Gadget is just going to be just at risk of being ganked at all times if Maddie plays this right, which I assume he will. So I'm actually really liking Rest and Relaxation's draft right now.
Not to mention that Fly Trap can really change how the game will go. It's literally just one Fly Trap that can change the game. Yeah. But looking at the draft right now from both respective teams, in terms of strategies, I'd like Lance to cover what he's seeing on what from the Professor side, and then Dr. Shadow, what are you seeing from the Rest and Relaxation? But we're gonna start off with Lance. What strategy are you seeing based on their team comp?
So right now they are just protecting Murdoch and Gadget. They've got good long range poke. They long armor the Law, the passive from the Murdoch to get that extra range on the extra thing. A lot of good self peel in both of their damage dealers as well. Gadget's got the gate she can put down. Murdoch's got the traps and the buckshot to keep himself away. It's going to be very much so on whoever is playing Steel, which I anticipate being Tekken Kid and Crazy Fool on this Narbash, to make sure that Bry and Survivor stay alive. Because if either of those two get picked before a 5v5 start or fight is about to start, Professors is going to lose the fight. They need both of them in every single one.
Yeah, the Rest and Relaxation playstyle is going to be a little bit different. They're not banking on the wombo combo tight corridor type of fights. What they're going to be trying to do is they're going to be looking to play front to back, have Sevarog and Rampage just in that front, getting buffed up and healed by the Zinx. And they also are going to thrive in long drawn-out fights similar to Narbash teams because they have Zinx's heal and Rampage's regen and Sevarog's heals. But they're going to be looking more specifically to just focus on a singular target and just laser beam them down. So in this case, it's probably, smartly, it would be a Murdoch or a Gadget. You knock them out of the fight easy. And then the rest is just kind of, ticking away the tanks, right? But they can't give up stacks to the Zarus, or the Zarus is going to start creating dive problems when they get on the Fae and the Kira or the Zinx. Because Zinx is very much like a phase, right? You want to focus her, get her out of the fight, and then the rest of the fight becomes super easy. So there's a lot of pressure on Zinx this game to posture properly and not give up free picks.
With that being said, the battlefield awaits. Get your popcorn. It's game 1 of the Swiss, the Professors versus Rest and Relaxation. Let's send it to Ego and F6.
Gamers, welcome and thank you so much, our dog with the triple G. However, you got two E's over here. It's Ego, it's F6 with you in the casting booth, F6, as we're about to get rolling. Brother, are you ready to start getting into some games?
Dude, I'm super excited. We've been waiting. We've been in our off season, kind of just waiting for the next PCC, and it is here, baby. Number 9, one more left. 10 is going to be the next one. So I'm really excited to see who's going to try and push themselves to get some more of these circuit points here today.
And I'm very excited to see some quote-unquote newcomers with rest and restoration or recovery, whatever it is. They're going to have to repeat their best plays in this performance. They're going against the Professors, PCC 5 champions, a core of Survivor, as well as Crazyful, with some changes coming out of the other 3. All that said, we know they are so very capable of winning. And rest and restoration is going to have to put up some big numbers to pull out this win.
I mean, the kind of advantage that they have into this match is the Professors are kind of going with a little bit of a newer roster. The chemistry might not be as connected as it needs to be for this initial phase of PCC9. So they do have a little bit of that working with them, but we know these are experienced players. Grady has been seen since time and time again. Tekken Kid and Bry has just been playing exceptionally well throughout the last couple of PCCs. So they do have great players. We're going to find out here today if that chemistry is locked in.
Great players make great plays, and if the chemistry is there, they're going to definitely be a formidable force on the other side of the aisle. Though I kind of want to talk about these compositions. The desk really did hit it on the head. However, I have to say, I am shaking in my boots at what this microwave combo can potentially do in some of these narrow corridors or fights around the pit. We know that Gadget and Zars is just such a deadly combo.
It is so deadly, especially when you have a steal in the mix towards the mid and late game when he starts to rotate. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of pressure and damage, and just locking somebody in such a tight corridor is going to be impossible. It's going to be hard for them to escape.
And on the other side of it, though, that fly trapping combination with a very standard composition that is just looking to play front to back, that Several with that subject gate can be pretty key in locking someone down and then creating space with a colossal blow. However, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves as we're going to see the solo laner start to come to blows here.
I mean, there's going to be Severog into that steal. It's 2 tanks fighting at each other. Not a lot's going to come from that fight. The big impact you're going to see from the solo lane is going to be when they start to rotate and if they can get the right backs off. What is really matchup we want to talk about is that Faye versus the Gadget. Both of these laners do not have a good escape, but the damage they're allowed to output in their team fight in chemistry towards the rest of their team is really those big game changers that can pop off.
Both of these characters very capable of just completely turning the tide of any of these engagements around a Fangtooth, around a Prime, with the use of those ults, the fly trap into something like a Rampage Boulder or a Subjugate coming out of the Severog with that pour of damage that's going to be coming out of Kira with the sustain of the Zinks can be also very deadly. But on the other side, I mean, we just touched on it. The Coliseum plus that Tesla Dome coming down, or you can use that Steel ult to set it up as well. Both of these teams are very capable of just winning a fight on the flip of a switch, so I'm pretty sure both are going to be cautious as we're going to see a little bit of a scramble within the mid lane. Bry putting the pressure onto Maddie, going to force him to play onto the backstep, but not making his way to the tower. Maddie could potentially become the first blood. The blink is going to be up, and with the space that's created, a hat on Maddie will give Bry that first blood as the Professors strike first.
Oh man, Bry with the moves, just keep putting that pressure through that middle lane. Faye, no Amanda not able to do anything, just holding on to the blink there, trying not to use it because she knows if she uses it that early on, she's going to get the attention. But the first blood going to Bry, that's going to give him an exceptional lead going into this first Fangtooth coming up.
A lead and pressure, as you said. Fangtooth is going to be on its way as Mercy is on his way. Boulder is going to be deployed, but off the mark, Survivor TV and Crazy are going to be looking to backstep just to that tier 1, which they're going to be able to safely do.
I mean, once that rock don't hit, like, you're just kind of out of luck, right? You're really playing off that first initiation. But this dual lane, though, we did talk about a little bit. There's crazy heals going on here on both ends. We have that Narbash with that AoE, but the real strength in the laning phase, though, is going to go towards that Zing. She has that single target healing. Yes, in the later team fights, not going to be able to group up and heal everybody at the same time, but it's going to allow them to have a decent laning phase.
And we're going to see that boulder actually connect here. As Technikid is basically going to be dead to right. Bull Rush is going to come out and buy him a little bit of space, but it feels like the chase out coming out of this rampage with the blink is going to be enough to give Mercy the kill, as it's going to be even up 1-1 sub 5 minutes.
That's a great pickup there. You want the Sevarog to have a little bit of an easier time in the early game. He needs to try and get those stacks built. And if there's nobody in that lane, I mean, all he has to do is kind of sit there, especially when it's frozen on the side right now. And this is going to give him everything that he wants inside that solo lane. The wave pushed up towards his tower, able to take a reset now and be able to freely stack up. And it's going to allow for him to just kind of set himself in a good tone. Did have to force the blink though on Mercy's side, so he's not going to have that if he wants to gank and chase down any kills towards the mid or the dual lane.
Getting a little bit of something out of that, knowing that the blink is going to be down on the jungler and halfway securing maybe a little bit of safety for your mid laner while doing so isn't the worst thing to come out, but you're going to give Sevarog, as you said, something that he cares about a lot, and that's going to be time. Able to scale up maybe a little bit easier into that mid game now. We are going to see Mercy once again looking for a pick over onto the dual lanes, but with the ward revealing him in route, we're instead going to see him make a rotation back into his side of the jungle.
And that is one of the greatest things about vision control, right? Especially in that dual lane side of the map is where those first initial ganks are coming out. You're going to see the junglers are over there a lot, especially with that 5 minutes already passed, Fangtooth up. They're trying to get control onto that half of the map, and they're doing a great job right now on both ends. You can see the vision light up over there. Solo lane, though, on the other hand, got a little bit dry, got a black hole, just don't really see too much going on over there.
Unironically, you don't see much there at all on either side of the map, as a subjugate is going to come down in order to try to stir away some of this aggression. Coming out of Tech the Kid with Grady on the rotation. Akram is going to be forced to use that spectral dash to create some space, and he's going to be playing a little bit more wearily within the solo.
And that is the trigger right there. They saw the Zarus on the opposite side of the map. They have the dual lane pushed up, and they're able to get the initial rotation, but it is still a fight. The rotations are coming along, and it's going to be either get this Fangtooth and find a way to escape is going to be the real problem.
Smite is going to come out, and as such, it is going to be Rest that are going to be able to get the Fangtooth. Tesla Dome, though, is going to come down looking to maybe get a trade over there. Nothing quite yet, as Grady is going to be forced to play into the damage of this Faye. A little bit of healing coming off of the back end. It's going to be enough to save Maddie, but not Mercy, who is going to get picked up off screen by Survivor.
Man, what a pickup there. That was a problem, right? Is find that escape route. They were able to pick up that first Fangtooth, though, so that is great for them getting control of that first neutral objective. But look at the top ropes here.
Thunked into Shield Bash on top of the Faye. Maddie here getting a little bit low on mana is going to be able to play behind the tier 1 and buy himself the time and space he needs to survive the onslaught of aggression coming out of the Professors.
Oh man, just not enough there to really just stop him. And Faye just being able to play exceptionally well, using that tower for her advantage, able to just kind of survive there. But really big thing I want to talk about is how they kind of set back Mercy there, picking up that kill. Yes, they got the Fangtooth, but they stopped the slow of his clear here, giving Grady a little bit more time to farm, getting up a couple extra minions. So we're going to have to see what Grady does with this, because we do know the Coliseum is now up, and this is a big part of the part where Zarus kind of comes into this game and just locking people down, forcing blinks, forcing a lot of resources to be expended, and they just keep with that repeat gank.
Especially if they do make a soon and immediate play when knowing a blink is down. That Coliseum is going to be able to eat up a lot of space on some of the engagements that Rest and Recovery normally would be more okay with taking. And already in the early days of this game, we saw the damage that Tesla Dome can potentially do around these objectives, making their way out, setting it down. Gadget was able to just eat through the entirety of the team's HP. I'm looking forward to seeing how both of these teams play around their engagements going into the mid game.
I think they're going to be a player around exceptionally well. A lot of times when you see that double tank meta, Narbash is great into that, allowing for them to have a little bit more sustain because they don't have a lot of that burst damage. Once the Faye uses her kit, they're still able to kind of survive. The healing will be there to kind of sustain them through, but you're going to have to get to that mid game. You're going to have to get to that point where Narbash is allowed to heal and start to become a little bit more impactful than the Zinx in these fights. But with her rejuvenate, with that revive, being able to bring somebody back, that's that real counterplay to allow somebody like a Rampage or a Seb to push in.
Speaking of Rampage, rotation off the back, and Mercy is going to be getting the engage onto the backline. Boulder's going to go out, but be up point. Survivor there, oh so very low, is going to be lowered into the grave as Plu turns on Blue. That's a dead man. Blink, though, coming out of Crazy Fool in order to buy some space as Rest and Recovery are going to even it up 2-2.
Oh man, that was a weird blink there for me. Kind of Survivor blinking towards the enemy's 3 camp. I mean, I feel like he had a little bit more of a safe space blinking back on the opposite end, going towards his support to be able to allow for that crash bang boom wallop to kind of initiate slow down and maybe get the pop knockup for him to escape there. But on Lucky, great play coming in on Mercy, going a wrap around to get the flank, allow for them to pick up a kill there and tie that scoreboard up.
Mercy, by the way, showing none of it throughout the entirety of this game. He has been frequently living in these lanes. He's not renting. That man has a mortgage taken out with the way that he has been ganking, or at least showing a bit of presence. Now, though, we're going to see them dropping the mini prime as the Professors make their rotation over Zakarum. Maybe just a little bit caught out and split from the team, as they're going to be able to pincer away at least one member here of Resident Recovery off the back, and Texas Kid is going to be using the blink in order to create a little bit of space, but Coliseum is going to help Grady get a kill on to Maddie, with the rest of the Professors surging forward onto that solo lane before resetting into the Narbash heal and maybe looking for this mini prime.
That was a great pickup. They got their first initiation, trying to control the pit on the mini or prime, which they did so, and they were just able to rotate enough there. Nice to be able to get the Coliseum stacks online, get a little bit more damage on that side of the Zarus, but they did give up a huge economy shift. The tier 1 tower solo farm going over towards Plu on the Kira inside the dual lane, but as you look at it now, Survivor able to get some XP on the opposite side as well, and they should be able to use this Aura Prime to push into this tier 1, possibly kind of just close that gap and actually come out with a win here.
This is a boxing match, man. These guys are going jab for jab. We're going to start this. We're going to respond. We're going to take this. Well, we're going to take this. They are just playing tick for tack throughout this game. And with that tower going down, you have to assume the economy is a little bit more evened up. One Fangtooth, though, going in favor of Rest and Recovery, and the mini prime firmly into the pockets of the Professors.
I mean, that is just going to be exceptionally pushed towards them, but they need to get to this fight. This Fangtooth is more than likely secure for rest and relaxation. This should be number 2, but like last time, they're going to have to try and escape here.
Relaxation here cannot relax after taking that, knowing that there's going to be an onslaught of damage coming out of the opposition. Survivor TV is going to pick up the first casualty, which will once again be Maddie, who is going to fall. We are going to see a pivot of damage making its way into the mid lane, and with the Professors grouped up, I have to assume this is going to be a push for this tier 1.
Oh, absolutely. They got to pick up there. It is now a matchup. They do not have the wave clear to really stop this. The Faye is down. They have the mini prime, and this is the push that they need, but they do need to be careful.
Point blank stun coming out of the Rampage. Mercy forcing a blink out of the opposition, but a fresh empowered wave is going to force them to play on the back foot as the Coliseum comes down, as well as the Tesla Dome is going to force this squad to just give up the tier 1, and this is exactly what we were talking about earlier on. But Flytrap onto the side does get Grady oh so very low, but not low enough to die, as Bry is instead going to be one who gets the pickup. Crazy Fool just healing off of that back end is going to be able to provide this team the sustain they need to not fall and continue to push the issue of their aggression, as Professors claim the kill lead 5-2.
I mean, Maddie almost came back and got a huge fly trap, but Grady is able to back out there with that sustain from the Narbash. But man, the way that both of these teams are playing, they're pretty much jungler focused. A lot of times you don't see the jungler really being that star, being that point, but these teams are working so well around their jungler, and that's really what's making this game so close. On the side of Rest and Relaxation, you have them kind of controlling these neutral objectives, but the professors are using the objectives that they take to the best advantage they can. They got the T1 on the solo lane side. Now they've opened up the map in the mid lane as well with picking up some kills, and we do know the mid lane T1 is probably the most important tier 1 tower to allow for these teams to push up into the enemy's jungle, start to get some deeper vision control to allow them to make the right decisions based off those information.
Undoubtedly the most important T1 for sure, and taking that early is going to be able to lend a little bit more viability into some of these pushes into the jungle, where we know the kits of that gadget and Zars are going to be able to shine the most. That being said, though, we have been seeing a lot of pushback coming out of Rest and Relaxation. As you said, playing to the jungler in Mercy is when they seem to be performing at their best. A boulder to set up, maybe a fly trap to secure and almost kill onto Grady of the back end like we saw there previously. There's definitely a chance for them to be able to shore up some of this pressure, some of this momentum that the professors have, but we're going to have to see them make some key plays to do it, F6.
Yeah, and with Mercy over here sitting, looking to the mid lane, Gadget dude needs to be careful, but looking Tekken with this rotation.
Yeah, Tekken with the rotation is going to be able to lead it with the bull rush into the Coliseum coming down. Zars is going to be stuck within the rage cage as Blue gets the lockdown onto Bright right now. Looking at a 1-2 trait that is favoring the Persephores, but with Tekken's aggression still kept up, it's going to take a subjugate and a boulder in order to stifle him just a little bit. Overall, though, a positive trade for the Professors.
Yeah, I mean, they play that exceptionally well. Tekken Kid with one of the greatest rotations I've seen in my life. They're able to pick up and put a lot of pressure in the back line. And like we said, that mid-tier 1 allows you to do so much. They're able to now get the enemy's red buff. It's a huge buff towards the jungler to help them with their clear and also help them with a little bit more damage and apply that slow when they're getting these ganks off. And with that gone, Mercy's going to be at a very big disadvantage going into this next fight.
And that is not where you want your jungler to be. Having to struggle to get their own red buff isn't just a sign of the economy shifting, but it's a sign of the pressure, the kill potential, making its way over into the other team's team. And with that being said, we're already seeing it start to metabolize here. It is going to be a grouping of Grady, Survivor, Crazy, just showing face within Mercy's jungle and forcing them to play back, play a lot more cautiously on their side of the jungle. If this continues, we may see them showing face turn into a couple more kills and a snowball coming out of the Professors.
Yeah, with the third Fangtooth coming up here now any moment. You see the rotation already from Tekken Kid. He still has his tier 1 up, so he's willing to sacrifice that. This third Fangtooth is very important. The Professors need to stop them from getting that third permanent buff, and at the same time R&R wants to get this third buff to kind of lock themselves into a guaranteed buff throughout the rest of this game. That might be the turning point to allow them to just push back towards the Professors, finally start to win these engagements.
3-0 does lend itself very well to whatever team can get it on the Fangtooth, as Mercy is going to be looking to set up a potential kill onto Grady, who is going to survive, and now Narbash is going to get to shine, providing that movement speed as well as, ironically, R&R to Grady, who is now going to be starting the Fangtooth.
You have that Narbash shield. They do have Tekken Kid still, and they're waiting for that engagement. Here's that Coliseum amigo.
Coming down, as well as the Tesla on Crazy Fool, though, he is going to be getting burned through as they're going to be looking for the engage. Behemoth coming out of Mercy, but he is going to be looking for his namesake. He will find none as the long arm of the law is going to turn him into another stat +1, going in favor of the Professors, who are now corralling around the Fangtooth, denying the 3-0 and denying the possibility of life out of Blue, who is going to be locked down as Grady surges forth with his team. The damage is big, but the kills are better, and the positioning is even worse coming out as Maddie is going to be lowered 6 feet deep in a 3-0 for the Professors.
Man, what a great fight there. They controlled the Fangtooth pit with great execution. They committed themselves full towards not sticking out because they understand that they have the AoE to fight in that pit with that gadget. They have the Narbash heal for sustain, and the long arm of the law there was probably the biggest play that Survivor can do. They're taking their jungler out of the fight. They did not expect it. The Zinx revive cannot help, and now this leads them to not only get the third Fangtooth of the game, but now towards this mini prime to also shift their economy and get a little bit more buffed up to push themselves in this big lead.
Right then and there, you could hear the song Rampage Fought the Law, and brother, the Law won, slicing him up with the damage and being able to lock down the kill onto the backside. Survivor TV is just extending his lead 3-1-4. A solid stat line here for the carry, who in combination with Crazy Fool just looks oh so very comfortable on this new Professor's roster.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about this in the early game. Me and you, Igor, were like, is the kind of just unique comparison in the strategies that they've just worked together in these last couple weeks, are they going to be able to stick to it? Are they going to maintain that camaraderie? And it looks like they're going to be doing that here today. But this later game in the solo lane, Murdoch needs to be careful about the crash bang boom.
Is going to set him up for victory, as Survivor TV has just been able to safely cast an oh so very powerful spell. It's called Bullet from the backline, but the rotation of Maddie as well as the rest of the team may usher in another thought, the thought of death, as it's going to be Severog who gets lowered down into the grave, but not for free, as Crazy Fool is also going to fall in a 1-to-1 trade in the solo.
Like I said, the worst thing you want to do as two tanks is fight just by yourselves with no damage behind you to lock in with the CCs that you do and with all the attention that you're getting. And that's what we saw there. Narbash kind of just, like we said before, just completely counters them, allows for the ADCs to sustain, uses his CC and his kit to allow for him to get there. But look, Grady needs to be careful as he tries to get an invade off, but with 3 people chasing here,
he's going to be forced to utilize that blink now, utilizing the dash coming out of the Zarus. He is going to be able to buy himself enough space to force the other team to back off, as Plu is going to now be able to freely get some damage off to the back end of that subjugated. It's instead going to be a use of a bull rush into the shield bash. Nonetheless, Tech of the Kid is going to fall before the Kira, as Survivor TV is possibly looking to start up this Aura Prime. It looks like, though, instead they're going to take their time, kind of reset, and maybe look for a big grouping or a defense, but that is going to give Mercy the time he needs to make rotation and to get a thunk for it, as he peeks and catches a little bit of CC out of the big man.
they can't push the Prime just yet. I mean, Tech of the Kid overextended inside the duo lane, got killed, so they really don't have as much pressure as they need to go after that Aura Prime. But once he gets back into this match, they're going to be able to do so. But they got the vision down, which is exceptionally well here, so now they do have the information to tell them if they need to rotate towards there. But now it's going to have to come down to, are they going to wait long enough for the Primordial Fangtooth to spawn? Are they going to trade these neutrals? Or are they going to commit and hopefully win the fight and take both?
R&R needs a huge play here, F6, and I think you would agree with me in saying they are firmly in the back seat as we see the Professors kind of driving over some of the obstacles that have been put up. We have seen these type of compositions before. We're going to take our tanks and we want to play front to back. That doesn't work as well when your front is getting treated like backliners. They're getting backed up, and part of this is just the CC and safety that comes with the Murdoch play, as well as that Narbash support. We saw there previously in the solo lane, how long did it take for Murdoch to start taking damage in the face of this Rampage, in the face of this Sephiroth? The combination of that crash, bang, boom, a timely thunk, and a knockback coming out of the Murdoch, Sephiroth was already basically dead by time some of that damage was laid onto the ADC, was laid onto the carry. And if the Professors repeat that, I mean, R&R is going to be in a nearly impossible situation.
I mean, they're still in this game. Killy's not too far behind. They did take some early neutral objectives. Their economy is not bad. The real question is, can they finally group up for a good engagement, get that rock, play off that ricochet, and be able to lock these backliners down, be able to allow for Mercy to push in, be able to allow for that Sev to be there and cause aggression. But now they start up the Primordial Fangtooth, but the rotation is here, and we've seen how these fights have gone thus far.
They need to get a pick here. Crazy Fool is actually going to be forced to use his blink over onto the backside as Tekken is going to get a big 3-man bull rush into an even bigger 4-man. Oh, the Coliseum is down. The Tesla Dome is cooking. It's radioactive because they're in the microwave. 4 are going to disappear as the professors teach R&R a lesson before making their way to the primal Fangtooth.
Fighting in a tight corridor with a gadget, Zarus, Steel, and Narbash is the most criminal thing I have seen thus far. They were just able to combo everything there. That is a perfect scenario for this team comp, and they gave it to them with that Primordial Blaze and with this buff, with that wipe of 4. They're not going to be able to get the double buff. It's not to be able to push themselves and maybe close this game out.
It's time to get double buffed up, and as you said, it was absolutely criminal, absolutely disgusting what the professors were able to do in that tight corridor space. We got the Steel ult into the Zarus ult into the Tesla Dome. It's called the microwave because if you're caught in it, you are cooked. Brother, if I was casting it, I would be on the sidelines going, brother, because that much CC is disgusting. Now, though, double buffed up, the professors have one task ahead of them that R&R are going to have to stop, and that is going to be a march to walk down these inhibitors.
They have the double buff there. Taking a reset here is just fine by them. They have the extended buff duration here. They are not able to reset, use that gold they just got from both objectives, all 4 kills, and now to be able to just kind of buff themselves up even more with items, and now to start the siege push. And they don't really have a way to stop them on R&R side. They're going to have to come up with a defense. They do have one tier 2 left in the mid and on the offlane left. But at the same time, they have the double buff. They're going to be able to push this down, and they're just going to come down to these inhibitor fights. If they can get the Sephiroth to get a huge Colossal Bowl, maybe get a Fly Trap to go off when they're grouped up, that's going to be their best bet. They might lose one inhibitor, but they might save this game.
I mean, if you do see all 5, all even 4 and 1 up the professors looking to push down one of these inhibitors, what are you going to do? Group up underneath it? You saw exactly what grouping up relegates itself as a result for R&R, as now a Thunk is going to come out dry, though, with the rotation, is going to miss the hat onto Akram, who is now going to be playing the space back onto that tier 2, alongside his team. Maddie, maybe with that Fly Trap, as you pointed out, can set them up to get a pick, but a pick is what they need. Once again, an immediate stun and a use of the Behemoth as we're going to see Rampage jump onto the back end. Here it comes, though. It is going to be the Tesla Dome coming down as Survivor TV. It's just going to burn through the HP of the frontliner. Now able to get a secondary pickup onto Blue. Maddie getting burned down, maybe about to get sent down to Neverland as the fairy has her wings clipped. That's not 1, that's not 2, F6. That's going to be the first RGS ace of PCC9.
Perfectly played once again. This team, these professors are just playing with no fear at all. The play there, they pushed 4-man over onto the solo lane. They knew the engagement was coming, and R&R, that was not the engage they needed to take. Grady pushed up the mid lane, rotated from behind, and was able to capitalize with the Coliseum to apply more pressure to secure the last 2 kills. An exceptional game from the professors, and these guys are looking hot going into round number 2.
They are looking so odd coming into this, man. The way that they were able to burn through the HP of the opposition, the way that they were making scorching plays, minute plays when the team needed it, kind of comes back to me to that solo lane play of that Murdoch as well as Narbash being able to push up, fight into 2 tanks, and then come out on top. Not getting a lockdown of 1, but 2 kills costing them near nothing. Right now, the professors look like they are playing their best game, F6.
Yeah, I mean, that last engagement was so crucial towards R&R. Being able to get a defense, right before the engagement even started, Rampage tried to jump in, but Sephiroth was already half HP, and with that Primordial Base, just could not get into that fight. Try to force himself in, and it was just not there, and they just were able to clean up from that. Like I said, Grady played exceptionally well. We saw Survivor with some key long arm of the laws, and the Narbash was really the highlight, sustaining his team throughout those fights, and just all around, just team chemistry, just put themselves for that win today.
That team chemistry was absolutely out of their mind, and that was something that the desk was able to touch on when it was drafted through. We're not unfamiliar with that combo of the Coliseum into the Tesla Dome. We're not unfamiliar with just stacking your CC like pancakes and now seeing what the other team can do about it when they're not able to play at all. Absolutely vile composition and an absolutely vile execution coming out of the Professors. That being said, I'm excited to see more PCC play as we are going to be sending it back to the desk.
Welcome back to the desk. Thank you so much, Ego and F6. My name is Ardog with the Triple Gs, and I'm joined here by Lance Cecil and Dr. Shadow. It's time to break down game number 1 between Rest and Relaxation and the Professors. Mercy, the jungler from R&R, showed his presence from the beginning, literally, with all the wards he walked over, but he created so much pressure for the Professors who could not push up without any consequences. But this game ended with Professors 1-0 after round 1 here at the Swiss stage. What exactly happened?
So, I'm glad that you started with talking about Mercy, because I wanted to focus on the jungle portion of this as well, because that was a phenomenal debut by Grady on the Professor's roster, okay? He ends that game 5-0-5. I do know that Mercy ended it with 4 kills, right? That is 26 straight minutes of Predecessor that Grady just played. Mercy took at least 3 or 4 minutes off just through death timers for that. And jungling is all about tempo. It's all about being at the positions in the right spot, being where you need to be at the correct times. And we saw Grady kick off all of those team fights correctly. He gets in, gets the Coliseum onto the right people. It's followed by the shield slam from the steal. It's followed by the Tesla Dome by the gadget. And although this is a newly constructed team and they just came together, they played that game in their team fights and their fights around objectives almost flawlessly that entire game. That Rest and Relaxation team is not a bad team. That was an ass whooping by Professors, honestly, just kind of top to bottom. And we'll see more from Rest and Relaxation. That's not the end for them.
Yeah, the Professors, I mean, even though 3 of the 5 are new, it felt like they were riding a bike and they just changed the tires. Like, nothing changed, really. Obviously, there were some hiccups and hitches there, but it was still, like, that was the very first microwave Zarus combo I've ever seen actually like play out in one of these like tournament games. So that was like top moment for me. But if you pay attention to when R&R had their kills, their 5 kills happened before Narbash became a problem. Narbash generally comes online around 15 minutes into the game. And from about 15 minutes onward, I don't think R&R killed anybody because maybe they got 1 kill, but Narbash, he did 34,000 HP healing in 26 minutes. That's more than 1,000 HP healing per minute, which is like insane. Like that's an insane amount of healing. So I gotta give. I mean, Crazy Fool, you gotta. This guy is like, he's a monster. Lance's shirt underneath of his beautiful sweater, like. Crazy Fool is the glue that is holding, like, he is the reason their fights around those objectives were able to be so perfect, because even when they blew their big combo in a corridor and didn't get a kill for it, they were able to sustain and stay around the pit and continue poking and prodding until they were either successful in getting a pick or until they got the objective, and that was all Crazy Fool. So shout out to him.
The Professors have 3 new additions to the team. So that's going to be Bri, that's Tekken, as well as Grady. But those scrims, just watching game 1, it just shows like how much the scrims are really helping them out, and it shows. My, do they look absolutely good? Just like what you're saying, Lance, this is a team to watch out for. I know we talked a lot about the Faye though earlier and how she can contribute to the game, but what happened to her, and what else did you see from that first match?
So, the thing you do if you go against a Faye mid laner, and anybody that's ever going to be in any of my games, I'll probably be your mid laner, so listen to me, junglers. Gank that Faye on repeat, and that's what they did. It's easy. She's got nowhere to go. The caster said it very early in that matchup. I believe it was Ego that had pointed it out early. Gadget really doesn't have a whole lot of escaping. You can put the speed gate down, try to get a route, but if you can get around that, you can jump right on her. Faye doesn't even have that. She kind of has a slow with her primary ability. Very easy to avoid, and it's not that much of a slow as it is. you just get on her, and you get on her again and again and again. And Bry killed her early in a solo effort, I believe, actually,
Yes.
around one of the river buffs. And at that point, it's just over. You can't get behind a gadget or stuff like that's going to happen.
Yeah, the Fae, I mean, both mid laners are very vulnerable, but Gadget is much less vulnerable. She has her passive armor. She has at least some sort of, speed up and get away and lock someone down so that you have a chance at getting away sort of ability. I did want to, as a mid laner myself as well, Lance and I both being mid laners, we're a little biased here.
Me too.
I guess our dog is. I didn't know that.
Us
So
three.
yeah, all of us being mid laners. One thing that kind of stood out to me, and it's not like big flame. It's not a huge error by any means, but I think the combustion purchase from Maddie on that Fae, although it is technically considered a staple on that hero, I don't think it was the right pick into the matchup that they were going against with 3 like tanks or like mostly tank heroes, because you need to have your Megacosm, you need to have your Noxia, you need to have your Caustica, you need to have those items to cut through those big frontline boys sooner. Whereas Combustion, yeah, it enables farm, but if you're Fae, you just put your 2 abilities down, your Overgrowth and your Harvest or your Bramble Patch, and then you just walk away and you kill a whole creep wave. So I don't think Combustion was the right play. It's obviously a small nitpick, but if they continue to play into tank lineups, I would like to see Maddie kind of grow and adapt if he doesn't get his Wraith, and kind of look at his items and say, why am I buying these items so that I can actually like have the impact that my team needs me to have. But again, no flame. He played very well given the circumstances, but it's just a small little detail as a mid laner that we notice.
With that being said, the Professors has ended this round 1-0 here at the Swiss stages. That was game 1, ladies and gentlemen. While I have you here, if you like what you're seeing, please make sure to drop us a follow, give us a subscription. We're on YouTube, X, as well as Discord, ! Bracket. Once again, we'll let you keep up to date with the games today, especially those we don't get to see on broadcast. Please don't go anywhere because we'll be back with game 2, round 2 of the Swiss here at the PCC. Welcome back to the PCC, where we watch and see the best of Predecessor. Both of these teams we're about to watch are both 1-0. Round 2 of the Swiss here at PCC9. Our next game is Animal Farm versus Mind the Gap. We are either seeing a massacre or we won't. Going over the rosters of both of these teams, it's absolutely nutty just looking at it. Animal Farm, we've got Bondrude, Import, Brandonite, North, and of course, Neft. And then over on to Mind the Gap, we've got Dr. Flick, Nugslit, Pinzo, Tanjiro, and Margot Robbie. Lance and Dr. Shadow, tell us what we know about these teams.
Every time there is a game that has Neft in it, I have to mention he has not won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He has now won 7. Fang Booth, the European equivalent to PCC championships. Neft is the GOAT. He also has a little player on his team by the name of Import. Maybe you've heard of him, probably the best jungler in the world. There's also a new a person on this team in a new role, the third one we've seen them on in a PCC by the name of North. He kind of won an MVP when he was playing off lane, kind of won a PCC championship when he was with D-Lab playing jungle, kind of been all over the place. I've heard support is his best role and what he wanted to be playing since the beginning, but he was just like never on a team that facilitated or had a better jungler on him than him. But now he's got Import, so he's got a better jungler. So this Animal Farm team is crazy. I expect them to have a 0 at the end of their win-loss record at the end of this day today.
Oh yeah, this Animal Farm team is like it's an all-star team contained within a tournament. Everything Lance said, I'm just echoing. But this Mind the Gap team cannot be underestimated, though. They have, I don't know, 4 or 5 Paragon players, players who stream and have thousands and thousands of games even together. Pinzo Dunzo, though, is slightly newer to the mid lane. I know he was mid lane in the last PCC event, but he is not formally known as a mid laner. And he's going to be up against Brandonite, who in the last series that we just casted, we talked about Wraith being a big, hotly contested mid thing. And in this matchup, Brandonite is known for his Wraith. And Pinzo on the other side is known for his Argus, Howie, Iggy, and as we mentioned, you don't want to play Iggy into Wraith. So this is going to be a interesting mid matchup here for our streamer boy Pinzo at home. I don't know much about the duo lane. I know Margot Robbie plays middle also, so he's kind of a flex player between mid and ADC. But the Tanjiro on support, he's very, very strong with his Decker, with his Zinx, and with his Muriel. So they can try and ban Decker like I always tell people to do, but it doesn't look like that's going to have a huge impact into Mind the Gap's performance.
I do want to highlight and talk about one thing, though. Animal Farm comprises of mostly players from EU, with the one player that's from NA that's going to be North. We know that certain heroes, it's a little bit easier to play them on ping, but our games are played on the NAE server. How much does ping really play into these games?
I mean, it does a bit. But I will say, at least in the mid lane, Pinzo, a big NAW guy himself, so he's also playing on a little bit of ping with where he lives at in the States. So he's potentially pretty close to where Brandonite is, because I believe that he is in England somewhere. They're ping, like, Pinzo might have like a little bit of a ping advantage, but in the mid lane, it's going to be pretty consistent. We all know Neft can perform on ping. We've seen Neft in enough NA tournaments. He hasn't quite dominated the NA scene like he has the EU scene, but we know that he can do it. And then, like, Import's still going to outsmite you. Nugslit is a really good jungler, guys. Do not get me wrong. I got to give a little bit of love to Nugslit here. He has been consistently one of the first picks, and shout out to the BFC, which is next weekend. Nugslit is highly picked, highly drafted in that all of the time, and for a reason. Nugslit can give Import a run for his money, but like Import's not going to miss smites because of his ping or anything, or miss hunts because of it. So I do think it plays into it, and as somebody who heavily relies on ping as an excuse as an NA Wester myself, I don't think that it's going to be that big of a factor in this game.
Yeah, I think I'm known for having controversial takes on ping, but I've slowly been kind of evolving as a human. You know, as a predecessor MOBA player, the whole point is just to get better and learn more and just continuously grow. And I'm learning that there are significant differences and challenges associated with playing on ping. These players, specifically on Animal Farm, will not have any issues. Like, they can probably play any hero in the roster, and it does not matter to them. But the average player, there are some heroes who are mechanically more needy, I guess, where a very slight microsecond can make or break the difference between losing a one-on-one or winning a one-on-one. Wraith being one of those major heroes, right? Like, you have to be precise with your shots if you want to be an impactful player, whether in the mid lane or in the ADC. Neft, obviously, he's proven that he can do Wraith on ping, but there are other heroes where we might see them draft around the fact that, hey, let's just play it safe. Let's pick the easy things, wombo combo teams that have big, the steals, the Zaruses, the gadgets. I think we're going to see something like that potentially come out. I think we might likely see an Aurora. Import's known for running Kallari as well, but that is very a mechanically technical hero. So I don't think we're going to see Import on his Kallari, not yet, at least.
Or even Greystone. He is, players who play Greystone are very, very skilled. But as we wait for this draft to get ready, it's actually ready. We've got Animal Farm, who's going to be picking the first hero to be banned here. What are we expecting to see?
Richter. Pretty much all day, every single draft. I believe not the first ban will put it because they're trying to pick it themselves. But mind the gap here. If they don't ban Richter, we might be having a short one and go into a break a little bit earlier than we expected. But I do have a lot of belief in mind the gap. We didn't talk about it at all during this so far, but so I'm going to squeeze it in here so it can potentially be some of the narrative of this draft. But Dr. Flick likes to play very off-meta offlaners. I would love to see Dr. Flick throw a Narbash over there or Rampage over there. May not be totally competitively viable, but you're going up against one of the tournament favorites. So why not whip something kind of crazy out early, right?
Yeah, we talk about best of ones being that opportunity to run a cheese, something that the other team is not expecting, that they maybe don't know to counter pick into. So we are, in fact, not going to see Richter first banned. We did mention North, however, is on North American servers. So Richter being one of those mechanically challenging heroes on ping, right? So if he's in North America, he might have a good time on a Richter as a support. But Richter is also just very strong right now in the jungle, in the offlane, in the support role, so there's that flexibility that's inherent. But I'm not expecting that from Animal Farm. But they do ban out the Zinx. Tanjiro, known for his Zinx, Decker, Muriel. So they're taking away what I think they're considering to be the biggest threat. And Mind the Gap is nailing out Steel because they just don't want to deal with a very easy, you just press R and you win the game. And they're going to pick up, for Animal Farms, they're picking up Terra. So a nice little flex pick off the bat here. Could be jungle, could be off lane.
Looking at this Terra, it could be in Bondrude's hands. This could go into Import's hands. Like what you're saying, Dr. Shadow, can be flexed into both of these roles. But the Steel being taken off, I've been seeing a lot of Steel bans lately, but Steel is just so oppressive as a hero. But now we've got the next hero, or the first pick from Mind the Gap, and that is the Decker. I know Dr. Shadow has a lot to say about that.
I really hope they pick Zarus right here too, okay? So there's no way, they're going to take the Richter, which is a really good decision by them, but there is no way that Terra is not going on Import. If anybody watched the finals of Nations League, the team that Import was on was down 0-2, and the rest of the next 3 games, they just prioritized Terra in draft, put Import on it, and Brandon and I had really good performances as well, but Import carried that series. And there's a reason they first picked it, and we're able to, and we're okay with giving that Richter away. But if they would have got Richter on this rotation, I would have just said, let's just go. They're going to pick the Zarus up for themselves. I'm glad that Mind the Gap got Decker, because walls are some of the only things you can do to try to stop the Terra. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mind the Gap prioritize Aurora on this rotation.
Yeah, I'm expecting an Aurora coming up very soon too. The Zarus Terra, again, they're both flexible, but to your point, Import's last performance on Terra was absolutely just unreal, out of this planet. But I will say most times when I watch Bondrewd play, he is the one who's often on the Terra in that oppressive offlane role, just bullying the crap out of whoever he's against. Obviously, he also plays Zarus, but Import also plays Zarus, so there is some flex there. We do see the Twin Blast come out most likely for Neft, but again, Brandonite is a Wraith mid laner, which means he could have that flexibility to run double ADC in the duo and in the mid lane. Twin Blast has great natural wave clear, so I think that, again, their draft right now is just so flexible. If I'm on Mind the Gap, I'm looking at them going, oh man, we got some gambles to take here.
And now we're seeing that Argus ban coming out from Mind the Gap. They're denying that CC from Argus and how he's able to clear waves as well, because we can play this hero on the mid lane. But Gadget being played in the mid lane, I love Gadget. We saw how dominant she was in the first game, piloted by who was it that played it? Oh, it was Bri. Yeah, piloted by Bri, and how she was able to secure first blood as Gadget. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the combinations from Mind the Gap. But there's that next ban from Animal Farm. They're taking out the Drongo.
I really hope Mind the Gap picks up Wraith right now on this rotation with the Argus ban. That is what I expected to see them as a ban, especially with them already revealing that it's going to be Pinzo on the Gadget. Wraith is one of those heroes that can match the distance and the poke of Gadget. That also doesn't feel fantastic to play against. I've had a couple of the higher skilled players tell me that it's kind of skill dependent, but apparently I don't have that skill, because every time I play Gadget into Wraith, I just get my stuff pushed in. So we're gonna have to see who they go with here. Gonna pick the Sevarog up, complete a little bit more of the front line. Probably gonna be a Sevarog jungle with that Richter gonna be going over to Dr. Flick, I would assume so far.
Yeah, the offlane right now is most likely going to be Zarus Richter. Just looking at these matchups, that's what I'm anticipating. But again, there's flexibility on both sides right now in terms of who's in the jungle, who's in the offlane. Mind the Gap still has to pick up who their carry is. I would like to see them pick up a Wraith, just to deny that from Animal Farm, because they have Brandonite and Neft, and Wraith is still out there, and Neft and Wraith are peanut butter and jelly, man. Like, just terrifying. And again, yeah, we can talk about ping. They're totally ignoring Wraith. They are opting in. They're picking the Iggy and Scorch for the mid lane to line up against the Gadget. Very solid matchup. Equalizes lane pressure against the Gadget, but also offers similar types of objective control. And they're going to whip out the Muriel to kind of, I guess, attempt to have some sort of counter oppression to the Decker and whoever they pick into that ADC duo lane.
I really like the Muriel pickup. Muriel's global ultimate she can go anywhere to help out in team fights. So we're going to be expecting a lot of how she's able to change things around as the support from Animal Farm. But now we've got the draft locked in, the team comp locked in from Animal Farm. We're still waiting on who's going to be the ADC, who's going to be piloted by Margot Robbie here from Mind the Gap, and that's going to be the Wraith.
I'm shocked to see Wraith make it this far into rotation with the teams that are playing right now. And I'm gonna keep it a buck here. I think I prefer Mind the Gap's comp here, and I'm really surprised that I'm saying that at the end of this draft. But there is a little bit of a lack of crowd control on the side of Animal Farm here. Mind the Gap has got good self-peel and good ways to get themselves away. They've got a wall for the Terra. Only the Decker's got a way to really kind of stop the Terra when she does go the way that she is. But that's really most of what they have to worry about. And I do think that Animal Farm's going to have an easy time trying to get back to their backline if they need to. But if it's played well and Mind the Gap gets ahead early, it's going to be hard for Animal Farm to play this composition into this.
Yeah, I really like Mind the Gap's team right now with Tanjiro on that Decker. The ability to control an unstoppable Terra. Ordinarily, I'd be terrified of a Terra with Unstoppable running into your backline, having a Muriel Reversal of Fortune charge, just turn the whole tides, get on that Wraith, delete him from the game before the fight even breaks out. But with the Decker and such a good player like Tanjiro, I'm anticipating him to just have some insane state or containment fences to keep this Terra away from the Wraith. So if they can do that, I think just based on draft alone, I give the edge to Mind the Gap here.
Well, that is the draft. It's finalized. This is game 2 of the Swiss here at the PCC. Animal Farm versus Mind the Gap. Get those predictions in. Let's welcome our casters TJ, DJ, and Tang.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. Welcome everyone to the casting desk here. Spooky season is upon us. The nights are drawing in, getting a little bit colder, so we got some fire Predecessor to warm everyone up. And it's a TJ and Tang cast for this one, so you know it's going to be a banger. Tang, the EU cast team is here. We get to watch EU play here, so, you know, might have to get that one out of the way with some biases here. But this is a terrifying team against a Mind the Gap squad that probably have a lot to prove.
Yeah, I think we actually get to watch a really interesting game. Like, as we just said, Animal Farm is an EU team, but more importantly, they are a winning team. They've won so many titles between all of them. North, the only NA representative, also having some of those PCC trophies to his name as well. And Mind the Gap, an up-and-coming team, did play in the previous PCC as well, is sort of a merge between them and Hive, with a few new faces as well participating this time around.
For sure here. It's going to be a question of experience versus the old hands. You know, as I said, with Animal Farm, they've got the experience. They've got that main stage appearances as well going for them. No stranger to any of the situations going against them. Mind the Gap, say, made up of a team combining the Hive and Mind the Gap from our previous event. Both teams crashing out in the quarterfinals. And this would be probably their biggest test for now, right? So they honestly need a good statement game. But as Des highlighted, you know, this Animal Farm, arguably, this is one of the tournament favorites.
It is, but the desk was also saying how good the comp that MTG have drafted actually is. Like, we see a clear identity in what those players want to play. They have a clear front to back. They have reliable damage with that gadget together with that strong front line that the Richter and the Severok provide. So I think it's everything in their tool sets. Now it's just about the players to also perform, as we hover over the mid lane with Brandon Knight against Pinzo. And Pinzo, you definitely do know from his streams, one of the faces of the Predecessor scene, but this time around in the comp scene, he still has a bit to prove.
Oh, for sure here. As you said, Tang, one of the main faces of the game. Everyone knows who Prinzo is. Everyone knows what a good player he is as well. But in the comp scene here, you know, still chasing that success. And I think that is probably the prevailing story throughout this Mind the Gap team. The Des mentioned about their Paragon experiences. Well, you know, Dr. Flick, Nuzlocke, Pinzo, and also Margot Robbie and Tanjiro, who have been grinding out some of our smaller tournaments here in the Predecessor scene and now up on the biggest stage of all as well. So a lot to look forward to and a lot to really give them their first true test of the Swiss stage. Still best of one, still plenty of Predecessors to go here. But we can definitely learn a lot about what this team wants to play with. I like, as you said, you highlighted the draft identity and the strengths that this comp is able to bring against this Animal Farm squad. And they're going to need everything going their way to really stand a chance here. They are the underdogs.
They are the underdogs, but they are already going in with a 1-0 record concerning like their entire tournament day. They did win the first set, so did Animal Farm. That's the beauty about the Swiss stage. We see two of the top teams facing off, but as you said, Animal Farm does have a small advantage. Dr. Flick in that offlane is going aggressive.
Riplash does hit in towards the minion wave. That's a lot of damage on towards Bondred. The minions helping out. Dr. Flick with a flick of the wrist. That's a blink. That's a first blood in the right-hand side, taking down Bondred, even with the import gank.
Yeah, imports gank, but Bondred losing those trades in that 1v1 suddenly does give over a kill to the Richter. That was just with the big sort of base stats that the Richter has, was just able to out-trade Bondred. An uncharacteristic mistake from Bond, but exactly what Mind the Gap was needing in this game. Already a lead over towards the right-hand side. We see the Severok unimposed in his own jungle, able to catch up with sort of the clear speed that the Saras has in the base kit, and able to sort of get an early lead for themselves.
Especially with imports essentially wasting time on that right-hand side, allowing that Sevarog to get the stack, start to find that impact here. Fantastic start for Mind the Gap, definitely going to be happy about it. But as you said, uncharacteristic from Bondred. We know of his prowess in that solo lane. Let's switch it over though to this left-hand side, North and Neff versus Margot Robbie and Tanjiro as well. They have got Nuxlet going for the first gank through the river as well, but they're taking a lot of poke damage from this duo lane. It will be a 2 versus 3. Containment defense does hit onto Neff. That's a lot of damage on towards North, trying to split the para aside as Nuxlet moving towards the jungle, trying to isolate North, and North might just get picked off here on the Muriel. Mind the Gap certainly are creating quite a gap here. 2 kills on the board, and Nuxlet adds to the kill feed.
And it's just looking a bit dry at the moment. Animal Farm look a bit lost on the map. It's just the easiest gank of Nuxlet's life. Muriel not even trying to blink a nose. All hope is lost, and that's not something that you're hoping for as a fan of Animal Farm, with 2 of the most winning players on your team on the duo lane, Neff and North, losing in that 2 versus 2 with the help of Sevarog as well, of course, but not respecting it. Nuxlet in the mid lane, 3 versus 2.
Subjugate does land, but Nuxlet is in a bad position, having to use that Phantom Glad to get away. Import falls with the blink, the shield boot to get that stun from the Paragate stun, but Nuxlet has a blink of his own, able to get away, and this Sevarog lives to fight another day. But dual lanes have rotated, Margot Robbie and Tanjiro arriving on the scene, and that will be the cue to disengage here. But Animal Farm coming off worse for wear in that trade, I think.
Yeah, and I think we definitely know what region we are playing, because we do see the Nayram at 5 minutes in both teams. The dual lanes rotating over to the mid lane, trying to contest the mid push, trying to get a sneaky sort of pick as well. Force the blink out of the Sevarog. That is not going to be in sort of the toolbox of the Sevarog any longer. But honestly, nothing really happening. The waves were pretty even. Nobody lost a huge chunk of CS and XP there. So all in all, we see the mid laners, Gadget and Iggy, not really the highest sort of kill threat.
No, it's only really the blinks down on the junglers. This probably is going to be stinging imports a lot more. Takes a little bit of the lethality of the Zarish jungle out without having that blink barricade stun available to them. We'll have to wait until that level 6 mark. And speaking of ultimates starting to arrive, Dr. Flick ticking over to his ultimate. Mid laners both have availability of their ultimates as well here, and still 2-0 on the score as well. But junglers already getting very involved early on as well, fight after fight. Certainly we are still here in NA.
Yeah, we definitely are, but usually in NA we see early objective takes. So far has not happened on that Fangtooth quite yet, even though we do have Brandon Knight, Champion Knight, as some people call him, in the mid lane on that Iggy. A lot of objective damage. Now the river is spawning. Import is not going to be able to catch that. Margot Robbie is going to secure that one with a good knock-knock choke. But yeah, as I was saying, Import transitioning over to the right-hand side. Sevarog is still in the blue side, so this could open up the Fangtooth for MTG if they want to.
And it looks like that is going to be the call as Pinzo already makes the move over. Nuxlet starting up that Fangtooth pit. And as you highlighted, Import's not in the same postcode right now, so this should be a free secure going the way of Dawnside. Mind the Gap, pulling ahead on the kills and now pulling ahead on the neutrals. No response on the left-hand side for Animal Farm, but it looks like we're going to get a classic handshake as they have started up the mini prime over on the right-hand side. Most likely going to be giving that over to Import or Bondru, but looking at the movements of Mind the Gap here, they're looking to try and contest, but it seems that Animal Farm are a little bit too quick and they're able to get away safely.
Yeah, it looked like the pathing of the Iggy could have been a bit sketchy, but smart enough to not get caught there by that Sevarog Richter combo. One of those sort of combos that you don't really want to play into, because that long range route that the Sevarog has in his kit with that Subjugate, able to set up the hook from the Richter really easily. That's why usually you want to have some sort of long range lockdown with the Decker, with that Sevarog, and if possible in the mid lane as well this time around with the Gadget. Not gonna happen, but with the Sevarog and the Decker should be enough to give Dr. Flick some opportunities to get some really easy hooks in this game.
It's just a setup and really has shown very much a staple here in the Predecessor comp scene, that teamwork really does make the dream work, providing any setup for a really easy to hit. Well, it should be easy to hit, mind you. I have seen players actually miss onto stun targets, but less said about that, the better here. We're talking about PCC, not my rank games, at least in this point here, but approaching that 9-minute mark, both neutrals down, players coming off of their resets as well, so not expecting to see any much more action outside of the lanes. It's really back up to the junglers. Import versus Nuglet here to try and open up this map, but there's not really much to play for.
Yeah, it is Imports that does have the Colosseum, but all blinks are up. He can't really fish easily for any of those opportunities. Nuxlet might get invaded upon on the 3 camp, but a big Sevrog now with the Wolf Shoulders as well is gonna mean that Import backs off. Looks towards mid lane, but honestly, Pinzo just too smart, backs off, knows exactly where the enemy jungler could be, does not risk anything, and is gonna get to safety that way. So Import using a lot of time on the left-hand side, not able to do anything, but something that we were not able to mention as a good hook connect with that ultimate as well. But Bondrewd does have the mini prime. There should be no kill threat for Dr. Flick there, but at least able to get away from Bondrewd. But that is the blink forced with a good Muriel ultimate from the Muriel.
North really trying to reverse the fortunes of the solo lane, but Nugget here, colossal blow into subjugate. There's a combination. Dr. Flick goes low. Bondrewd able to turn and return to kill onto the solo laner. Brandonite's Import on the way. Nugget pops that Razor back, but he'll have to use his own blink to get away. Not got the CC to lock down just yet, but Animal Farm able to get on the board 1-for-1 on that right-hand side.
Yeah, 1-for-1, but what was used on the map, we do see 2 blinks being invested from Mind the Gap, but we also see no reversal of fortune. We see Neft suffering on the left-hand side as well, getting pushed in by that Wraith Dagger combination that actually does have a lot of kill threats, so Neft needs to play careful, but we know that the French ADC definitely can do that. Is still full HP, did have to drop a few minions though in return. North making his way back over towards the left-hand side should alleviate that a tiny bit, but well, going back to the fight on the right-hand side, we did see Bondrewd was able to pick up that mini prime as Mind the Gap was doing the Fangtooth, so that was one of the main reasons why he was able to live through all of that burst, even with the Muriel using that reversal of fortune. Could have fallen there if he didn't have that those important armor buffs.
With a blink advantage as well in the pocket of Animal Farm, of course, Nuglet having that blink burned and his life taken as well. Import does have the blink back, so this Zarya is going to be a little bit more impactful on the map, especially anticipating that blink into the Colosseum, providing that lockdown here, which Animal Farm, as Ades highlighted, really do not have that much of. There's not a lot of CC, most of it coming from Import and Bondrewd on the Terra and Zarus respectively. Neutral objectives are still about a minute and a half away. You can see that both junglers clearing this left-hand side, potentially setting up for a future play here, but at the moment all of these lanes seem to still be stuck in a bit of equilibrium, but Bondrewd might have that broken as Dr. Flick is just too much to handle in his right hand side, puts him on the board. Dr. Flick gets a solo kill.
Yeah, that's just even worse when you consider the time that Import invested over towards that side, giving up that sort of early Sarah's pressure in order to help Bondrewd, still gets killed by Flick in that first blood play, and then also investing the mini prime onto your offlane with the hope that Bondrewd can do something with it. Instead, does not really get the turret, does trade 1-for-1 in that longer engage, but has to use that Muriel reversal of fortune in the previous fight. And now we see the Fangtooth just being started off of sort of a really slow tempo out of Animal Farm now with that death over towards the right hand side. Terra needs to catch the wave, and that gives Dr. Flick an easy opportunity to help out his team with getting that second Fangtooth off the game.
And to add insult to injury as well with Animal Farm, they're not able to directly trade out the mini prime just yet. It hasn't spawned in time, and even then Import is a little bit delayed because of that play on the right hand side. Mind the Gap certainly surprising me here, but this is just some pretty solid, good fundamental Predecessor going on here. Very much clean plays, nothing too fancy, but Dr. Flick is certainly getting the better of Bondrewd in the right hand side. Could be causing problems though for Animal Farm as this game starts to transition into that mid to late game.
And I really like the building path that Flick has decided on as well. It does go the Fist of Jasul, gives him less armor but more HP in the early game, and also the healing is insane. Right lane though, Import is there.
It's another 2v2. The right-hand side is going to be where both teams are going to focus.
No.
Subjugate is going to land. Colossal Blow flows. Import back into the wall. We'll have to use that blink to get away, but it nugs it. Is on the hunt, trying to follow him as Subjugate. A Soul Siphon will be enough to kill, but cannot find the mark. But actually the kill was over on the left-hand side as Neff, the French ADC, is down for the count as Mind the Gap take a 5th kill, and the Mini Prime seems to be theirs for the taking.
Yeah, and it looks really cussed at the moment. Dual lane is losing, off lane is losing, mid lane is sort of an AFK fest. Iggy and Gadget just shoving waves between them, but nothing really happening. And now Dr. Flick on that off lane, also getting that mini prime buff, and he's saying to Bondred, like, you couldn't do anything with that buff. Let me show you how it's done. But before that, before we get ahead of ourselves, with the low mana bar, with the low HP bar, it's probably a good idea for the Richter to get a reset in first. No objectives on the map, but definitely 5-1. The map is favoring Mind the Gap.
I wanted a statement game from Mind the Gap. I wanted them I said to everyone here in the stream, they were a team to prove with their previous tournament finishes that they had to have a good showing here, and this is exactly what Mind the Gap needed to do. Animal Farm just not able to find that mark, still looking a little bit lost here, but they have grouped up together on the left hand side, looking to try and catch out Tanjiro, but the deck are a little bit too elusive. A simple double jump and that play is going to immediately collapse here. Animal Farm feels like they're starting to flail around here, trying to get anything sticking, but Mind the Gap, well, they're just 2 steps ahead of you.
Yeah, and I think it's the same thing that happened pretty much 5 minutes ago, where again, Fangtooth is not up, and suddenly I see Import in that red side sort of river trying to fish for a kill, but there's just no reason for Mind the Gap to step up there, and we can see it again, just a bit more time wasted. Now on the left hand side, 3 members sieging down. That's tier 1. Neft gets hurt next. Neft gets deleted. Good rewind coming in from the Wraith, I believe, and Neft falling there means that the tier 1 on the left hand side should also fall with that wave crashing.
And that's why Import's over on this right-hand side needs to find some response here as the route is going to land from the Highland Hurl. To Flick will blink away, but can't find the 180 Riplash on towards Import, and that tier 1 tower on the left-hand side does eventually drop. But Mind the Gap standing tall on this right-hand side. Dr. Flick still alive, still has the mini all prime buff in play as well, and Mind the Gap seemingly have the freedom to do as they please right now on the Sanctuary map.
Flick is so greedy. That's the Colosseum with that reversal of fortune, knocking up Flick. He's caught in the Colosseum, collected by North. Probably not the person you want to have it, but honestly, at this stage in the game, you take whatever you get, because Mind the Gap, finally, they're showing a bit of weakness, but is it enough? Animal Farm definitely behind.
Certainly are, but with that play, as you say, when you're the team behind, any trade, any pick, any kill going in your favor starts the journey of trying to mount a comeback here. But Mind the Gap certainly still in control of the game. But once again, Animal Farm seems to be playing around a win condition of their own, using that reversal of fortune that has resulted in 2 kills. And it does seem to me that Animal Farm playbook is starting to reveal itself to try and get a Bondrewd through this laning phase. But Nugslit and the rest of Mind the Gap are causing problems elsewhere. That Colossal Blow did hit on towards Brandon Knight, will force his blink, and Iggy Scorch is very vulnerable to a gank. Import goes for the play, but the speed trap catches him instantly. Double subjugate lands as well. Tessadome on the top here, but Animal Farm are too quick. They disengage just before Dr. Flick could provide the killing blow with his ultimate. The grouping up here from Mind the Gap and a Fangtooth spawning. This will be the 3rd one on the board, and Animal Farm can't let this one go for free.
Yeah, they're instantly starting it up. A bit of a misplay. The Pincer dropped the Tesla Dome there. Could have been a really good zoning tool for this Fangtooth, but Imports, Bondrewd, everybody knows they can't contest it anyway. So even with a few Imports and Ultimates blown, they get the Fangtooth. That is exactly what they were looking for. So even with Nugslit not getting the pick onto Brandon Knight, only fishing for his blink that get sort of the fast road to the objective, and with the damage that comes out from Mind the Gap, they're able to pick this up instantly. And with this, DJ, we come to a point in time where suddenly we have 3 Fangtooths collected for Mind the Gap, slowly but surely have been building their lead pick after pick. They're getting stronger and stronger, and this team definitely does not disappoint.
No, absolutely not. They have came out swinging and putting up this performance early on in the tournament as well. It's going to feel absolutely fantastic to this team and also to their fans watching as well. Mind the Gap certainly going to be making a name for themselves. A free Fangtooth Monty, 8% bonuses to their offensive and defensive stats as well, to give Animal Farm even more difficulty to go against them. And in Mind the Gap, they're playing with that freedom, they're playing with that confidence, already setting up around this Prime pit as well. The Mini Prime is available at the moment. Subjugate is going to land. Imports able to get away. Good evade to avoid that colossal blow here. There's going to be a slight reprieve here because in the mid lane, Reversal of Fortune comes down. Does Flick locks down Brandon Knight. The blink comes out. There's the Tesla Dome on the top, and Brandon Knight is cooked in the mid lane. But that's not going to be enough, as that's going to be the stasis bomb landing on towards Import, trying to get away. A blink from Margot Robbie to give a huge setback on towards Import. Back into the mixer, back towards his spawn. Mind the Gap finding 2 kills in the right hand side, and this all Prime is going to be spawning in a matter of moments.
Yeah, and with those picks, this Prime should be sort of an easy take for Mind the Gap. At least it is, unless Bondroid can do something. Is still in the vicinity, but needs to watch out. Even with the Terra ultimate, is always a viable catch. Not able to build as much armor as he would like. It's gonna fish around the edges, but no smite available for Animal Farm, so they can just threaten. Bondroid goes in.
Bondroid's trying to get damage onto the backline. All Prime's going to juke him away, but Mind the Gap still secure it. Now Bondroid's stuck in the rest of the team. Forces a blink out of Pinzo. Going to be pulled back in though by Dr. Flick, and Bondroid eventually falls down. Tries to play distraction. Tries to play the health bar kills, but it's just going to be him back to spawn, and Mind the Gap run away. All Prime buff around their shoulders on all 5 members.
And what a game this is, especially the dual lane of Mind the Gap. Dr. Flick, we've seen him a lot in the off lane. We had the pleasure of seeing him outplay 1 versus 2, but also on the other side of the map, Tanjiro and Margot Robbie, that was nice enough to put her acting career on hold for this PCC. Just able to beat out North and Neft in those 2v2 fights, able to output so much damage in those objective fights, and also using that rewind aggressively. We did see it right there, Margot Robbie blinking in aggressively to get the rewind onto Import to get the secured Prime as soon as it spawns.
It's just some fantastic play there. What we expect from the Wraith, which doesn't have the mobility, you do see that setback used defensively just to try and get away from ganks, trying to get away from the opposition. But when you are ahead, when you are playing with this confidence, go for the blink, go for the setback play, and Mind the Gap are reaping the rewards. Bondroid pulled in, but Dr. Flick can't land the combo just yet, and there was a collapse on his right hand side. Bondroid will keep his life, but with the All Prime buffed up minions as well, these towers are going to start falling, and Mind the Gap just growing this lead, taking all of the standing goals still available on the Sanctuary map.
Yeah, that's so much gold in their pockets. 1 siege is enough with that Prime and those 2, the mid laner and that carry, to clear out those waves, clear out those turrets. Mid lane tier 2 might be the next target. They can't do it in 1 push, but with their team fighting prowess, you gotta think that 1 pull should be enough for Dr. Flick to secure any carries. And as we said, they have some options to set that up with a long range stun from Tanjiro, with a long range root as well from Naxxlit. And we see Animal Farm, they have to respect it, they have to give up the tier 2, and the gold lead is just ballooning.
It's just growing and growing. That ball starting to roll down the hill and starting to snowball into a commanding lead for Mind the Gap. But with your Prime taking it 20 minutes, as you say, that this is not a death push for them. They cannot quite take the game just yet. So Animal Farm still in this one, still have options available, but you have to think that that gap certainly needs to be minded right now, because that has been growing. That gap is now a chasm starting to form. Bondroid hooked in by another Riplash from Dr. Flick. This Richter is just hitting everything.
Yeah, lucky Bond that he is the Terror, can pop that Unstoppable to get out of sort of the threat, out of the danger zone. Still almost was caught there by the Decker. That obviously can't be cleansed. That cage is an unpassable through, even if you're unstoppable. So question if the unstoppable force or the immovable object is stronger. In this case, it's definitely Decker's wall. Now, we see a lot of vision being invested around that Fangtooth. All 5 members of both teams, everybody knows what the play is, but the question is, will Imports not be caught here?
Well, Import is currently being chased down. Nugslit's going through, but Colossal Blow misses the mark once again. And Import might be able to keep himself alive, but a root and a subject lands, and North gets popped. Colosseum committed by Import, but he is going back to his base as the collapse from Mind the Gap is too much, too hot to handle. No jungler, all 5 members still alive. This Primal Fangtooth should be an easy take. Animal Farm still sticking around. Bondred might be in trouble as Dr. Flick pulls him back in. Get over here, says the offlaner, and Bondred pays the price. 3 members down. Primal Fangtooth is a worthy reward for your team on Dawn's side.
Mind the Gap rebranding to the Slaughterhouse after this game. Animal Farm not having a good time whatsoever in this game. Now the Primal Fang is gonna be the next Prime, giving them that temporary buff with that bonus true damage on each damage instance given over to the side of Animal Farm. And we see those items as well. Neff not even 4 items deep. Meanwhile, Nuxlet on that Sevrog already 4.5 items. So the sort of gap in the purchasing price between those teams, Market Robbie as well, 2.5k in his pockets, hasn't reset yet. So after those item buys come through, we see about an item lead coming in for Mind the Gap, and also that is additional to the permanent buffs they got from the 3rd Fangtooth. That is additional to the temporary buff that they got from the Primal Fangtooth. So that is gonna be an uphill battle for Animal Farm, but DJ, if there's one team that I think could do it, it's definitely this one.
Well, I would be inclined to agree with you, Tang, but as you said, you just highlighted this massive lead that Mind the Gap have managed to amass for themselves here. And, you know, hey, EU fanboy here is going to say that, yeah, of course Animal Farm have got this, but even I'm like, maybe you might want to sit this one out, guys, here. 25 minutes in, it's 12 kills to 2, and Animal Farm, everything they've tried, Mind the Gap have just had the answer and also the solution as well. They're winning out on trades, winning out on objectives, most importantly as well. I gotta say, Tang, you know, with Animal Farm, if they can get back into this one, what options do they have? Because I'm seeing very little here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not looking rosy, but as you can see right now, at least they're stalling. It's actually Mind the Gap not able to push with that temporary Fangtooth buff, so that one should expire soon, and it's not going to be able to be leveraged instantly into that Prime. So Nuxlet might be looking for something, but if he doesn't get a fight soon, then that temporary buff is at least going to be out of the question. North on the left-hand side is going to shove in those wave as the mural. There's always an easy way to rejoin those fights if he needed to, but now Prime has spawned. They're trying to start it up there, but it might just be a trap. Bondrood in the front line.
100 has to be the one to lead the charge here. Import can't afford to be caught out, but the river is just such a no-go zone as Pinzo just isolating areas of this river out with the Seek and Destroy, with that sticky mine. And Bondrood, you know, you can just see him, he's unable to really pass that shadow wall, but the Orb Prime is still being started by Nuxa and Margot Robbie. They've kept the aggro here, and just simply this Gadget and the Richter is too much for Animal Farm to really push through, but they've pulled back towards the pit, and this gives an opportunity for Animal Farm to move forward. But at Orb Prime, it was a slow start. Bondred going forward. Bondred goes onto the backline, on towards Pinzo, combining with the reversal. That's 3 members knocked up, but they're just not dropping quick enough, and that's going to be a kill. Margot Robbie taking down the Terror, and Mind the Gap want to make them pay. Nugsit charging forward. Colosseum from Import will keep Neft alive, but it is at the cost of their own jungle. Dr. Flick is low, but he's still on the map. He's still alive here. Brandon Knight throwing out damage with the Molotovs. North trying to poke out. They're doing enough to stall out the Orb Prime. And for Animal Farm, health bar so low from Mind the Gap, they've done enough to keep this game alive.
Yeah, it's almost a win in a sense, because they at least made sure that that Primal Fang is off the board now for sure. That one is not going to impact the next fight. And they also stopped Mind the Gap from getting that big objective, that orb prime that would allow them to start pushing in those waves into those inhibs. Dr. Flick though instantly wanting to start it up, still 5 seconds for the Ceres to respawn, and with the damage from Nuxlet and co, this might just not be enough time for Animal Farm to be able to contest this.
No, Imports only just made it past the jump pads here. 3 members of Animal Farm trying to play Distraction, trying to play Displace with that All Prime ticking down. Bondru jumps into the pit, but boops away immediately by the All Prime back over the wall. Now the team fight, now the collapse. Animal Farm trying to run, but it's trying to fight. They see an opportunity as Bondru and Import going to go through, but a Tesla Dome splits the fight perfectly, and this Terror is down for the count once more. Nugslit charges forward, Subjugate lands on towards Neff. Take down the Twin Blast, take down another avenue for Animal Farm to get back into this one. They will lose Tanjiro, but it will be at the cost of Neff, and Dr. Flick has found another Riplash, and it's enough to stop the Blast Flower. Import has got no way out of this one, and Mind the Gap make them pay once again. Nugslit blinks forward onto Brandon Knight, who really can see the writing on the wall for this one. Shunked out, and Nugslit collects. Add him to the stacks, add him to the pole drums. Animal Farm have lost 4 members for Mind the Gap's 2, and with the All Prime buff in hands, what can Mind the Gap do with it?
10 more seconds for the Terror to respawn. They have the Prime buff up on Mind the Gap, able to regain that HP, but more importantly, able to buff up those minions. Mid inhib is falling. Left one is going to be the target, so they're not looking for the core. They're not looking to overstay, not looking to get the core. Instead, they're going to reset, not even getting that second inhib. They don't think they have enough time. Instead, we're going to see those resets coming in. Fangtooth has spawned in the meanwhile, so maybe one big buff is not enough for them. They want to get the Fangtooth, but on the flip side, it gives Animal Farm an option to again try to stall out the game, try to win that team fight around that next big objective.
They have made it past the 30-minute mark. Primal Fangtooth, with a successful kill here, will not be at its strongest points with that Primordial Blaze damage over time on your damaging abilities, but it's still going to be mighty strong here. And Animal Farm, when you look at this roster, Import has stolen many an objective. Doesn't matter about ping, doesn't matter about delay. Import's in the pit. Can never truly count him out here, but Mind the Gap have made a seemingly unsurmountable wall. Import Colosseum on 2 members. Colossal Blow immediately caught out Import trying to start the fight north, knocking up 3 members, but Import is made of paper, and Mind the Gap have brought a shredder to the party. North is down. Bondru will fall once again. Primal Fangtooth is available for them, but it's only Brandon Knight to try and stop it here. Mind the Gap gonna look to completely ignore the objective, and they might just close out this game themselves.
Yeah, with that Prime still up, they have a bit of a window to shove it down mid lane. Brandon Knight also getting caught. Margaret Robbie collecting the last pick to complete the RGS Ace, and they have the waves, they have the time. And TJ, we're gonna have our first big upset of the PCC9 this game.
But it goes to show here, on paper, Animal Farm's roster was stronger, but on the battleground, when it really matters, one core is standing, one core is down. Mind the Gap take the game 2 in their Swiss stage. Animal Farm fall to a 1-1 record. Wow.
Yeah, and just looking at the score as well, it doesn't even look close, right? 23-4. This was a done deal. Animal Farm just flailing around. Bondru in the off lane, just getting abused by Dr. Flick in the 1v1, in the 2v2, in the team fight. Just always there with those important riplashes, finding those hooks, finding the impact that allows them to get those Fangtooth stacking up quick and early, and then also win those team fights with those bonus stats that they've gained.
And I think what I want to say about Mind the Gap's performance here is that it was a complete victory, right? You know, they won all of their lanes convincingly. They had control over the objectives. It took time for those structures to start falling here, but as soon as the All Prime started being taken, there was just seemingly nothing that Animal Farm could do here. Pinzo and Nugslit both going deathless in this game also speaks volumes. Some great performances from both of them. Mind the Gap, they're looking pretty scary, I must say.
And I think as the Swiss stage progresses, right? Like now we have Animal Farm going 1-1. We have Mind the Gap going 2-0. Now we see Mind the Gap keep on getting tested, right? That's the beauty of this of this system, right? Like, is it a fluke? Is it gonna be repeatable? But honestly, looking at the gameplay, I think it very well may be 2-0. They make it up to the top of the Swiss standings so far. And Animal Farm, they're gonna have to come back stronger, because with a performance like this, they're not gonna go far in the PCC.
So it's some painful watching there, I think I can say, from myself and Tang. But that's going to do it for game number 2. Well played to Mind the Gap to win this round. We're going back to the desk for the post-game breakdown.
Welcome back to the desk. Thank you so much, TJ and Tang. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's, and I'm back with Lance Cecil and Dr. Shadow here to break down game number 2 between Animal Farm and Mind the Gap. Mind the Gap. What were the crucial moments from game 2, and how did Mind the Gap come on top?
So I think that the crucial moment from game 2 happened before game 2 started, and I think that it was a very large draft difference, and I'm very surprised to see it coming out of those two teams, and I think it shows a lot of the strength of Mind the Gap. But basically they got one of the best or the second best hero in every single role in every single position, and they got some early advantages, they got some early positions that worked very well for them, and they snowballed.
Yeah, they snowballed, but yeah, I fully agree with Lance. The draft, I think, is when the game was over. We talked about control being a major issue for the side of Animal Farm, and it felt like, I mean, I understand what they wanted to do with the Animal Farm draft. They wanted to just be flexible. They wanted to move. They wanted to dive. They wanted to eliminate fast, but they didn't have control to, create a sense of control in an area to get something done. We saw a glimmer of hope at the very end at that Orb Prime fight where Bondrewd on the Terra charged into the backline, got on top of the Wraith, and we saw that reversal of fortune. That was the only time, at least I saw that happen, and I think that's what they needed to happen consistently throughout the game from the first Fang onward, well, really second Fang onward, when reversal of fortune was up, because that was like the only control that they had, that in Coliseum. So it was definitely over at the draft, but I mean, to Mind the Gap, I mean, that kudos on that Argus ban. I think that Argus ban second, we at first were like scratching our heads a little bit about it, but if you look at the supports that were run, Zinx was already banned. They first picked Decker. Like, Decker was the highest priority on the side of MTG, and all that really left was Argus and Muriel as kind of caster supports, right? And you get rid of Argus, they don't have a stun, they don't have control, they don't have slow, they don't have damage. They just have Muriel, which is shields and slows. So it was just definitely a draft issue before the game started.
Gotta hand it to Mind the Gap as well, especially for a team that hasn't played for very long, and as a team that comprises of players that aren't as well known as the Animal Farm's roster as a whole, apart from Pinzo. They played so cohesively and with so much chemistry. We talked earlier, as well as just now, about how much we enjoy the team comp from Mind the Gap. They piloted these heroes so effortlessly. How else did this go right for MTG, and how did it go wrong for Animal Farm?
So I think Nugslet early identified the right places to go and saw the advantages. Richter is the strongest offlaner in the game right now. We're going to see him, like I've said already, contested in every single draft that we show on the PCC, at least today and tomorrow until we have a new patch for main event. But Nugslet realizes in the middle lane, it's Gadget into a Iggy. They're just going to clear away from each other. Over in the dual lane, it's a Wraith who can pretty much insta-clear a wave at a certain point into a Twin Blast, who can also just insta-clear. The only spots where you can get any sort of ganks off is that off lane, and you know you've got the advantage with Dr. Flick into Bondrewd there on the Richter into the Terra, which I was surprised to see Bondrewd get the Terra when Import is on your team. But Dr. Flick and Nugslet work together really well. We talked about Grady going deathless in the first game for Professors. Well, Nugslet did that, and with a better stat line as well. 7-0 and 11 slurping them up on the side of Animal Farm, and it is undisputed at this point. Sorry to rub it into Tang and TJ's faces again, but NA over EU once again, #1 baby. Love it or leave it.
NA greater than EU in chats. Let's go. But no, Nugslet, yeah, I was going to shout him out too, because he not only was he 7-0-11, but he also had 9.8 CS per minute in terms of farm. So from a jungler perspective, that's like exceptional. Like that is just really, really great. To put that into perspective, Neft on the ADC, he had 10.1 CS per minute, which is about where he should be, about between the 9 and 10 mark. So Nugslet was not only a menace in that off lane, in that mid lane, across the map at the objectives, but he was also farming every single creep, it felt like, on the entire map and getting stacks to become that unstoppable force into the late game that we know Sevrogs are. So, I mean, if I had to give an MVP in that game, got to give it to Nugslet, but also Margot Robbie. He surprised me on the Wraith. I didn't know he could play Wraith like that, but he was frying some homies from a distance. I mean, he was doing Wraith things, and that's what you want when you have a Wraith player, someone who can just pop shots, hit 2-3 shot a Muriel out of the game, and make the fight or engagement that much easier. And he was doing it.
They did a really good job. Congratulations to Mind the Gap. They end off round 2, 2-0. Unfortunately, it is time for us to say goodbye to the current desk, Lance and Dr. Shadow, as well as myself. This is R-Dog with the Triple G's. Thank you so much for having me, Lance and Dr. Shadow. It was a pleasure to do desk with you this morning.
It was so great to have you. I'm going to take this opportunity to say it. Because of the performance we just saw, go subscribe to Pinzo on Twitch.
Yeah, use your Prime subscriptions for Pinzo. Just go flood him with Prime subs. But I'll see you guys later. I'm not done for the day. I'm just done on the desk for now. So I'll be back. Yeah, Lance isn't done either. He'll be back in some capacity. So, but R-Dog, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, I'll be back tomorrow. Man of Class will continue the hosting for games 3, 4, and 5. Please stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This is PCC9, day 1 of the Swiss. Reminder, yet again, ! bracket will help you stay updated with the current standings. We'll be back with game 3 after a break.
Welcome back, everybody. It is PCC weekend, and we love to watch it. It's the Swiss. I'm in a class, and the desk right now comprises of me, Easy Ed, and Bengal Mac. How you doing, guys?
I'm doing lovely. So far, first two great games that we got to watch, and I'm excited for the next one.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. These games have been great so far. I'm really excited for this next match. There's a lot of last minute drama that took place, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, speaking of the last match, I mean, you're talking about drama. We've got the Toy Boys and New World facing off against each other, and particularly the Toy Boys is kind of the ones I want to start with. And Ed, you're saying there's a lot of drama going on, but this team is, I mean, you can call it there's drama, but this team kind of popped out of nowhere in a lot of ways.
Right. So really last minute, there was a complete roster breakdown of Radis Maximus, and a lot of people got moved around last minute. They kind of made their own teams, and a lot of chaos ensued, and they just banded together last minute, and here they are playing today. So this is gonna be cool. I'm excited to see the little rivalries taking place between some of these players and see how it all takes hold.
Yeah, is there anything you're particularly looking out for, like for a particular player on Toy Boys, Bengal?
On Toy Boys, I mean, I play with Crutch a lot. He could be a very good jungler. He's a very good player. I love Geek Bar in the mid lane. I think he's a very underrated mid laner. So I think Crutch loves to work with his mid laners and play through his mid lane. So if Toy Boys is gonna win it, it's gonna be the combination of those two.
Awesome. Mid lane, that rotation, that can be a rough one to get right. But once you do, always looks beautiful. And on the other side, we've got New World playing against them. They're not as pop-up as a team. They were a little bit longer. But Mac, what do you say? What's New World's general thing to pivot around?
Warps. Warps is a fantastic ADC. France is also a very good mid laner as well. He likes to. I know he likes to kind of. I've gone against his Grim and his Wraith mid lane. So if he's able to kind of get those comfort picks, he can kind of start to run wild. And that team, they have the chemistry, and that's the thing that is going to put them over the top potentially against this team, is that coordination, that time play together.
Awesome. Well, Ed, as we get into the draft, obviously we are looking at two teams that have something to play around. They've already played 2 rounds, so we're getting into round 3. You know, the first game jitters are definitely gone, even the second game jitters remaining. So we're gonna see how they settle into this competition now, in particular. We've seen a fair few bans and picks come through that sometimes were a bit questionable in the previous 2 games. What are you looking for from New World and Toy Boys?
I mean, the big thing is just going to be how the teams play together. You know, like in the last game, we saw a lot of players on one team, the losing side, they just kind of picked their comfort picks and they didn't play as a team. So big part is just how they can mesh together and make plays off of each other. They can't be playing their own game, and there's really good players on both sides. So it's pretty much who can set up the next player to get to do what they need to do and then play through objectives too. I know Cranky is one heck of a good player, and he's definitely probably going to be the shot caller over there. They've got Coach Prov teaching that team what to do, and Prov's been an OG Paragon player since pretty much day one. So I'm interested to see what that looks like today on screen.
Yeah, and when we get the first 2 bans out of the way, the Zinx and the Steel, we've seen Steel wreak havoc already. The second ban of the day in our on-stream games for the Steel coming through, and we did talk about it off-stream a little bit. We are in a tank meta, so you know, controlling the tank picks seems to be a very running theme here.
Yeah, these bans are right along what we're kind of seeing in the ranked. Kind of seeing the Steel ban along with that Zinx, that Phoenix ability to essentially bring them back to life. But we're seeing here, it looks like first pick Richter. I mean, Lance was saying it last game. He's one of the best offlaner, if not the best offlaner on the game. You could flex him into the jungle. You could put him all the way in dual lane. I mean, shoot, I'm sure someone out there could probably play him in mid lane. He's so dang versatile. If you can land that skill shot, I mean, it's game over.
Good to see the
Yeah, I see a
Sevarog
lot
come
of
good well.
Yeah, there's a lot of meat on the board already between Richter and Sevarog. I mean, these heroes are really fun to play. They do a lot of damage outside of their durability too. Both of these heroes are playmaking heroes where, you know, all they have to do is really lock down one guy and let their ADC just finish them off, do the rest, and get them large. So I'd like to see a little bit more meat on the board here. You know, get a big charcuterie board going and just cheese it up. You know.
Yeah, well, for one of them, there's a little more meat. The other one's got some more control going. But yeah, the picks are coming through quite quickly now. Just making sure they've already got their microwave going on the side of New World.
Yeah, that's something that we've been seeing in the last couple of games is that Zarus gadget combination, which it can be very, very deadly if you get caught in that microwave. I mean, we saw in game 1 how oppressive it was. In game 2, I mean, Gadget was on the other side of things, but we still saw, I mean, it didn't go in the way of Zarus' favor, but we still saw that amount of damage if you can control it and lock those people down in that area, that Gadget ult, and that AoE goes crazy.
Yeah, and so far, obviously we've seen only 2 games so far. It's not been like we've had a plethora to go through, so the sample size is still quite small. But a lot of the time when we do actually get those team fights, they happen around the objectives, right? Like you get in these fairly confined spaces, and that is where that gadget, like the Tesla Dome, but also the arena, like the Colosseum from Zarus, really shines. So how are we gonna combat that on the side of Toy Boys? They do think Aurora is an option here, so I'm very curious to see what you think about that, Ed.
Right, so that's objective control there. You know, Aurora's got incredible jungle clear. I'm fully assuming that we'll see the Aurora in the jungle here with Crutch, being able to move around, the versatility of her, the escape, and just the setting up playmaking. I mean, if the setting's right, whatnot, they can cage off the Raptor pit. Sevarog can come do what he needs to do and just clean house. And I mean, it's objective plays here. And as we've seen through the other games, I mean, objectives win these tournaments on comp day. So I'm really excited on this. Is a lot of damage and stuff too. I mean, these are really beefy teams so far, but just the damage output that they're going to have is crazy with the Narbash ban and the Iggy ban. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it's a lot of beef and a lot of CC.
Because I think it's also the first Aurora pickup that we've seen this tournament so far, at least on stream. So that's always fun to see. The Twin Blast, so the first ADC getting picked up here for Toy Boys. Nothing really complicated to say about the Twin Blast. It does its job, right?
Yeah, Twin Blast does an absolute fantastic job of being able to be versatile. I mean, you can build him so many different ways and there's so many different comps. He has the self-peel with being able to have his dash. He can confirm kills from a distance with his ultimate, as well as his wave clear is practically unmatched. I mean, a lot of other champs have to build around the wave clear of Twin Blast and play around that pressure. So, I mean, just a versatile champ, safe champ, and that can play well into late game. But now we're seeing a fun pick here, and I'm excited about this. Revenant. I'm excited about this Revenant pick. Revenant is my favorite ADC. I love him. If you can hit your shots, you can kill some people. I want to see what your guys' thoughts on this Revenant pick.
Right, and if you can't hit your shots with Revenant, it's okay because most of his kit is a lock-on anyway, so it really doesn't matter, you know. And he's the absolute counter to Twin Blast. That's a great pick there. The only question mark is the Muriel with it, you know. When he's in his other dimension and stuff, obviously you can't use Muriel shields on him, so that's kind of a pro and con of him. The damage output is insane. I see a lot of Malady first item on there to just continue to build that stacking damage. I think this is, again, just a really high damage output team on New World side, and Toy Boys, they have the utility to kind of space things out and increase the duration of these team fights. And with a Revenant, I mean, a good Revenant can take the jungle out of an objective. So you know, they take that smite out of the play. That's going to really help the Zarus, who I'm assuming is going to be the jungle here. With the Gideon pickup, these are good team fight teams. So I think New World has a little bit more competitiveness to them. I think they have a little bit more skill through and through. So it's Toy Boy's game to really shine and whatnot. But we saw it in the last one too, where even though one team might be a heavy favorite, it does not matter because it just kind of goes on the team chemistry too, not just the player, not just the hero chemistry.
Yeah, New World, my biggest thing is their team has definitely got it. If I'm Crutch and if I have the Aurora in the jungle, I got to be looking at this duo lane. I mean, Muriel is great because she has those shields, but they could be easily ran down. They have no CC. They have nothing to stop you. All they have is a couple of slows and hope that you don't run them down. So if I'm Toy Boys, I'm looking at this duo lane and hoping that we can get the advantage off of that.
We were talking a little bit about the mid lane earlier, talking about like the timing of coming into the mid lane and being able to support that rotation a lot. Is that something that is particularly better for New World at this stage, or is that Toy Boys' game?
To play through the mid lane?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gadget doesn't have the clear that a Gideon would right away, so New World really needs to get that Gadget online as quick as possible, because looking at it, I mean, Toy Boys, they have 3 squishy heroes, the Decker, Twin Blast. I mean, with 1 Rev Q and a Gadget hat, 3 of those 5 heroes are disappearing almost immediately, or they're at least out of an objective or a team fight or something. So it's really on the Zarus here to get Gadget online as quick as possible and just play through that. That's honestly what I would do. Revenant is going to hold his own in that dual lane with a Muriel in his pocket. I would definitely play through the mid lane on this one.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we're going to see whether or not that strategy is going to work out, or they're even going to go for that strategy, of course, because, we can think all we want, but if the teams decide to do something else, then it's all out the window, isn't it? Both teams, they got some HP on the board, but in the end, it's not as tanky as we've seen it in some games. We're going for the burst damage on both sides. We're going for these CC plus also area of effect combos. And in the end, team play is really going to decide how this game is going to come out. So I'd say let's get into it. Let's see what these teams got. Sorry, that was my bad. So we're going to throw it over to our casters, which would be this time around Falcon. I'm completely blanking here. Woofy and Falcon. Yeah, it is Woofy and Falcon. I was mistaken. I see so many people in the voice chat. Guys, take it away. Good luck and enjoy New World and Toy Boys.
You might not remember our names, but I will remember yours. Man of Glass, Easy Ed, and Bengal Mac. Woofy TAT, the Danish Dynamite here together with Falcon. It's time to see the regular customers in the shop versus the new team on the block. But let's see who's still Jenny.
I don't know how to respond to that. Thank you very much, Whoopi. And it is going to be, I think, a classic American game. We're going to have a bloodbath. We're going to have a lot of kills. Objectives will be there. They may be taken. They may not be. I honestly have no idea what's about to happen, Whoopi, but I'm hoping it's entertaining.
Well, it's definitely going to be entertaining indeed with Toy Boys, as mentioned by the desk. They were made like pretty much at the last minute, and they're going up against not Animal Farm. Let's see if we can change that on the broadcast. It is up against, of course, New World, that consists of a bunch of players that have been around in the Predecessor scene here in PCC before. So let's see how they can turn up the heat.
Yeah, a lot of familiar names on both teams, that's for sure. But already at the level 1, we are seeing a 5-man grouping. And, I mean, New World, they're looking for to see if Toy Boys will invade, which is questionable because you have a Severog on your team, you have Atrium Blast, not exactly the strongest level 1 in the game, so Toy Boys are just going to play defensively, make sure that they have the wards set up around the mid lane, making sure that if there is going to be an invade from Haru on the Cyrus, they can see it in this early few levels. But now the minions are colliding, and we are seeing the mid lane at the moment, but that is probably not going to be where the action is taking place. Gadget and Gideon both want to power farm up to that level 6 moment. Gideon probably has the early game advantage with the extra wave clear and the safety with his Torn Space, but France has got those sticky mines, so he can get the poke out.
Yeah, and as I said, like, if there's any of these lanes that will be really interesting to see how will unfold, is that dual lane and also this off lane where we have Creed on the Aurora versus Cranky on his usual Richter. How do you feel about that matchup?
Well, I was expecting the Sevrog in this offlane. Aurora has been a jungler majority of the time, but has been known now and again to be in this offlane. Already has the level 2, got the push into the tower compared to Cranky. I don't know how this matchup happens. It's not something you see very often outside of this patch, so it is a pretty new, but I imagine both of these players have played it plenty of times, so they have much more knowledge than we do. But it is probably going to be just two tanks fighting against each other in this early game, and it's going to be depending on the junglers coming in. But Big Goose gets a nice stun, Warps returning the damage with the obliterate onto the Decker. But because Revenant took the damage from the minions, that means he goes down. So, going down. Creed's gone down, and First Blood has just been taken from Cranky.
Well, it seems that Creed met his own Creed as Cranky went right in there and took the battle to him. That's gonna be one kill in favor of New World. Beautifully executed right there to start off this battle between these two teams that are trying to see if they can get through the first day.
I mean, yeah, Victor, we've already seen in the previous game how strong he can get. Flip played it so well. Cranky, I mean, he's already got the lead, taking the Cyan buff as well on that side, is a level ahead of Creed. Plus, I don't think he got the pushback. It does look like Creed is going to get the freeze in his lane, so Cranky's going to have to deal with that. And also, whilst this is happening in the dual lane, still more fighting, but we can see that Crutch is coming around behind him, so they might be trying to look for another gank. Mid lane is also in the river.
Crutch is trying to take off this gold buff, and it is successful. Toy Boys manages to stop that engage from the side of New World. Over in the offlane, there's a bit of an engage from Haru and Cranky onto Creed. He has to keep his distance. There's literally no way you're going to battle these two guys under these circumstances. Haru throwing off a Spear of Near, and just making sure that Creed knows his presence.
I really like Haru ganking at this off lane here because he has no jungle to take on the map. The 5 camps only just respawn, 2 camp coming up. So he can come into the lane, assist Cranky, and make sure that Creed cannot freeze that lane, get it under tower, get it pushed back, so Cranky can be a lot safer in the lane coming through, because he still has his blink, yes, but it's still a Richter. It's going to be a bit hard to deal with a Aurora Sevrog if they go for the dive, but that's still going to take a little bit of time. Now we've got the second rotation from the junglers. The full clears have come through, and level 4 at the moment, so neither of them have their ultimates for a while. Fangtooth spawning in 10 seconds, which is not going to be on anyone's radar. And I just want to see where the next gank comes through, because it does look like there might be a mid lane river scuffle.
Crutch is making sure that the river buffs are taken care of. And Geekbar, in the meantime, is getting engaged on by Haru and Franz. He has to use the Torn Space to get out of the way. Crutch there to help him. Haru is still keeping pursuit and making sure that there is no further engagement. Oh, Big Oops is most likely becoming Big Oops, but he keeps his distance.
Very close from 2 members of Toy Boys, managed to keep alive thanks to the blink in the mid lane, and just a HP bar from Big O. Though the back might be trying to stop. It doesn't go through Province, misses the Serenity, but that does leave TJ on his own for a while. He is going to have to get help from Crutch. At the very least, this is going to be pushed under tower, and I mean, Warps is not level 4, he's only level 4, is not going to have that ultimate to go for the tower dive. Just going back to that mid lane, the reason why that happened is because Crutch went for the river buff on the right, whilst Haru decided to link up with his mid laner in the mid lane. Hang on, we've got another gank on the dual lane. Warps is left on his own, Sim.
Well, he's just gonna go down to the siphon of Crutch as he's hunting down the life of Warps. Kill on the board for the other side. It seems that New World and Toy Boys are both in a very comfortable position here in the early minutes.
Yeah, 1 kill apiece. Nothing really separating them at the moment, but because they got the kill onto Warps and they have seen Haru on the off lane, they can start at this factory. There's going to be no recompense from New World, and they haven't started mini-prime yet because it's not available. It's only 6 minutes 40 on the map. Mini-prime spawns at the 7 minutes, so that's going to be the first objective taken for the side of Toy Boys. It's just a good punish because New World did not have the dual lane reset at the same time, so Warps got picked up. And again, we can see Crutch going over to the dual lane.
There is so much pressure going on in this dual lane. TG White Wolf manages to get a hold onto Province 47 to open up the ball for their side, to have a little bit more space to work with. Warps has to keep his distance beneath his tier 1 tower. And that just opens up the field for Toy Boys to take this free gold buff.
Yeah, they just split the map. We can see Haru's taken the red buff of Toy Boys. The Crutch hasn't actually taken the red buff of New World, so they are going to gain that. Though we can see that Savrock is going back over it. Province is going to have to respawn, going to block him off, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any retaliation. But we can see Cranky, we can see Haru. There's going to be 4 members of New World in this mid lane. They can look for Geekbar, they can look for Crutch.
He is not getting out of here because the Colosseum has something to say about it, and with the Tesla Dome on top, which was pretty overkill, it still manages to get a kill for the side of New World. Haru is retreat, but Creed is having none of it, getting another kill for the side of Toy Boys. TG White Wolf and Big Ops over here in the dual lane. They had to handle the consequences of Warps getting yet another kill, this time on the Severon.
Yeah, Toy Boys are staying way too long in the jungle. Haru had already cleared the side of the red side of Toy Boys, so he was able to rotate over. And just the hesitation saying, should we take this red buff, should we not, meant that the delay wasn't enough. Cranky was the first rotation out from the off lane as well. So they got a 2-for-1 trade, 3-for-3 kills overall due to Warps dying in the start as well. And it doesn't look like Warps used the ultimate. Actually did use the ultimate on that kill, so that's going to be an extra amount of gold for the bounty as well, because Crutch had a kill at least, so that's going to be a decent gold injection onto this Revenant. Means he can start to get that Vanquisher online and maybe look for some more domination in this dual lane.
This is also something you and I have been talking about in private about Revenant. All you need is just that little bit of an advantage, because once you get a few items online, you are blasting through even the tankiest of targets. So essentially in this dual lane, it's pretty much a race to see which carry gets online first, pretty much, because of Revenant's high scaling. But here in the offlane, Haru is saying hello once again to Creed. He has to dance away with the glacial charge. He manages to survive due to a very well-placed wall. And that's just another reset, but that means there's open field for a mini prime.
And let's get Deja G. Crunch once again ganking the dual lane, and Haru once again ganking this off lane, but it is reversed. The mini prime is up and available. The Fangtooth is not, so this is going to allow the New World to actually get the objective. Geek Bar is around. We can see that Deck and Severock and Creed are also coming over as well, but New World have it, and they are just going to escape. Though Cranky might have gone the wrong direction. He can get caught here.
Absolutely, 3 members of Toy Boys are trapping him in within the Hoarfrost and the Colossal Blow as well within the containment fence. This is just trolling, guys. Come on, you can't do this to the guy.
Speaking of trolling, Cranky's pathing there was just terrible. He could have easily followed the rest of his team up that path towards the free camp, but went towards his wave instead, knowing that there was multiple members of Toy Boys nearby. So that's just a free kill for the side of Toy Boys. And I mean, you're not going to really get anything from that. You can see that the HP of his tower is full. Warps is also just left for farming in this dual lane, but just an unnecessary kill. Otherwise, at least they got the mini farm. They still have it as well. I believe that is on Haru. So when the second Fangtooth comes back around, they are going to have that available. So Nuo really need to use it effectively.
And you just can't let that go through if you're over on the side of New World. That can definitely be a detriment to the further stages of the game, namely the mid game, where everything is about the pressure. And look at this pressure from Toy Boys. They have to force out the reversal of fortune here to keep this pressure going. The Colosseum coming in from the top. Crutch is trapped within this area, and there it is, the black hole on top to change the situation around. Toy Boys ending up with 2 kills. They have to get out of there now as Warps is engaging as well. White Wolf trying with his Ventilate to keep Cranky at bay, but the Skewer is gonna connect. He is literally not alone for this world. He has to stay back behind the tower, and once again New World is showing that they are definitely part of the later stages.
Province getting such a good reversal of fortune that kept France alive for long enough, meant that he could blink out that towards his tower, and then Haru coming in for the re-engage. However, the death times from Toy Boys are going to sync up with this Fangtooth. They're going to be able to get there first. Cranky is on the wrong side of the map. Haru is here, but there's no chance you go for this. You are in a 1v5 situation. Do not even bother. He's going to go in. He's just going to lie. Haru, what are you doing, man?
Haru once again going a little bit too deep and gets punished by the side of Toy Boys. But right now, Crutch is very low. He has to use the Colossal Blow to push Province into the face of the rest of his team. 2 more kills for the side of Toy Boys. But we do remember that Crutch is very low, but he has to distance. He has to sustain and manages to survive another day.
It's just that Vogue eventually just becomes unkillable, and we can see that Cranky on the other side did take a tower at least, so that is the first tower of the game. Unfortunately, we have got a DC for the moment. France has seemed to have hopefully only crashed, so he will be back momentarily. But New World do need to be a bit careful. We can already see that Gadget is back, so that is lucky for us. Geekbar chasing Cranky, not really worth the time. I don't think you kill him as a Gideon unless you use the black hole, but it's just going to get a few autos down. Already used the Taunus Place, going to have to return and just sort of farm out. Cranky probably resetting anyway, so no love lost for him.
Well, this is what I would call a cosmic grift. You're just there to annoy. You're not there to actually get the kill. You're just there to grift them off their own lane presence. And it has worked out well for them. Over here in the dual lane, though, Warps is very low. He had to be saved by Province using the reversal of fortune, which resets this field. And there are multiple members of New World around this dual lane. So Haru might actually come in for a little bit of a surprise move here. Coming right in with the Colosseum. It's gonna connect, but so is the stasis bomb. It's literally not gonna help anything because Haru is ready for this battle. 1 more kill for New World.
And another stack for the passive of Zaros as well. That's going to give so much more damage as it keeps stacking up. I think that's the 2nd or 3rd kill within the Colosseum. Warps as well just allows him to continue farming it instead of resetting because there is no threat from the side of Toy Boys. I don't think they can go for tower. We can see that Crutch is by the blue buff, so he can rotate over if they do go aggressive, already moving it as well. And we see on the map Geek Bar halfway around, and luckily for New World, they are going to look for the gold buff instead, but Stasis Bomb gets hit onto Warps.
Oh, Crutch is ready with the Subjugate Colossal Blow combo. The Blink has to be expended. Province is so low and he will fall to the power of Geek Bar. So that is another stun perfectly placed onto Haru as a follow-up. Another kill for Geek Bar. This guy is farming kills, but here's the Reckoning as a means to an end to actually stop Big Oops. He turns into Big Oops. But here in the mid lane as well, there's another fight breaking out as Cranky and France are pushing this tier 1 while Creed is trying to fight them off. You're not in a good position, buddy. The Tesla Dome is connecting, and with a Whiplash as well, that's just the final nail in the coffin. New World is showing up.
Wolfie, I know this is NA and I know they love fighting, but in the last minute we've seen 2 people just kind of walk in and die. Haru trying to do something at the tier 1 in duo. I'm not entirely sure what. He just kind of walked into 4 members. Creed, there's no chance you save that tower. You are going to die if it's not on that wave, if the next. And there was no point staying. Why are you trying to glacial charge them off? You can just back off, make sure you have the HP to get the wave when the tower falls, and then just keep farming up. You are going to lose it because the amount of attention Toyboys spent on that dual lane. But now, going back to the present, Mini Prime is up already down to 4k HP. There's 3 members of Toyboys, there's 3 members of New World.
It is an open field for contention. Creed is going in and blocking off the way with the beautiful power of the black hole as well as the crisis on top. But New World does manage to get this mini prime for themselves. But is it a little bit too late? Geekbar manages to get a hold onto Haru. Another kill for their side. They're keeping the pressure going. The Horfrost that's gonna connect, trapping off Province from coming to help his team. Geekbar with a Cosmic Grift right onto France. That's another one in the back for the Toyboys. And they are looking strong right now.
You may have got the objective, but we will take your lives. Toyboys now pushing towards 2 towers. The one in the off lane, the one in the mid lane. This should be able to get this. Cranky, you cannot be there. That the tower is going to fall eventually. Again, if not for this wave, not the next. But the wave isn't there. The Whiplash comes through. The skewer follows. Big OC overstayed your welcome. I don't know what I'm talking about. Fair enough, Cranky. You do you.
You were too close to the fire and you got burned. A beautiful Whiplash combo right there from New World's offlaner. Warps right now in a deep battle with the Reckoning. The Ventilate is answered, but will it be too late to stop this engage? It definitely will be, but Crutch and Geekbar will manage to get the return. Now Haru is in a deep battle together with Province as well, trying to see if they can recover. They can definitely recover with the help of France coming in from the side, making it a 3-for-1 situation as Cranky in the jungle of Toyboys manages to get another.
Victor needs to be permabanned every single game from now on. What is that character? And that timing was great for New World as well. That was the same time Fangtooth came up. There's no ADC. The jungler was taken down lowly. Cranky has so much pressure in this off lane. They are going to stop the Fang stacking from the side of Toyboys, bring it to 2-1 in terms of the Fangtooth. The final is going to be next. But that nice shot there, Big Oaks, is not going to do anything for you, though. But the next big objective, that Orb Prime. I don't think either team can really do much about this. Revenant's not the best one at taking it. Trimblast is a lot better as a carry. But unfortunately for Toyboys, they also have a current DC Gideon. Hopefully he will be back soon enough. It did look a little bit weird in that team fight, so hopefully he should be able to rejoin.
Yeah, and this is a question I have for you right now, Falcon. With this very even game state, we can see the vision game is all up in arms for New World. But Toyboys don't really have any vision or lane presence right now, considering how close this is. How can that actually be?
I think it's just the fact that they had 2 back-to-back losses in terms of the team fights. They haven't been able to get back onto the map. They don't have the pressure. They want to play a bit more conservatively in their own jungle. And all of this warding from the side of New World is around this Fangtooth. So they don't actually have the warding around the Orb Prime where they need it. However, now we got multiple attempts here. Haru going towards Creed. Multiple members in the dual lane as well. Creed blinking away. That should stop the aggression in the off lane, but it's still going around in the duo.
Yeah, I was very, very worried for Creed's life right there. But here's Province and France from the side trying to go into this duo lane against Toyboys. The pressure is definitely there. The Reckoning is going to be popped after a blink as well. And that's going to be another kill for this Revenant that is already showing up with a few items. Might actually end up having their 3rd finished.
Yeah, probably not too far off. Already got the Imperator, the Vanquisher. That's the 2 core items. Demolisher is a very important item as well. But the pure damage on the Squishy is done with those 2 items. And it's been a while since we've seen Rev in the meta. But he is just so strong in those 1v1 rounds. And now they're going to go press on, trying to get this tier 1 tower Creed. And I can do stuff. But how is doing more?
Well, Warps, you're just ready to party today, aren't you? With just 1 Coliseum of Haru, it opened up the field to get 2 more kills. And there's a DC, as I actually just noticed, unfortunate situation for Toy Boys as their mid laner has been pretty much deleted from the game, so to speak.
Yeah, hopefully he comes back, but we will not press on that too much. The tier 1 tower in the journey eventually taken. Warps gains the soul bounty on that as well. TT does pick up the farm in the meantime, building this pain ability based trim blast that you will be seeing in this tournament, building towards the Vanquisher, eventually goes towards the Demolisher or Perforator as well, but that will be a bit further down the line because there is a Orb Prime on the board. 4 members of the side of New World are around it, and I think they have started it from the looks of Haru, and they have. It is beginning. The side of Toy Boys not really in position, but they have to really go for this.
Yeah, we have actually seen this entire game that New World has gotten every single prime. 2 minis, and now trying to attempt getting their first big boy prime. And Crutch right here, the only member of Toy Boys trying to stop this situation from escalating. But sadly, he can't really do anything. It's 1 versus 5. How are you going to stop that? You just can't. And Orb Prime goes in favor of New World.
In a way, Toy Boys probably made the smart decision. They know they can't really fight it with the current situation they are in. So let it happen. Keep them all alive. That means they can be there for the defense. They do have decent wave clear with the Trim Blast. But if New World starts to split us, as Cranky has been doing this entire time, it will become a lot more difficult because I don't think Kree can really do it. Already 2 levels down against this Richter. It's got okay-ish wave clear with the sweep, but I mean, you can't fight this guy. He's a monster.
He is absolutely a monster, and online as well, 2 levels ahead of Creed here. There's no way you can fight this, not when he has the Orb Prime in his hands. You can pretty much just defend this lane. You can't do anything else, because if you push a little bit too far forward, we've seen it happen in early game, we've seen it happen here in the start of the mid game, and now we just know that it's par for the course, that you're gonna get Whiplash, skewered, and destroyed.
But Cranky's just causing a distraction. The Primal Fountain has spawned, and we got multiple members over here for the Toy Boys. New World is just going to start up the Primal. Cranky is probably going to go down here. I mean, 3v1 is going to be a bit hard, but he's just delayed.
He blinked out before the wall! Beautiful execution from the Cranky boy himself, and that allows them to not only win that distraction, but also get the Primal Fangtooth on top of their Orb Prime.
What do you even say? What? I mean, I don't think that was timed.
Excellent.
I think Cranky... I mean, if Cranky timed that like he just did, then give this guy MVP. Like, what are you doing? But either way, he saves his life with that blink. The Pyro Fan 2 has him taken. TG White Wolf has to blink away from Haru. The Colosseum used up, but the rest of the map is not Toy Boys anymore. This is New World worlds.
Yeah, and we're just living in it, you know. You just have to pass through half of the Grand Line, and then you reach New World. Bad references aside, there is a lot of pressure going on 2 inhibitors at once, namely the dual lane and the mid lane one getting pressured by Haru and the gang. Warps in off-screen fashion gets a hold on to Big Oops, as I would like to call him at this very point in time. The Reversal of Fortune is getting connected, but he's getting lower and lower. And it's not gonna make you survive another day. You will fall to Crutch. But at what cost? They have lost so much for only 1 kill.
Yeah, and Creed is just doing... I don't know if he's trying to reset and Cranky's chasing him the entire time, but he is trying to maybe get the minions. But there's 3 members of New World here. If they have the damage already, Crutch is going to try and do what he can. But he is a Sevrog. He hasn't got the wave clear. The core is down already to 50%.
The core is definitely falling slowly but steadily, and with Haru's pressure, there's nothing you can do over on the side of Toy Boys. It's an unfortunate situation, but it is the reality, and that is that New World takes this game against Toy Boys.
I mean, yeah, it is a unfortunate situation. It was a 4v5 game. We are not going to discount that whatsoever. Toy Boys really needed a Geek Bar back because that was the main win condition. Gideon was so strong in that game, but sometimes I mean, it is what it is. It is very much unfortunate, but Toy Boys, it is a Swiss stage. They aren't out whatsoever, and hopefully Giga can come back for their next game, and they can continue to run the bracket. New World, you got to take what you got to take. They still played pretty well. Warps was so strong on that Revenant, and then we can talk about Cranky all day on this, Victor.
Yeah, those combos, the Whiplash Skewer combos were pretty much immaculate. I couldn't really find any flaw in that gameplay, even with the early game where he puts people or pulled people into towers and got kills because of it. That is some really strong early game presence. And with Haru rotating all over the map, it just seemed like they got it on lock and their chemistry was beautifully displayed for you all right here. But that is everything from Woofy and Falcon here. We're going to go back to our desk in just a few moments. But first, let's have a little break.
No break! It's desk time! Hi, we're back here. Easy Ed and Mac are joining me, man of class. And I mean, it was a really fun game that we watched, but then Geek Bar went to buy some items and never came back from the store, unfortunately. So that was a little bit of a downer. But 7-2, I mean, they were doing super well on that Gideon up until that point. So definitely some bright lights for them on their end for the future games. Just unfortunate this one fell through, right?
Yeah, I mean, Geek Bar was cooking. He was doing his thing. Like I said, he was my underrated mid laner that I was rooting for, and he got shield bashed a little too hard back to the main menu, and we didn't get to see him back. They played the early game really, really good. Then Revenant came online, and I'm sure we've all experienced, if we played at least a game or two of Pred, that once Revenant's online, it's hard to come back from that.
Yeah, and Ed, we were talking a little bit before the game started about like this Revenant Muriel duo lane, and of course we now saw it play out in a fairly favorable situation, but it did work out regardless of that a little bit. I mean, they had some trouble, of course, when Giga was still in the game, but there was some merit to the madness that we were sort of looking at.
Yeah, they played really well through and through. I mean, it's really unfortunate on the DC because Geek Bar was kind of coming over and forcing his way through anything. But yeah, I mean, the dual lane was a pretty good game. I love to see Cranky in that flash at through almost the Aurora wall where there was just incredible. I mean, full kudos to him. That was timed perfectly. But yeah, that game was really close through and through. But it's just unfortunate on the DC sometimes that it happens on tournament day. But what do? GG's go next.
Yeah, that is unfortunately the way the cookie crumbles while we don't have a way of solving the DC other than saying, well, we're just going to start the game from scratch. But that's a little much for our taste. That being said, both these teams can get a lot of lessons out of this game. I do think that, just the DC will not be the biggest blow for New World to be like, oh no, now we cannot win games anymore unless Geek Barker is fully, unavailable for the rest of the day. But yeah, they were doing super well with the points. There's not really much else to say about the game, to be fair. Are there any highlights you want to still give, Mac?
I gotta put a mention to Cranky in the 3v1 against Aurora. I think it was Sev and Decker, and he pulled off the heist of the century and flashed right past that Aurora ice while I physically audibly yelled out loud. I was like, oh my God, it was crazy. It was the best flash I've ever seen.
For sure. Flash Gordon back to life is what we were saying behind the scenes. Ed, anything you want to shout out still?
I thought Creed did what Creed does, I mean, aside from we've all seen him in pubs, but he was just kind of annoying all over the map. I mean, he held mid lane down pretty well over there whenever he rotated. He had some great walls through and through. I know he picked Haru off at one time too. I mean, he played that Aurora really good, but that's what Creed does. He is a Greystone and Aurora just monster sometimes. So he's playing to his strengths, and they had a really good showing through it all. I think they probably would have won that game. Geek Bar was popping off, but unfortunately he just had to run to the store, like you said, and never came back.
It is what it is. Sometimes the line is too long, and they decline your credit card, and you have to go back and get another receipt. It's a whole thing. I get it. And don't worry about it, Geek Bar. Sure, we'll see you around. This won't be the start of the giant loss streak that it could be. That being said, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we have round 4 coming up. 2 more games today in the round of Swiss here at the PCC9. So don't go anywhere. And if you're going to go anywhere, just be back in a couple of minutes, and we're back from break. See you then. Welcome back to the PCC9 Swiss stage. We are in round 4. This is the one we're going to be starting soon. Men at class with Easy Ed and Bengal Mac, and I'm doing the hands on the wrong way, but that's okay because mirrors are hard. That being said, we got Nightshade versus New World coming at us, and while we just had New World win a game, they did win at 5v4, so let's see if they can keep it going in their next round. Ed, New World we've just seen, we know a little bit about, but Nightshade is one of those teams that is almost there, right? They keep almost qualifying, so what do they need to get on the New World skin here?
Well, apparently they need to make sure that they don't have a DC, they need to just execute and everything else too. We know that New World is a good team through and through. All of those players are high elo, very experienced players. So they need to capitalize on New World's mistakes. And that's just the steps you need to take when you get into these higher ranked games.
Yeah, for sure. And Mac, I mean, we saw what New World did well in the last game, but what were like the flaws that you can capitalize on?
I mean, as far as New World goes, I mean, Cranky was absolutely cooking on the Richter. I think you definitely keep running that down. The early game for the duo lane was a bit rough. Geek Bar's rotations in the mid lane was really the driving factor for Toy Boys early on, and then once again that DC really put a damper on things. So if they really need to bottle up this next team in Nightshade, then they got to get a wrangle on those mid lane rotations and keeping the mid laner in check and making sure that he doesn't run rampant. And if he does, then they need to make sure he gets a DC, because then it might be a game over for New World if that happens.
So when we're looking at Nightshade here, that does mean that Nightshade is gotta be able to put some pressure on the dual lane potentially through those mid lane rotations. When we get into the draft, we're gonna obviously get a little bit more of an overview of what actually happens in that situation, like what the matchups are, because that obviously makes a big impact on what you can and cannot do. Geek Bar's Gideon obviously put a big wrench in the plans of the dual lane of New World, but that's Geek Bar playing. This time around, we're going to have Knaps coming in for Nightshade on that mid lane. And they're going to have their jungle and legit helping out. So that rotation is going to be good on their side, because they can potentially do the same thing that Toy Boys did.
Yeah, Nightshade is nothing to sleep on. They're a very solid team. They're kind of like we were saying earlier. They're always on the fringe. They play against really good. They play well against good comp, and they beat the teams that they need to beat. If I'm Nightshade, I'm looking at this game as this is a team that we should beat. I mean, Blue Monster in the off lane, I think, is a very underrated off laner. He's a very, very good off laner. Naps in the mid lane is also very good, and Mama Joe is also a very solid support. So they have talent across the board. So they can definitely give New World a run for their money this game.
Yeah, and of course, when you look at the general standings, because obviously we're in a Swiss system, so we try to figure out who is going to be qualifying to that next stage of the tournament. And currently, both these teams are sitting at that 2-1 record, right? They've lost a game, but they've won the other two. So Nightshade only lost their last game, and they lost it to 3DB. So, in that sense, there's no shame in that, to be fair. Those are one of the two undefeated teams in Predecessor and 3DB. It's the one you lost to. So they're very much still in a position to get to that top 8, to get to that qualification that they're looking for. So Nightshade, they would love to win this, and they have the strength to win it. And they've been together for a long time, so those comps should be all sorted. Ed, is there anything you think that Nightshade, can particularly do or can particularly play around on their side that they're really going to be counting on?
Right. I think, not saying that they need to do this better, but more so, we know Cranky is an absolute unit over in that off lane. I mean, if he starts getting ahead, they need to just play on the other side of the map. Let Cranky do what he does, and he's going to be a raid boss towards the end. But they need to play through the other side of the map, because there's no point in trying to rescue a losing lane or anything. So we know Mama Joe is a decent player. Naps is a good player and everything too. So they need to just force things when they're able to, and play through that.
Also, gotta love to see that Nightshade has their logo sorted out. Look at that. Beautiful graphics on the top. And that's how you usually know a team's been together for a bit, right? They got their logo sorted. But yeah, both the tanky boys in Steel and Severok already on the ban list, which opens up a lot of interesting other beefy picks that we maybe otherwise wouldn't have seen.
We see the first pick Richter go here. I mean, it seems like he's been a staple. I'm surprised that he's not getting banned more often than not. If he's not getting banned, he's getting first picked or dang near. Richter, I mean, especially if they just saw what happened in the last game, they first picked Jinx. So that means that Richter's on the board for New World, so Crank can get his Richter back. But I like the pick from Zinx. She's definitely a stubborn champ, especially with being able to revive someone, especially if you revive like a big tanky boy, and like he comes back with 40% health or however much he has. So Zinx is a solid pick, does a lot of damage as well, a sneaky amount of damage in that duo lane. But I'm interested to see what New World kind of picks here off the Zinx prio.
Yeah, and we were talking about it before. Like, we've seen what New World drafted in the last game. This time they're going to get their Richter, so that's at least a good start. Like you said, that first pick. But you know, we were talking a little bit about the dual lanes, about the mid lanes, and if they can switch that up a little bit and get something that might just make a little bit more sense from a theory standpoint. And the Twin Blast is a very solid pick to follow up with that. And Nightshade, they're going to now be in a position where they have to sort of, you know, follow up on their first pick and figure out what they're going to be going. Would a Rampage make sense to you, Ed?
It really would, especially with, you know, the Zinx ult too, because Rampage is going to be a really strong early game and mid game hero. There it is, and it kind of drops off late game and everything too, just because the damage output is there with Demolisher being an item. This year team, I mean, they're gonna do a lot of damage early game. Richter needs to not mess up, but luckily he's a really good flex hero where we could see him in the support lane, we could see him in jungle, off lane, you know, even as you guys jokingly said earlier, mid lane. I mean, he's just a unit. So Wraith is a good pickup. I do like that. You know, he's going to kind of pick apart that TB if he can just land the easy right click on a 0.3 second cooldown. But those are my opinions. Yeah, I think that New World, they need to get another big tank online. I mean, Aurora will work with it, but the big thing with Wraith is, you know, he doesn't really melt tanks like another ADC would, you know. So Richter's a good pickup. At least they have the Rampage away from New World too. So there's definitely options left. I would like to see an Argus ban here in reality. Kind of just get rid of some more of the CC and everything too. You know, kind of just open up that mid lane a little bit more for New World side.
Yeah, and
I know that
you know,
go ahead.
Now, Mac, I would you definitely go into your point. I was just looking at these things because we were talking about the HP pools and the tank mana and all that sort of thing. And obviously, you know, two of the big boys already being banned out, the Rampage and the Richter already being picked. Like, there isn't a lot of HP left, and then Terra getting taken out. I mean, what are you looking at anymore at this point that you might want to add? And this looks to just be a fairly, you know, burstable lobby so far, Mac.
So here's my thing. So I know that a lot of us are thinking that this Wraith is going to go into the duo lane, and I'm telling you right now, I would put a solid amount of money it's going into the mid lane. Naps plays Wraith. This is his comfort pick. Wraith, he plays a lot of Wraith. So I would not be surprised if this is going into the mid lane. Naps loves to play that character and also loves to play Grim as well. So I would not be surprised if he takes Wraith into the mid lane. So if that opens up to be able to have that double ADC and have that damage to be able to roll down kind of those Richters, they have that ability. So I wouldn't be surprised if I see another ADC picked here. But with the Decker ban, that's good. Eliminates a lot of that CC, a lot of that cage ability. So that's good for Wraith, good for Zinx. Narbash is a good pickup for their team, helping with the sustain, keeping the players healthy. Specifically, if that Wraith is the ADC and they end up going a mage, that's going to be able to kind of neutralize that Wraith just a little bit with being able to heal everybody up. But I'm expecting this Wraith to be in the mid lane, me personally. So don't be surprised if we see another ADC pick here. But Shinbi coming off the board, I want to see what you guys think.
I really want to see what you think, Ed, because there's so much happening in this draft right now that is very much new territory.
Yeah, the Shinbi is a good pick here. Obviously, she's going to go off lane. We're probably going to see Richter into the off lane as well. It's just, I mean, Cranky did so well against it last time, but Shinbi is a menace into Richter, in my opinion. You know, she has an easy poke with everything with her Q, with a pretty quick cooldown. You know, she's frustrating as heck, and if you miss that pull as Richter, she's just going to run you down and press E on you. So it could be a pretty tough matchup. I do like the ban by Nightshade on that Decker to force them into the Narbash. There's going to be a lot of like team fight durability here with all the heals of the Rampage, the Zinks, and the Narbash over on New World side. Team fights could be really fun to watch on this one, not just, hey, I made one mistake and I'm blown up. There's a lot of recoverability through it all. Now with the Fae too, the CC is going to be wild over on New World side. They're going to really be able to set things up. If they can get a Fae ult into a Richter or something of the sort too, Twin Blast is going to have a heyday with this. So it's pretty much on that dual lane to really capitalize on what the mid sets up for them.
Yeah, a lot of the time we really talk about these combos, right? We talk about these combos between these heroes, and it does seem like New World has a more like flexibility in how they order their abilities and combo that up. Would that be a weakness on Nightshade's side, Mac?
Yeah, so as far as Nightshade's side of things go, if I'm Zinx, I'm looking at the Reclamation, and that's going to be a major component here. They have the ability to have the split push with the Shinbi, and be able to kind of run down that Richter. So Nightshade, I don't think they're as team fighty as New World is. I mean, all their combos kind of wombo combo on New World. Nightshade is more of kind of like a pick and spread them out kind of comp, where it wants to really divide and conquer. I would say is more kind of a team comp. So I'm interested to see how Nightshade plays it. But if it's purely from a team fight aspect, New World definitely kind of has the advantage here.
Okay, and Ed, talking about that, Mac definitely bringing up a great point there in terms of like, the way that these teams sort of execute. Would you say that Nightshade might just have to get a strong early game, get a bit of a lead, and then they'll be able to roll over those lanes, or are they going to be potentially from the get-go be pushed in this sort of split push, spread out, don't team fight tactic?
I think Nightshade, they have a lot of damage on their team through it all, but I do like New World's draft a little better. I think they're more team fight composition wise. Nightshade, they're going to be great on objectives too. You know, obviously it's a Rampage. Drongo will melt things. Wraith will melt things. They're going to be able to do the objectives, which is what we've seen so far. It keeps winning these games over and over, aside from DCs. But I do want to give New World credit on. I think they win the draft here on this one. But again, this is Nightshade's game. They're not bad players on that side. They're very experienced. I think they definitely could capitalize on some mistakes and make the plays that need to be made.
Can Nightshades do not the impossible, but do their first PCC qualification this time around? Round 4 is going to be an important for them one to win. New World coming out with the team fight, Nightshade with the pickoffs. Let's see who comes out on top. We throw over to our casters, Dr. Shadow and Philly. Take it away.
Welcome everybody, HD Philly B and Dr. Shadow with you. Doc, it's only fitting that the Decker is banned for this matchup. You know, that's our mantra through and through. Nightshade having a high skill expression composition. I'm putting a lot of weight here on the Rampage to facilitate their team early because they're going to have to snowball before that Narbash comes online.
Oh, yeah. Nightshade, they are picking a high-risk, high-reward comp right now. As you mentioned, the Rampage, there's a lot of pressure on him to be that beefy boy in the front line that allows them to play front to back. Most games today, we've seen teams with 2 front lines, 3 front lines. But this game, we only see 1 on their side. Shinbi, she is not a front line. She can become one. She can build into one, but we generally don't see that. She's more of an assassin. She's in, she's out, you're dead. But yeah, there's a lot of pressure here on Nightshade to really set the tempo, keep the tempo up, and just crush the objectives in order to take the dub.
Doc, I'm interested to see how the Shinbi fares here, because we've talked about this time and time again today during the Switch stage that Richter is a menace. So is this the answer here for the Richter in the off lane to kind of shut him down and make sure that he doesn't, secure that lane to make the rotations and just cause havoc over the map?
Yeah, to Easy Ed's point on the desk, Shinbi feels good into Richter, and Shinbi is bad if you're the Richter. She is shifty. She is very, very challenging to hit with Riplash hooks. She's hardly punishable if you're making trades because she has the ability to shield potentially more frequently than the Richter can with his passive. So trades are really about finessing, getting in there, getting hits, winning the trade, doing a bunch of short trades, and then backing out and resetting. But using that long range line tempo to keep the Richter from resetting with the shield. So there's a lot of pressure there in terms of just keeping it up, keeping the pressure on the Richter, because he will lose that trade at least until level 6, at which point he'll be able to skewer and then hit Riplashes. But over here in the duo lane, we already see a Rock coming in. Rock's going to miss on warps. There is pressure coming from Legit in the jungle on this left side, but he's going to go back. He's going to go start clearing his 5 camp probably and kind of reset, prepare for that river buff.
Okay, and he's going to have to make an impact early and often, like we were mentioning. And Aurora right now, she's just going to be farming as fast as possible to get to that level 6 and then use that Cryoseism to great effect here. Doc, this mid lane matchup is one I love to see, because you've mentioned time and time again how the Fae is similar to Wraith in terms of the Harvest Nettle, right? In terms of hitting that alternate ability to refresh its cooldown and do that damage. Wraith doing the same thing with the knock. So those two are going to be pestering each other in the mid lane here.
Yeah, Faye is definitely a dollar store. I think, as Lance Cecil said, she's the dollar store Wraith. But what she... Oh, hold that thought. Haru coming in with that Aurora after clearing left side. Blue Monster going to be forced back on that Shinbi. She is shifty. She's hard to catch and lock down until Cranky is level 6, until Aurora is level 6. So it's going to be a hot minute before Shinbi starts getting punished, but I'm hoping that they can capitalize on it for the sake of New World's, win condition. But yeah, she is a dollar store. Faye, to your point, Faye, you can see them trading here. Naps winning the trade here against France. But she is definitely a dollar store Wraith in that she just hits less hard, but where she lacks in that tradability, she makes up for with wave clear and being able to secure prio earlier on in the game compared to the Wraith. Wraith can insta-clear waves very quickly, but not before Faye.
Yeah, love to see it. And Province and Warp's already under duress here in the duo lane, as once again Legit making the rotation to this side, knowing that this is the duo that he's going to have to pressure out, because the Shinbi and the Wraith just too shifty. So he's going to be spending a lot of time over here in the duo lane. Doc, I do want to mention the rotation coming out here from the Aurora. They were able to get the Cyan buff, which just catapults them just that much more to getting that level 6 timing. The Rampage only at level 4 because he's spending so much time ganking the lane. Now here, Haru once again tackling the Blue Monster, but he just so shifty. Is that Shinbi able to get out of dodge this time? Could be an invade, but no, thinks better of it is Haru.
I like the pressure coming out from Haru. What I would have liked, though, was to see him invade that blue side jungle and deny some resources from Legit's Rampage. He cleared his blue side on the New World side. He went right to the red side. He cleared red, then he ganked Shinbi, and then he went back into his red side and cleared farm, all while Legit was showing in that duo lane. So I think he lost an opportunity here to get an advantage on his counterpart. But Mama Joe under some duress here, getting hit by Warps, Province stepping up on the Nova, and here comes Haru.
Okay, this could be where the gang finally comes to fruition. The blink into the Hoarfrost as well. A double blink outside for Mama Joe and Nova. Now the chase is on. Can they secure it? The Ricochet does come out to stem the events. The tides are being turned. The Narbash has to block it. It doesn't come through. The Wastelander passive just so strong, taking Warps out. And that's first blood here for Nightshade.
That's a fantastic turnaround by Nova. He turned, he procced his rad rounds, hit one shot, and that's all it took to lock Warps out of that fight. Cranky has made a rotation here. He hits the Whiplash and punishes Naps, who must have gone for that left river buff. So now across the map we are equal, but Nightshade just lost their mid laner from a very strange off-lane rotation here. But, I mean, we were talking about it on the desk. Cranky is an absolute monster. He is everywhere all at once, it feels like, even while he's just 1v4ing in that off lane. So great rotation from Cranky on that Richter coming out to punish Naps's rotation for that river buff.
And look at it, Doc. He just waddles his way back to the offlane, and the wave is still in his priority, right? Now he's just trading with the Shinbi. He doesn't even care. The Warden, so to speak, just dominating the map early on.
And we can see here, just by levels, Legit just turned level 5 on the Rampage. Aurora has been level 5 for a hot minute. He's going to miss that Blast Cone going up to the red. But just think, that level discrepancy could have been bigger if Haru had prioritized denying that resource from Legit instead of just, attempting pressure to the Shinbi. Because I think showing face was enough to kind of keep her in a sense of unease. But she will definitely be in much more distress once Aurora has Cryosizing.
And that comes back to the fact, Doc, is like, what's your win condition? What are you looking to do? And Haru trying to go for it again. The fly trap, the blink out of it. Naps has to expend a crucial ability just for that fly trap. The pressure is on him. He's already feeling under duress.
Yeah, Naps is definitely being pressured, and that's good. That means New World respects him, and they're treating him like they recognize he is definitely going to be a problem if they don't punish him. And that is ultimately what junglers should be doing, is prioritizing the mid lane when there is a mid laner who will have that capability to spiral and snowball out of control, which is exactly what a Wraith does. Faye, a little less so. Faye she casts spells and then she's kind of done. But she will have a fly trap, though.
Okay. You can see a ton of people kind of corralling themselves over here in the duo, knowing that Fang Tooth is up. You can see France kind of using that third-person view. He does have the speed boost buff as well. But for now, people going back to a neutral state here, Legit checking on the Fang Tooth.
Gray buff is the best buff, and no one can at me otherwise. It is the best. Mobility is king in this game, and time again we see Thunk disengaging Nova from them. The boulder does hit from downtown. Can they make something happen here? Nova steps up, but Haru's coming in here. Let's see how this folds out.
The Glacial Charge, Doc, is absolutely huge, but Haru is just so low already on their HP. Luckily, the Province and the Orc Bard here able to heal him up just a little bit. It's back to a neutral state once again, but that was a close one.
Yeah, both teams are clearly prioritizing pressure, especially coming out from Nightshade. They're prioritizing that additional pressure in that duo lane. I think they recognize what Warps was doing in that previous game we broadcasted, where he was just absolutely cooking with the Revenant, and they are respecting him as an ADC, saying, hey, he is essentially the Naps of Team New World, right? Like, they need to apply pressure to him to shut him down, whereas in this Nightshade composition they have two ADCs. So yeah, Nova, he's Drongo, he's just always going to do insane damage, but if you can shut down Naps, then they don't have a caster or like a mid lane presence who's going to be all over the map, right? So it's very similar train of thought here, it seems like, coming out from enemy junglers, just different lanes.
And all the while, ladies and gentlemen, the time is ticking for that Narbash to come online. Give him about another 7 minutes or so, and he's going to be really difficult to kill. I'm also looking at Cranky here, folks, at level 8, whereas Shinbi's only level 7. How did that even happen as he made that rotation across the map? That is just how efficient this player is at gaining experience and gating gold. Uh-oh, Doc, we have a DC here in the mid lane.
Oh, what is happening today with that? And Francis is getting picked down. Naps is going to disrespect the disconnect and just get a free kill for that. I'm gonna shame him a little bit there for that, because that's kind of some BM. But disconnects happen. Unfortunately, there's not a pause function yet. Ometa, if you're watching, please add a pause function, especially for custom games. But yeah, that is unfortunate for Francis, and I'm hoping that they apply some extra pressure to Naps off of that pickoff / DC. They, on the side of Nightshade, are now going to look to secure the first Fang. I don't know if New World is going to be able to contest this with just a duo lane over here.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they should just stay in lane, which is what they like to do. Maybe get one extra wave online, do a little bit of crashing onto the opposition, and maybe look at the mini prime for themselves. That is what they're going to do. But no, a whole tidal wave of gold is collapsing there onto the duo lane. Fortunately, the Narbash, he is able to keep his carry alive there and stave off that advance. France back in it here, though, looking to put on some more pressure over here in the mid.
Yeah, Aurora, Haru on that Aurora, starting the mini prime, probably going to call Cranky over at some point, I imagine, to give it to him, because we know of what he's capable of on that Richter offlane. So it would be an absolutely crazy decision to not give him the mini prime buff, especially against that Shinbi, which is an unfavorable matchup, which he's somehow doing really well in. He's a level up. Who got it? They gave it to Francis, it looks like. Right.
And you know, Doc, I think I like that. Yeah, they did give to France one.
Yeah.
You know, they had the unfortunate disconnect. Now they want to try to get back in the game. They can pressure out this mid lane, which we've talked about time and time again being such an important tier 1 tower to start off. And they know that they need to start ramping up as we get into the mid lane now, or mid game now.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's a great call. Give France a chance to get back into this game. He's going to be poking naps, but here comes Legit, potentially going to hit a boulder.
Okay, can they find him, though? He's gone invisible, and Nap's just doing a little ring around the rosy, gets himself back to his tower. Legit here as well to kind of, you know, be a little bit of a bouncer for his mid laner, and it looks like we'll just go back to a little bit of a neutral state here, Doc.
And all this time, Haru just sitting there. Legit has now caught up. The Rampage experience is now equal to Haru's Aurora, so he has just wasted some time. He's actually getting poked down in the mid lane there. I don't think he's in any danger, but he's just wasting time. Cranky is going to have to burn the blink to get away from Legit and Blue Monster, but hey, they don't kill him, so you know what? He's actually going to continue hitting creeps because he has a passive shield now. So he just gets to, he's going to get a couple last hits and then reset.
Folks at home, this is literally anybody's game. Everybody is on a knife's edge. They want that victory. They want those circuit points, so they're not going to do anything too out of the ordinary. They're going to wait for their timings to come online. So it really is on a knife's edge. Doc, it could go any way at this point.
Yeah, currently across the map, there's no towers secured for either team. Both teams have one objective, so one like large injection of gold across the entire team. I will say, obviously, Nightshade does have the slight advantage with the permanent buff coming out from the first Fangtooth, and they have not taken a tower with that mini prime buff, but it's still anybody's game. First Fangtooth is the one you want to give up. Long distance Riplash hits Blue Monster, but then it's countered by a boulder, but Haru's coming in to add a little help. Nah, they're just going to force both Blue Monster and Legit behind the tier 1. They're going to reset. Cranky just gets to now farm for free and continue becoming the raid boss that he was meant and destined to be based off of last game's performance.
My goodness, Doc, that was a max range hook. He tickled the toes there of the Shinbi, got the dancer right into his waiting arms, but fortunately the fish from the downtown able to land the boulder. Fantastic. One thing I've seen from Haru time and time again, making these rotations, but they're always coming in at half health here, Doc. So it's really hard to be able to like make a dive into that tower, really put some of that pressure on that they want to.
Yeah, I think Haru's whole purpose right now is just creating control to allow Richter a chance to hit an ability. Obviously, he hit it without Haru's help, but it really ensures, because Shinbi, on the click of a button, you could just miss your skewer because she just dashed at the very last second. There's a very slight delay in casting it. So I think that's Haru's job right now. But yeah, he's just trying to apply pressure, show face where he needs to be. And I would say currently across the map, Haru is winning in terms of jungle presence, but Legit cannot be underestimated. He's been hitting boulders from the mid lane, and here comes another one.
Ooh, shifty feet from the fairy, being able to dance away from that one. The glacial charge does come in. The sweep as well just misses Haru once again, not able to connect.
Yeah, Haru's angles of approach are really important with Aurora when jungling, and I just feel like he's kind of been behind a little bit, like he's not approaching from the right angles either in the off lane or in the mid lane. He's still hunting in the mid lane. They want naps. They want to punish this guy.
Oh, the glacial charge just not able to reach again. The fly trap expended too, Doc.
Yeah, he does have to blink to get out of that, so he again misses that, but the cooldown for Flytrap is much shorter than that of Blink, so he should be getting Flytrap off cooldown, and he should be getting punished for not having that escape. I'm anticipating him to get Witch Stalker for the cleanse, but I guess we're just going to have to wait and see. Mama Joe coming in, she also has Reclamation. The rewind onto Faye. And
huge as well as the Ricochet. Ooh, you hate to see it. That's the double whammy, Doc. And now another rotation here to the Fangtooth as they secure the mid laner once again. You hate to see it, but Doc, something else I'd like to point out. Where's the vision here for New World? There was no world wards on the map at all.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't have an answer for that, but I want to just shout out Nightshade. I mean, the scoreboard does not tell the full story of this game right now. It's only 1-3 or 3-1, but 2 of Nightshade's 3 kills, they got a kill, and then they rotated up directly to that objective because they were up a man. So really just great objective capitalization. And as the desk said, objectives win games. All these games today, the team that got the most objectives won, right? So this is Nightshade saying, we are not here to play Brawl or Team Deathmatch. We are here to just win this game of Predecessor.
And they're doing exactly what their comp is designed to do. Get quick picks, right? Get one pick, rotate to objective. They're not here to do long, drawn-out fights like you were saying, Doc. They want to win this game early, whereas New World, they want to take it a little bit later. They want some of their characters to come online further into the game. So it's like, can they hold on before they lose too much and the mountain is just too insurmountable to pass?
Exactly, yeah. Twin Blast definitely does not come online nearly as soon as Drongo. Drongo, as soon as you're level 4 or 5, you're hitting like a freaking dump truck, whereas Twin Blast, sure, your Vaporize hits waves pretty hard, but your auto attack and your abilities don't do anything. Legit, coming in to try to punish Haru, hits him with the boulder as he falls, but he should just be able to Glacial Charge away. But the first tower, First Blood, 4 tower objectives, does in fact go the way of New World. They have killed the single most important tier 1 tower in the game. They've now opened up red side, blue side on the opposing jungle. You can see wards are now up around Prime for that mini Prime spawn. They've at least in some capacity equalized. They're still behind in total net worth because of 2 Fangs, and they might be behind more if Nightshade is able to secure this mini Prime, which it looks like they will.
They're posturing now. Doc, I want you to think on this one. The Shinbi has the Orb of Growth as first item here, and then Megacosm, which I like, but that Orb of Growth, very interesting. Cranky trying to do something to maybe steal away that Prime, but not able to get it. The Glacial Charge, huge through the wall to split the team in 2 and secure the retreat for his offlaner. Well done. Heads up play there from Haru. And on the other side, a solo bolo here for the side of Warps, taking out his counterpart. That will definitely even the score as the battle rages on here in the mid lane. The blink in and the skewer finds 2, but the cleanse comes through the Hoarfrost as well. And there is Providence with a crash bang and the boom, knocking people up. And that's a 2-fer here in the mid lane.
Oh, and Zinx. Not Zinx. Shinbi and Zinx and Rampage all go down as a result of that wombo combo. Cranky, not disappointing. He enters this game. That was his entrance into this game. And look what it has done. It is going to result in a tier 2 tower, most likely falling. They only have 2 creeps right now, but they're just going to clear those waves because they have a Fae who can just cast 2 spells and the creeps die. But Cranky, not disappointing with his entrance into the game. Really putting this Shinbi to shame almost, but really just a fantastic use of that blink, that large cooldown. He is now kind of a little more vulnerable heading into the next 5 minutes of the game, but sometimes you know using blink is a high risk, high reward situation sometimes. Cranky, absolutely, like he just opened the door for that Cryoseism, Crash Bang Boom wombo combo, which played out really well. And on the other side of the map, as you called out in the middle of all of that, Warp Solo Bolo Nova, which is actually kind of insane to me because it's a Twin Blast, and in my opinion, I guess we are close to 20 minutes now, so he is going to be hitting pretty hard, but he still is not hitting as hard as a Rad Rounds Drongo at 20 minutes in. So really great stuff from Warps, really showcasing, the game we just showed was not a fluke by any means.
Sure. And that was, Cranky saying, I am here, sort of like All Might, as he jumped in there, got the double skewer. And that's the team fight that we were talking about here, Doc, in terms of New World. That is what their composition is designed to do. And so they're going to be looking for that more and more now as we've hit this 20-minute mark where Providence is now online. Warps is starting to come online a little bit more. So, yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot more of that as Warps also got the tier 1 over here in the dual lane. So another nice injection of gold. Doc, more vision out here for the side of Nightshade. They need it if they want to get those picks. New World has to keep up in terms of that vision game.
This third Fang is super important. France might be caught out here. Shinbi just gets on top, gets those stacks. It's going to probably not pop her ultimate, but it is going to burn France down. He's at half. And that opens up this Fang Tooth because it's spawning in the next 5 seconds probably. And this third Fang, if it goes the way of Nightshade, they're going to have bonuses to their offense and defense. This is not a great situation, and they are losing the vision game as you called out. So this is going to be tough. I'm looking across the board. They do have their wombo combo ultimates up though. So can they win the team fight, or will they get picked off? Let's find out.
Okay, and the next episode of Dragon Ball Z, which fortunately, folks, is happening right now before your very eyes. If you're looking at the profiles, everybody has that blue diamond online, which means their ultimate is available. So we'll be looking for, sort of like in Overwatch, where everyone presses ultimate at the same time and sees what happens. But right now, it looks like the Fangtooth will be started here from the side of New World. A nice block off there once again from Haru. A double skewer there just to kind of ward everybody away. Is Cranky sacrifices his life for it, but can they get the follow-up? The fly trap does secure one. Haru now on the chase. He's looking for the next one. The Cryo-Seism here onto the Rampage. The Boreal Sweep as well. They're trying to bring down the fish and freeze him in the locker room, but there is the Regenerus that brings him back to life, and it's all for naught as Warps finds a 2K.
Cranky again, like starting the fight with a skewer. Sure, he wasn't with his team, but he created that space. He said, you will have to go through me in order to get to that Fangtooth. His team denies the third Fang from Nightshade. They get their first one on the board. They now have taken the lead in the kills. I mean, they did that in the last team fight, but they've continued to expand their lead in the kills. They lose Cranky, but they get the opposing jungler and Shinbi, which should be a free orb prime here because they have Hunt on Haru.
And there's no way to engage. Where's their front line? You know, Shimby's not there. The thing isn't there. The Rampage isn't there as well. They do secure it here, Doc, but will they sacrifice their lives for it? Yes, they will. There goes Nova. There goes Mama Joe, not be able to use the ultimate on herself. Now it's just Naps who have the blink as well. Can they get the downtown shot? The grenade goes through and goes wide.
And Warps is fully healthy. I mean, you have 4 teammates. I believe Cranky was alive when they killed the Orb Prime, so he should have the buffs. Yep, there he goes.
Nice.
So you have 4 people on your team with the Orb Prime buff. You've eliminated the opposing duo lane. You've now got yourself on the Fangtooth board. The last 3 minutes of this game, 5 minutes of this game, have been impeccable for New World. They are finally, with Cranky entering the game, they've hit the gear to 8th gear, and they're just zooming right now. They're taking this game away.
Absolutely, Doc, and that's exactly, they hit the timings that they needed to hit. We've talked about this since the first second of this game. They were looking to come online around that 20-minute mark, and as soon as that timing hit, they were getting 2 objectives, winning 2 team fights in a row. So now the scale is firmly in their favor, in my opinion.
And they still have not lost any Tier 1 towers on the side of New World. So They still have their mid lane tower, which is a huge key to map navigation around that Fangtooth pit and the red side jungle. They've not lost their off lane tower even. And they've almost taken the Tier 2 on Nightshade in that mid lane, which is... Whew, but hold that thought, because Nova's in danger. He's getting crash bang boomed, and it doesn't matter because Warps just finishes him with the ventilate, and Nova just went from 0 or 100 to 0 immediately, getting caught out there. And as you can see, to your point earlier about vision, now New World has vision, and Nightshade does not.
Yeah, and I attribute that to winning a couple team fights, that they were able to go across the map safely to place down that vision. There goes that mid T2, like you were talking about. This dual lane Tier 2 is going down. The map is shrinking, being constricted around Nightshade here. They are firmly behind here at this point, Doc.
Yeah, and because they still had the Tier 1 in the off lane, they were able to just say, okay, Shinbi, you can take some towers. We're just going to take your base right now. So here they are. Cranky to max range hook on the skewer onto Mama Joe. They don't have neuroregenesis. They don't have heals. They don't have anything for 40 seconds. Haru is in there. They are just stalling time to burn these inhibitors with this Orb Prime buff. That max range hook, holy...
My goodness, yes, folks, you're looking at a Warden at its finest, and there's Warps easily two-shotting that inhibitor. Now they're looking to take a mid lane as well. Shinbi, though, is looking to get the inhibitor down on the other side. Could this be a base race, Doc, or are they going to send somebody back?
I mean, it might just be a trade. It might be a 2-for-1. It looks like Haru has been recalled to at least stem the bleeding a little bit, but with the Orb Prime buff and 2 waves coming in from each lane, left and middle, they are just going to siege this core, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be a challenge here to burn them down. Legit, force back into the fountain.
Yes, the ventilate just shredding through that fish, ripping off of his scale. Province, putting out that healing in spades, just keeping everybody alive. Very hard to take down. A nice knock, though, does secure the Bard once more. Now it'll be a full sound of retreat here for the side of New World. And there goes France surrendering his life to the opposition. And now it's a full turn tail and run.
I did not see if France had the ultimate from Wraith, the recall on him, so I'm wondering why he stasised, but I can hear Soul Reaper, the streamer, saying, "Stasis value, holy!" Yeah, I mean, he just stasised in a weird spot. I assume he was being rewinded. That's the only logical reason I can imagine he stasised there, but, you know, that was a great defense by Team Nightshade. They actually did a little damage to New World's core. They were able to stay in the game, and now they're rotating. Primal Fang just spawned, so this is a huge objective for Nightshade, and they're going to have a man advantage here as they look to start it and get their third Fang as well as Primal Blaze online.
Okay, folks, here is the scale of balance tilting in the opposite direction. Now the sun is shining on Nightshade here as the Fangtooth is going down, but Cranky's going to not let it go without a fight. And there's Warps. Once again, a triple skewer here for Cranky as well. Do they secure the Fangtooth? No, stolen right out from their very noses. And now the tables have been turned as it's an RGS ace here for the side of New World.
This is the second team wipe of the tournament, and that was style. I mean, freaking shout out to Province on the Narbash. I mean, support players often go like I don't know, they're like defenders in American soccer, right? They didn't, no one ever really realizes what they do, but he did a blink over the angle of the Fangtooth pit into an immediate crash bang boom, which knocked up 3 or 4 heroes, which allowed his team to just clean them up and wipe them. Like, they just wiped the floor with him because of that crash bang boom initiation. Just insane by Province. Obviously, shout out to Cranky, because Cranky, as soon as he entered the game, they started winning. But I mean, Province's crash bang boom there was just, I mean, that was literally objective winning, game winning. So just fantastic play coming out from the side of New World. They demonstrated that team fighting is in fact superior, at least in terms of their play style. It is superior to that pick-off play style where you want to get 1 or 2 picks and hit objectives. But Nightshade, they had me worried. I mean, they had me worried for New World early on. They had the first 2 Fangs. They got that second mini prime. I mean, they were showcasing their what they were intending to do with their draft by getting a pick, going to the objective.
And there we go. New World moving to 3-1 here in our Swiss stage, and Nightshade going to 2-2. Folks, we still have more Predecessor action coming at you today. For HD Philly B and Dr. Shadow, we'll send it back to Man of Class and the Dex.
Welcome back to the desk, and after another game down, game 4 of the day, New World takes the W. This time they had to work a little harder for it, but they got the win nonetheless. And Ed, I mean, we saw the Shinbi eventually try and split push, but maybe it was a little late, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that, you know, she really took advantage of the opportunities there, which was great. You know, that's what we talked about prior and everything. The split push Shinbi is legendary. I mean, it's probably one of the best in the game. But, you know, the big thing that we were talking about behind the scenes was when they tried to pull that Raptor at the end there, they should have waited until that wave crashed a little bit more, and it didn't work out in their favor. So that was kind of the nail in the coffin. So what do you do?
Yeah, Mac, was there maybe something that Nightshade can learn from this that they can improve for the next games?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, going into it, they did a really good job early on of getting those picks and moving fast to those objectives and doing a good job of that. But once kind of that laning phase ended, they kind of stopped. They kind of lost their identity. The Shinbi was really never came online by being that newsome person to kind of always take someone out. So if they're going to continue with team comp like that, they really need to take advantage of spreading that other team out to make them weaker for those team fights. So that way Nightshade can really take advantage of it. That if that's what they're going to take from this, that's where I would go with it.
Okay, well, that was it. Again, another game, round 4. Round 5 is still to come, the last round of the day. Before we get there, we're going to send it to a quick break just to make sure that we get everything lined up. And after we come back, we're going to get into it. See the matchup then, and see you then as well.
going to be go ahead and backing out. He does have those enhanced stats online right now because of the Prime. You can tell that they're looking for the Primal Bomb. He doesn't care at all. He's going to hit them with a big ult. Knock him up. Hit him with the stun.
Onto the core, they're looking to try to push this down and end this tournament right here, right now.
Combo, the big damage coming out. They grab the members. Look at the health bars drop here as they find a huge combo and take the All Prime from Even Worse Timing.
There's only one champion, and they're looking to walk away with the belt over their shoulder, hold it up high. You know, the champion gets the girls, the champion gets the gold, the champion gets the glory, and that's what they're looking for here.
Right now, Even Worse Timing needs a defense that can stop a Titan from going through.
But Pablo's gonna get caught by Crazy Bull and just absolutely obliterated. Professors playing out of their damn minds today. 50 scrims, 20 days, 1 PCC championship for Professors, baby! West Timing taking this core. They took out your reigning champions. The crown's on the floor. Pick it up, dust it off, put it back on your head. Because Even Worse Timing are your 2-time PCC champions.
You have to put up the wall. You can't let them get this damage across. It has to be Morose. It has to be them. It has to be Man Q who is getting pushed back. They are starting to go one by one. Happy Picker with the pickoff. And it is going to be D-Lab that are your PCC7 champions.
The crowning moments, semi-finals in PCC6, semi-finals in PCC7, change the name, change the logo, but never change the drive. The doctors are here, they're gonna take it all, and they are your PCC8 grand champions. Welcome back in the PCC9 Swiss group stage. We're getting ready for round 5. Before we do, there's so much that we've done today, so much that we've gone through. Got to kind of figure out where we're at right now and think about like standings, which teams are doing well, what are we looking at right here. So, Mac, when we look at this this list of teams that we have 16, but 5 of them are sticking out currently with either undefeated or 3-1 records. Is this a surprise to you? We have Professors, 3DB, Animal Farm, New World, and the Doctor sitting up there. Any teams missing there for you, or that are a surprise to you?
I mean, 3DB, I didn't read up, I should have done more research on them for it. I didn't recognize the team name, and I look at it and I'm like, that makes sense. But, I mean, just like taxes, I mean, Professors being in the top 5 is pretty much was expected, right? It's weird if they're not. Animal Farm doing their thing. Doctors are up there. I figured Mind the Gap would have been up there. Unfortunately, they lose to Professors and Doctors. But top 5 is strong. But it's such a high talent pool at the top of the list that even if, I think we saw it in last PCC, Professors didn't drop a singular game until they got to the actual, best of 3 stages, and then they lost. So, it still can be anyone's ball game going into the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, we're still in the Swiss stage, so nothing has been decided just yet. Ed, on your side, I mean, Professors, yes, we are seeing that, of course. Mind the Gap did have a little bit of a rough matchup, but we of course have like a couple of extra spots to fill next to that, like top 5, top 6. Currently, we have Nightshade, Hard to Overcome, and Rest and Relaxation kind of being tied for that 7th and 8th spot. We just saw Nightshade lose, but they did have a pretty good game. Do you expect like either of those 3 teams to be like the next 2 on the list, on the top 8?
Yeah, I mean, basically everyone in the top 10 right now they're gamers. One thing I really like about this tournament is, through everything, a lot of those powerhouse teams have kind of split up a little bit, and players are moving around. Other players are really moving up in the ranking. They're getting more used to the game, more comfortable with things, better with heroes. I mean, so we're seeing the overall skill ceiling rise through teams. So there's not really just 2 or 3 powerhouses anymore. I mean, there's definitely options through and through. And that's one thing that I really like about this tournament is we don't know who's going to really pop off and be the top dog anymore. You know, I mean, D-Lab obviously is an incredible team. Chefs are an incredible team, but again, there's been replacements on both of those sides. So it really comes into play of who's going to make the plays when they need to and who's going to shine on tournament day. You know, there's gamers who on tournament day, they're just not that great. You know, they just seem to choke, but you know, it's who can manifest the best options and make plays when they need to.
Yeah, of course. And, looking at the general progression as we've seen these games so far, like they've all had a lot of the teams that we have seen, like they've all had like a merit to them and been like, oh yeah, this could really work for you. And if you just even the teams that were losing, right, even if they were losing by like a fairly significant margin, there was always like that one thing you're like, oh, maybe if you just like adjust your draft strategy a little bit, or oh, maybe if you just, you hit your timings in a bit of a different way, or you decide to rotate earlier. Like it's all these things that are almost fixable. That you feel like, okay, so if you do that in the next rounds, maybe we'll see you in the top 8 or even in the finals in the end. So it is very close in a lot of ways, and it's getting closer and closer by the edition. So maybe in PCC 20 we have no idea who's going to win, and that would be really cool, right?
Right.
Cool. Well, like we said, we are getting ready for round 5. Round 4 has fully finished up, so the teams are ready to get into their next games. And I do hear that we do have the teams that we're going to be going for. It is Reckless versus the NAEU Comers, which is almost newcomers, but it's NAEU Comers. So, in terms of spelling, that's always a fun one. Definitely a matchup that sounds really fun for me to watch. What are you thinking about this, Mac?
So I'm looking at the rosters right now, and the name that stands out to me after taking a look at it, and it's funny because I just met this person last night. I've seen them in my games all the time, but XKale in the mid lane. I was playing with him last night. I thanks for them for the VP getting me to diamond. I was pretty happy for it. But after we beat each other a couple times, we decided to duo queue together, and they're a very solid player in the mid lane. So I'm excited to see them. I'm going to be silently rooting for them. And then on the side of oh my lord, I'm blanking on the team name.
Reckless.
Someone help
me.
Reckless. Team Reckless. On the side of Team Reckless. The soccer fan is a really good player. I know not Drizziest, but Sir Disley has been playing a lot of the Richter in the jungle, so I'm curious to see if he keeps pulling that out. So I'm excited to see this matchup and kind of see how it plays out.
Yeah, what about you, Ed? Is there anyone on either NAU Comers or Reckless that you're looking out for?
Yeah, if you guys watch the other tournaments that take place, like the BFC, for example, a lot of these guys are big name players in the BFC. We see them as captains and stuff through it. Like I'm looking at NA for the newcomers, Green Ferret's in there, Robot One on Reckless. It's Sir Drizzy, the Drizziest, DeSoccer Fan. DeSoccer Fan's in a ton of tournaments. He's even in the PlayStation console only tournament. These are good gamers. Like they're not top tier, like we see on the Chefs and D-Lab and everything else. But these guys are still very good quality players through it all. So this is probably going to be a really even match, which will be fun to watch because some of them have been kind of skewed in one way or another and upsets through it all. But there's not really, from what I would say, a definite winner on this side already. It's just pretty much who's going to make plays.
For sure. And looking at the records so far, NAEU Comers and Reckless, they both have 3 losses on their belt. They both got a win. They both beat 5 crowns. So that's the team they have in common. Other than that, they haven't played the same teams at all, which is fascinating to see in a 16-team bracket like this. So we're going to actually, on paper, not know how close this matchup is, other than that they both beat the same team. And that definitely spells and predicts, hopefully gives us a very even matchup. And like you said, sometimes teams like this, that's what fascinates me always, is what type of drafts are they going to be doing, because we know what like the harder meta things, we know like the the things that are maybe a little bit wacky. But a lot of the time, we get more of these comfort picks out of these teams. And on the other hand, elimination's on the line for them as well. So they do need this win. And usually that's when you gravitate towards the things you're most confident on. So, Mac, is there anything you were like expecting them to come out? We heard the Richter jungle already on the side of Reckless. Anything else that we are potentially going to be seeing?
Yeah, on the side of Reckless, I fully expect to see Richter come out if they might try and prio that. On the side of NAU comers or newcomers, however you pronounce it, I know Kale is a big fan of Faye in the mid lane. I was literally having this conversation with that player last night when I'm playing ranked and I'm in my promo match or in an elimination game, I gotta pull up my 1v9 champ, and I know Kale right now is telling his team, hey, give me Faye and we can make some plays happen. So I fully expect those two champs to reside on those teams come draft time. So I think that's what we're gonna see.
Yeah, Ed, we always talk about like what goes on behind the scenes in the players' minds and what they're thinking, what they're talking about. Elimination games are not a stranger to a lot of players that have been around the competitive scene a lot. What are you expecting out of player behavior from sort of this? Like, what is that like for them to go into an elimination match?
Well, I mean, the big part on it is you can't mess up at this point. Like if you lose a game earlier, it's like, hey, it's okay, we can come back, we can learn from our mistakes and everything. You cannot make mistakes anymore at this point. I mean, if you mess up, you're done. You play till you lose now. So like a coyote in the corner, baby, that puppy is going to bite and fight. So it really comes down to who's got the rabies shots or not. I know the soccer fan, he's a gamer. He's a great jungler. He's a great offlane. He's been in the comp scene forever. He's played Fault with me way back in the day. So this guy, I see him on Quang a lot, and I see him on Sevarog. And Quang isn't a hero that we've seen a lot of, and he doesn't really have a losing matchup in the offlane. So I'd like to see a Quang come through and the utility with it and kind of pick people off.
Yeah, that would be so they are listed as being the mid laner on this team, so we'll see if they indeed are going to be able to switch up the roles that they've said. But sometimes, it's all about admin. Mac, if you had any experience with this sort of thing, or run into people that are very maybe get very jittery in elimination matches when the pressure's on?
I mean, it's kind of like the old saying goes, is like, all plans are great until you kind of get punched in the face, right? It's I'm sure both these teams came in thinking, hey, we can get some wins, we can go into this. Neither team probably thought to themselves, oh, we're going to be in an elimination match. So I'm sure there's going to be some players that can rise to the occasion. The cream rises to the top, and they rise and they improve and they carry their team across the finish line. I'm excited to see who is the person that does that for them. I'm excited to see how their team is able to grow around each other. I mean, I know both of these teams, they're relatively new to the comp scene in terms of PCC. So this is a new environment for a lot of these players. So I'm sure a lot of them probably have a little bit of butterflies in their stomach, a little nerve wracking, and are either excited or absolutely scared to death to go into this game.
I'll see who can get the nerves going. And we'll start with the draft. Will they slip up already? Well, the Richter is not going to show up this time around. No Richter jungle, no off lane, no dual lane, not even a potential mid lane. Richter is just not an option. And that I'm trying to remember. I think it's the first time we don't see a Richter in a game today.
Yeah, I'd like to see.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I'd like to see a little, a little more action out of an off lane on this one, though. There are good players on both sides. I'd like to see a little bit more rotation and stuff through. Like I mentioned with the soccer fan on Quang, he's got the dash. He can run into the mid lane a little bit more and do some more damage. So I'd like to see the off laners get a little bit more active. And just make plays. They have been rotating over to the Fangtooth, which are great, but the mid ganks are always just detrimental to a mental. And in a game like this, of an elimination game, you got to find a weak link. You got to identify somebody and just get in their head and make them throw the FF up.
Yeah.
Well, the bands
completely. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mac. We're doing it again. You go.
But But we're seeing here that the Aurora getting first pick, so we're still seeing to the same tune of a lot of CC with Richter and Steel being banned. You got to be able to get the next best thing when it comes to CC, and that's Aurora. I mean, her entire kit is as slow as CC, and the amount of times that I've been CC chained for 30 seconds by this champ is countless. So I like to see that pick coming from newcomers, and then here comes the beef, as Ed would say, with Sevarog getting picked next, and then Zinx to follow.
Well, Ed, there's the beef. Where's the beef? It's on the side of Reckless. Any newcomers gotta answer with something here. Of course, the Rampage would be the most obvious one in terms of like just a big beefy boy. But with the offlaners being a fairly big focus in this game, could also be seeing something else come out. Maybe some mobile brawlers. Anything you're thinking of? You're liking?
There it is. I like the Quang. It's unfortunate it's not a soccer fan, but what do you do? Crunch is even an option in this too. I don't think he's a terrible hero. He's got the great maneuverability to do what I mentioned before of getting into the off lane, or correction, the mid lane. So one thing to pick up on here now is it's Aurora and Quang. So you couldn't really do your typical builds of just going, attack damage defense and everything. You got to do some MR as well. So it kind of splits up a little bit of the builds from Reckless, and it gives newcomers a better opportunity to grab a solid ADC who can just do some burst damage, because obviously that Sevarog has to build against the Aurora and Quang early. So he's not going to have that physical defense that he's going to need against a solid ADC. But I like the Drongo pick here too, because it's going to basically take away the kit of Aurora and Quang for the bit, with the TB ban as well. So they just don't want to see TB in lane. I understand it. I hate TB. He's got so much maneuverability. It sucks. And there's already a ton of repositioning options on newcomers over there with their picks.
Yeah, it really feels like newcomers just has the ability to dive you from wherever they want to come from. I mean, obviously they've had a second pick. It's not showing up on the screen right now, but they've had 3 picks already. They're going to ban the Argus on their end, so they're not wanting to see that, which makes sense. A little less CC to worry about, a little less AOE. But yeah, with these last 4 picks coming through, 2 on either side, they have some things to do to round out their draft. If you're any newcomers, like you just see this Drongo come through, Twin Blast is being banned, like what are you looking for to sort of round this out against specifically the Sevarog Zinx Drongo combo?
Against the Sevarog and the Drongo and everything, you're gonna with T being banned, it's hard because outside of TB and Drongo, the ADC picks get a bit more difficult. If you're facing a Sevarog, Murdoch is always a solid option. He's a bit of a speed boost, as well as his traps, his buckshot can keep people off of him, as well as he just mows tanks down, especially with we seeing more beef on the side of Reckless with that Rampage pick. So Murdoch would probably be a good option here if I'm on the side of newcomers, to be able to get yourself someone that can literally just be a tank buster for you, and be able to kind of face check those people that are running you down.
Yeah, Ed, would you say there's is there a little bit of a sort of a strategy or play style coming through from Reckless from this draft?
Yeah, I mean, it almost looks like they're kind of going the protect the president comp. They've got 2 of the highest base defense and everything else and health heroes right in front of that Drongo, and he's going to silence whoever's running at him, and he's got the getaway with his ult too. So I love the draft so far by Reckless. The Revenant Muriel coming in, I know I may have questioned it earlier, but we see that it works. So the Revenant again taking away any smite options from that Rampage at the objectives is always great, but that is a ton of ability damage over on the newcomer side. So that it's really going to break up the build path of Reckless and everything. So I'm interested to see how it goes, but with the gadget there too, I mean, it's a high damage, it's a scaling hero. So the question on it is a little bit of, do you play the early game or do you try to wait till the late game? Because gadget isn't really going to do that much early, but late game, she's a behemoth, and Rampage is the opposite of it. So, NA newcomers, they need to capitalize early and late, and Reckless just has to hope things fall in their way.
Yeah, Mac, do you agree about the what Ed just brought up about the ability damage being a large factor in the newcomers? Like, is it going to be a problem for Reckless to itemize, or is that actually going to be an advantage? Could they just say, well, then we just only build anti ability damage and we'll be okay?
So here's the thing: the trump card is Revenant. So they went for AP, and if you build MR, you're fine. And for those of you that don't know acronyms, ability power and magic resist. But if you build the magic resist, that's fine. But then if you wait to put your armor on late game, then Revenant just 3 taps you. And if you're Sevarog, 4 taps you. So it's really pick your poison. So even though they went heavy on the AP, that Revenant still has that ability to really just kill you so quickly because of his damage. So if I'm on the side of newcomers, I mean, they got to keep the Revenant alive in the team fights. If they focus on the MR, if they focus building magic resist and they focus on getting the Revenant out early, then Reckless wins team fights early every time. But if they keep Revenant alive and they for those team fights, then newcomers have a chance of being able to win this game.
Awesome. Good to hear. We have 2 presidents that need protecting. Let's see who does the best job at being a Secret Service, as any newcomers and Reckless are going to get into the game. Of course, we have 2 casters that are going to bring you this last game 5 of today, and it's going to be Spooky and Lance. Guys, take it away and bring us home.
Thank you so much to the desk. Always enjoy hearing from Bengal and the boys over there. What a fantastic game we have coming up here, Lance. The last one of the day, and here in our Swiss stage, day number 1. I should clarify, we did have some mathematical errors going on. This is not an elimination game. Both of these teams will continue to game 2 here.
They will continue on to tomorrow, but it's still very important. You don't want to get into tomorrow with only that 1 win, because that means you're up against the Professors. That means you're up against Animal Farm, 3-Day Ban, one of those teams that they mentioned that are in that top 6 slot, or Professors, and that's really tough. Tomorrow, you get to tomorrow, you only got to win 2 games. So the seeding and the favorable matchups that you can get heading into tomorrow is very, very important. Both of these teams know the pressure of that. I'm just going to keep it a buck. You don't want to play Professors round 1. You just don't want to. It's going to be really tough. That means you can't lose a game the rest of the day. So it's going to be important for either of these times to do it. And I've got some questions about some of these compositions, how it's going to work. Neither one of these teams have had a whole lot of luck going into the game or into this game so far throughout the day. So hoping to turn that around, get some momentum going into day 2 tomorrow as well, as they'll have a second chance to prove themselves, make that prestigious top 8, get that glory, have all of the girls in their DM saying, hey, I heard you were a top 8 Predecessor player, Spooky, you know all about that. But did anything about these drafts stick out to you, Spooky, before we got into these games?
Like, I haven't heard anything about that. Like, where's this coming from, Lance?
Spooky, what about these?
Do you have something going on in the DMs that I don't know about?
I don't. No, I do not.
Well, we'll come back to that later. Before that, we've got a whole game ahead of us here, Lance. Like you said, momentum is everything for these teams right now. Loser looks at going up against the Professors, who have been a behemoth in this scene for a very long time. But that said, they're not the only giants in this scene, right? We have a lot of stiff competition that's coming in tomorrow. So these teams have to be on their A game, not just tonight, to put themselves in the best possible position to face their competition tomorrow, but also just to get themselves through this day and be able to face those guys, because this is a brutal match that's going to be coming up here.
It is, and they talked about it a little bit on the desk after the drafts were completed. The Revenant pick, right? All of the other heroes, they've got the Quang, they've got the Aurora. I believe the Fae is on that team as well. They're all going to help with AP. Also has that Muriel to try to keep that Revenant alive, but it is going to hinge on him. Deciding whether or not they can get him specifically behind can really push the game the other direction for the enemy team, because as Mac was pointing out, if the Revenant gets to the late game, he is going to 3 or 4 tap you, but if you can stop him from getting to that point, slow him down, get a big lead on him early, the rest of this team doesn't really have that many ways to be able to kill the tankiness that is coming out from them. They've got the Rampage, they've got the Sevarog, and then the Zinks to bring them back to life. If somehow Revenant is able to 2 or 3 tap them, then all of a sudden you got to go through that tank's health bar another time. We all know we're in a spot where it's pretty favorable to be a tank right now on the Predecessor map. And Rampage being able to throw those rocks a long ways, just jump straight back to where the Revenant is, may be pretty challenging. The fly traps from the Fae is going to be very important to try to keep those divers off of it. And that's not something you normally want to put on your mid lane as the responsibility to kind of peel your ADC, because they want to be pumping that damage out themselves.
Now, one thing that's always kind of been on my mind, whenever we see the Zinks come in, it's a crucial player whenever we get to the team fights, right? People start grouping, the sustain that Zinks can put out and the revive. It's a tall thing to overcome, and it has to be something that every team is thinking about when it comes to those fights. Zinks feels like one of the number one priorities to take out in these fights, but how do the newcomers even manage that, right? Do you put the divers onto this healer and try to get rid of them quickly? Well, who's protecting your ADC then?
Well, you've got the Muriel there to protect your ADC, but I don't love that pairing of the Muriel and the Rev together that much anyways, just because a lot of what the Muriel provides to your ADC is that attack speed. You know that Revenant only benefits with the reload from that. You want to be using your Obliterate while you're reloading anyways, so there's really not that much downtime if you're playing Rev effectively anyways, but we did see it get paired together earlier. The Muriel does have a lot of aid that they can lend to somebody that would be being dove. There is some speed ups. The shields obviously have that value. You have the reversal of fortune too if you need to knock the people up that are diving onto it. So there are lots of ways to keep the Rev alive. But the Rev also kind of wants to isolate himself sometimes. And if he ult takes somebody into the Shadow Realm, the Muriel's no longer there to be able to shield him and help peel him and keep him alive. So you got to be picking the right targets if you are sending people into the Netherrealm. If you're that Rev player, you got to not be doing it to somebody who's going to win the 1v1 with you once you get in there, basically.
So on that note, do you just send the Zinks into the Netherrealm? Like, do you just Rev ult her on cooldown?
Absolutely.
There you go.
And then she can ult herself if she wants to. And I actually don't know how that interaction works. I'm not going to lie to you. I think if you kill her and she ults herself, I don't know. I would assume you stay in the Netherrealm, but I don't remember how it worked with Phoenix beforehand. So I apologize for my lack of game knowledge.
What are we gonna do with this guy? Chat, get him out of here. Let me solo this. Stay. Don't do that. I fear that you actually would take me up on that.
I'll just disconnect right now. I want to just let everybody know why we are just kind of rambling and bullcrapping with each other. We're just waiting to get into this game really quick, getting that game code transferred over to our wonderful observer. I wanted to just take a second because we're stalling for time anyways to thank everybody. Choice plays on the 1 and 2 behind. We brought Secret Salsa in to assist him with it. Tedium's observed this entire day. Mana Class, Easy, Ed, Bengal Mac for the desk work they have done. Spooky, all of the other casters. Our first set of desk, R-Dog as always. We also had Dr. Shadow earlier who did some casting too. It's been great. All of our admins behind it, Stranger, Jolster, all of the people that are just watching people play games, all of the participants. This is great. We're going to have more Predecessor for you tomorrow too. And that's when the games get heavier. That's when everything is going to have a little bit more weight to it. Win 2 games, you're onto that top 8. Lose 2 games, you're out. You got to wait till potentially PCCX to get a chance if you've qualified for it. So a lot of weight on tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it. Only 4 games will be shown as well, starting at the same time we always do, 11 Eastern.
And with that, thanks, and a little bit of clarification out in the wind there, we are going to toss it to a short break as we get the game set up. We'll just be right back.
We love a break.
All right, I told you it was going to be a short break, so welcome back to the game. Reckless coming up against the newcomers. Finally got boots on the ground. Just a reminder, it's Spooky and Lance to take you through this one. Lance, we had some time to look things over and talk a little bit about how we expect this to go. How are you expecting this early flow of the game to look right now?
So I would say that NAEU might have a little bit of an easier time early as the tanks got to come online. They've got to get some of those items in order to be able to keep themselves in these team fights earlier. And the Revenant can put out some pretty consistent damage early, especially with the Muriel. If she lands her primary ability onto somebody, they get that extra auto or that extra damage taken from basic attacks. Also gets slowed pretty consistently, which is going to mean that Revenant hits all of his shots on you, or at least makes it quite a bit easier. It looks like they might be trying a little bit of cheese here. As they're up on the top ropes, though, it might be worth kind of taking a peek at this. If Sir Disley steps too far forward, I don't think they can see. I don't think they have vision of him quite yet.
They will right
below
here.
it. They know now. They're going to drop down on him. Oh, right away, Spooky. They're going to come on. Please drop down.
Minions
Get him.
are here, and
Wait,
no,
they're
we are
they're going
not.
for the red buff. I thought they were going to go for the mid laner. My apologies, everybody, for the bait.
Barley in a little bit of a tough spot there. Has to immediately pull back. Gravy Train is making a rotation over, but he's going to be a while before he gets over there. This looks like an easy 3-man invade. Barley taking some damage here. Wants to step up, just trying to keep them in location for Gravy Train to come forward. Barley now might be the first blood here. He's getting taken low. Blink comes out already. Gets him back to safety for now, but he lost his red buff and a lot of life.
Yeah, Green Ferret able to secure it with the hunt. That is very critical. If Barley would have been able to get in and steal that, the amount that the NAEU comers would have lost for that, all of that experience, lost about a wave on their solo laner and their mid laner. So good to secure that. It's going to put that Rampage behind earlier, which we were talking about how important it is to get the tanks down with wanting Revenant to be able to 2 or 3 tap everybody or 4 tap them, and how it's going to take them a little bit of a longer time to come online. So now they've got the initial setback done. They can go vertical with the jungle. 3 buff for Aurora feels very, very good. First buy is going to have them a little bit ahead of where the Rampage is too. So look for them to fight early, as they will have the advantage after getting that steal.
And Barley had a little bit of a tough time clearing this jungle now. You can see the pressure from the newcomers. It's kind of across the map. Dual lane stepping forward, keeping Drizziest and XP code back under that tower. And there's really not a lot that can be done to alleviate that right now, specifically because of that invade. Barley has very limited options on where he can go right now, but Gravy Train maybe doesn't feel the same way. Coming over from the right side, looking to put the hurt down into XKO, pushing him back under that tower. No kill comes through, but it reminds everyone that you can't forget about the Sevarog.
Yeah, and Subjugate not able to land. I think it must have been on cooldown during that gank or just sidestepped by the Fae there. So good job getting out of that, as I kind of expected a first blood to come down, but back over into the offlane. Gravy Train goes to fight up against this Quang, which is just kind of a farm lane early if you are Gravy Train on this Sevarog. Don't want to be taking too many trades with this Quang, as he's got that shield in his passive, able to trade pretty effectively with the Sevarog, even though you have a little bit of sustain on the Siphon while you're trying to get those stacks. You just don't want to fight Quang early. Got a lot of CC in it, already a level up. Probably about to get this Scion buff as well. No, it's going to get reset. So good job by Gravy Train to push him off of that. Delay a little bit of a spike as he's going to come back to the wave. Pick that up. But so far, going kind of the way that NAEU comers would want this to go. They've slowed down the Rampage. It was very hard for him to finish his first rotation without that red buff. Doesn't have that burn on his auto attacks to help him clear the jungle minions. And still just kind of pushing for positioning. No first blood yet. 4 minutes and 30 seconds into this game, but I think that kind of works into the favor of Reckless, or not Reckless, I'm sorry, into NAEU comers right now. We kind of want to slow this down.
Link comes out there, trying to speed things up a little bit, is Reckless. Like you said, NAEU, they want to take this a long game. They would love to just take their time and scale things up. Reckless, though, they want to try to put something on the board here. We're almost 5 minutes in. And we've seen some aggression come through in a couple different places, but we haven't seen a whole lot of success. Gravy Train might be the facilitator for that if he can get back out of this lane, but Green Ferret making the rotation in. Root is good. Gravy Train has to find a way out. Blink is good. Dash follows up. Both safety tools keep the Sevarog alive. And once again, Lance, the fighting is coming through, but we're just not seeing the results.
Yeah, it's the classic case of needing 2 ganks to kill somebody. The flash mechanic, able to save a lot of people when they get into those vulnerable positions. The Sevarog also has the little slither. I believe it's called Shadow Rush. I like to call it slither as well. Gives them a little bit of ghost and allows them to go through any sort of minions that are there. But that was a good opportunity by Green Ferret to get in there. They're tracking these blink timers. They're going to know that that's down, know to come back within the next 5 minutes, as Gravy Train is a little vulnerable. Was a good fight for him to take, though. Had the health advantage over the Quang. Probably would have won that if he pursued it and Green Ferret wasn't there to gank. So good job jungling over there by the Aurora, showing up where they need to be at the right times.
Now, Sir Disley, level 6, has the ultimate available. Wouldn't be too surprised if we see another play made on Xcale here. This Faye, very vulnerable without the blink. But so far, Barley has remained behind. We haven't seen him making too many plays on the map. We saw him show up in mid lane that one time, but it was really just kind of a pass-by, see what they could force out. Are you expecting that to cause problems? Hold that thought as another blink comes through. Drizzius, now a little bit more vulnerable.
Green Ferret with the perfect timing there. Drizzius is going to walk into that river to ward right as Ferret was showing up. She knew it. She had the sweeper going, knew that he had no idea. They communicate to it. Hey, Aurora is about to walk face check right into the wall. She drops the abilities, gets him stuck in there, immediately burns that blink to keep the Drongo alive, but more cooldowns on the blinks coming, which means we are getting closer and closer to that first blood, and one of these teams starting to get their first real advantage of it. And here it is. He has no flash.
Drizzius taking a lot of damage. Green Ferret also in the area, but Robot 1 and Wenzhou, they want to do it themselves. Drizzius goes down. Robot finds the first blood, but now XP Code wants to try to turn this back around. Wenzhou doing the body blocking, not letting these hits come through. A lot of damage put back out on XP Code, and it's 2 for NAEU.
Put him on the board, Spooky. That's going to be the first 2 kills of the last game of the first day of Swiss, and it's going to be NAEU comers taking the early advantage. Move directly onto the Fangtooth as well. The gold influx that they are about to get is pretty large, and this Rampage cannot even come and contest. Yes, he is on his blue buff, but it's not intelligent of him at all. Ferret is a little, or not to be on the blue buff, to come in and try to contest this, as he needs to be farming. He is still behind, does have the level 6. Green Ferret's pretty low. Maybe he is going to go in here, doesn't hit the behemoth, but the Fangtooth is secured.
Green Ferret jumping on out. You see some help coming on in. Barley is here, goes into the behemoth, wants to put the hurt out, but he's getting the hurt turned back on him. Jumps right back out. Magnetic field down. There's nothing more to be done. And all the way on the right side, Gravy Train has gone down during that.
Oh, we waited 7 minutes for it, but then it all explodes, Spooky. We're talking about those blink timers. The blink timer was up for Gravy Train. It causes him to get solo boloed over on the other side by this Quang here. 3-0 already, starting to build a pretty good lead. Also got that Fangtooth, so looking good, playing exactly into what we were trying to say, because you need to get this Revenant ahead. You need to get the Fae to have a little bit of an advantage to the point that you can start one-shotting these tanks that are on the other side. Mac played it out beautifully as if he was a prophet, and it is starting to come true.
Now, I do want to pose the question, right? We talked about the scaling that this Revenant does have, but the tanks scale very well into the late game as well. Is the Revenant enough, if this game goes long, to tear these guys down when there's also a Zinx to be worrying about?
I mean, I believe that he is. I've been playing a little bit of Rev in the games that I've been playing, and the damage that he pumps out is very real. And it's kind of an interesting circumstance. But we gotta focus back to this, as it looks like there's a fight popping off.
There is a lot of people here. XP blinks away. Drizzius doesn't have a lot of places to go. Burns with Bazooka. Now he has to try to find a way through the river. He's making his way down the stairs over to the mid lane. He might be able to, but a blink comes through, and Xcale says, no, sir, you're not getting away from this one. Throw the trap down and put him down. Robot Juan finds another kill.
Beep, boop, beep, boop. Robot Juan picks him up at the end of it. I believe he even put the ult out to get the extra gold off of the kill of it. But what I was saying, some people think it's a disadvantage. Building-wise, it can kind of be an advantage that you don't need to go any attack speed on Rev, right? So you can go directly into those big armor pen items. You can get a Demolisher very early. You can get an Imperator that's going to put extra damage onto your crits that you're guaranteed every 4th shot on Revenant anyways on him. So since you don't have to focus any of your build into going any of those attack speed things, you don't sacrifice any power in the build with Revenant. So he is one of the better tank shredders, and the Obliterate can do a bunch of damage. Also has the ability to slow them for a little bit of a time if he uses the Scar ability on them. So I think that he is the right character to be able to shred them. One of the things about Zinx is when you are behind while you are playing her, a lot of the times you're reviving your person in a position that is not advantageous for them, and they immediately get CC'd because it is telegraphed, and then they immediately just get killed again. So a little tough to play Zinx from behind, and sometimes Revenant can just kill you twice anyways.
Well, with a 4-0 lead at 11 minutes, newcomers are definitely in the lead. That's Zinx. I'm not feeling too confident about resing someone in the middle of a fight. Reckless has to do something to try to get this game back under control for themselves. Granted, 4 kills is not the end of the world, and they did secure themselves a mini prime on the right side as well. They've got an objective to an objective, but so far the play on the map hasn't been super proactive. It's been mostly reactionary coming out from Reckless.
I agree that it has been reactionary, and I would like to see them try to start making a move, but it all comes from them setting that Rampage behind. He's the person who starts the fights.
And he's starting to fight over here on the left side. Barley gets in, and Drisius finds the kill. Robot 1 has been deleted. Now Wenju under duress under the tower. Sir Disley coming on over as well, looking to make the flank. A reset to regroup. Here comes the gadget. Put some damage down. Boulder right to the face. I don't think Wenjo has anywhere to go, but he has a blink to buy himself some time. It's not going to keep him alive, but he trades out XP code as Kale comes on in and puts the hurt right back out. Now might be in a bad spot. Barley is weaving. Sir Disley is trying to find the damage, and one rock is all it takes to put him in the ground. That bull's a tombstone.
Oh, and that will get that Rampage back into this game. Picks up a lot of value there, but we have more fights coming, so we don't even get the opportunity to talk about it, Spooky.
Oh, man, Gravy Train's
Oh, Gravy's just going to run away, actually. We do get an opportunity to talk about it. That's very nice. Okay, so the reason that had been Reckless being reactionary so far is because of the fact... Stop baiting me, Gravy Train. I'm trying to talk here. Because of the fact that that Rampage was set behind early from that early red gank, right? Or red invade, I apologize. So... He gets behind. He can't be the one coming in and taking a bunch of face damage until he hits that level 6, gets that behemoth unlocked. Now that he's gotten that, he can start to be the aggressive one. He can pop that, jump in directly onto the ADC, hit that point blank boulder, stun him down, burst him down with the help of his ADC in that Drongo. And that's what you just saw in that nice gank that started to get Reckless back into this game. Now it is them who has the inner track and the priority over the Fangtooth pit. It's going to have to be the newcomers that are going to work themselves into this as they try to position in. No big abilities blown quite yet, but here it's about to pop off.
Newcomers coming forward. Green Ferret gets in, does a lot of damage to XP, and forces one straight out of the pit. Gadget, no longer in this one. Fangtooth is slain and is taken by Reckless, but it's a slaughter in favor of the newcomers. Good God. They overstepped here, Lance. Reckless still down 3 kills, now 5.
Yeah, they did lose 2 in that interaction, but they do pick the Fangtooth up to even those up, get themselves the extension onto the buffs themselves. Doesn't feel good to lose the 2 kills, but you're leaving it saying, hey, we were already behind. The Fangtooth is worth more than those 2 kills that we gave up. It feels a little good. There's a little bit of breath. The spot of being behind 2-0 and Fangtooth feels very bad. They get that out of combat movement speed. You also know that they are 1 Fangtooth away from being able to get that permanent buff, which makes it so hard to come back from a team that's already obviously ahead of you if they have those 3 Fangtooth. We have the tanks. Just trying a little bit of health here, Spooky.
Yeah, speaking of being ahead, Gravy Train feels like he is more than happy to take these fights over on the right side at this point. Clearly has been scaling with that Siphon. And at this point, I'm starting to wonder when he's going to start leaving this lane again. We've already seen him make a few rotations. If he's this willing to take these fights, they might get it turned around. Faint left, doing the work he can. Good dodge from Gravy Train. Avoids the follow-up as well. Blink for blink keeps Gravy Train alive just as Wenjo arrives. That means this Muriel's not going to find any success, but Disley gets the Green Ferret kill. Barley under some trouble. He's going to be able to walk away.
Oh, and Gravy Train had used Colossal Blow to clear the wave to try to shove it under tower right before the Quang had shown up in that lane. Otherwise, he wins that 1v1 pretty much no problem, even with the Muriel coming in. But we're going to move over to the left side of the map. The drizziest guy I know takes the tier 1 tower. We've got our first T1 that will drop of the day. Gravy is flirting with Disaster.
Get
Look
out
at
of
that
here.
health bar. Does he even have a health bar?
He has exactly 1 HP, and I guess that was enough for him. Waits for Barley to come in, help him secure that lane. It is going to mean that Faint left is going to go ahead and get that Cyan buff, but you'd rather get the Cyan buff than a free kill on your Sevarog. So all said and done, despite the kill board right now, Lance, this game still feels pretty even, all things considered.
Well, the things that needed to come true for Reckless are starting to get accomplished. Gravy Train's starting to get at a pretty decent size, still pretty far behind in CS, only has those tier 1 shoulder pads at the 16-minute mark, but has to be getting close to approaching the second one, I would assume. Has had a lot of visitors in his lane, but Barley has come online. Rampage is very strong currently. XP Code having a little bit of aggression put on him. The Subjugate is going to free him up, but we are gathering around this mini Prime. Gravy Train has a little bit of aggression onto him, but they are still just kind of posturing. Need the junglers to all show up, and here they all come. Everybody's here.
Yeah, mid lane has duo lane coming on in. Barley is the target. He's walking into everybody he can. Subjugate comes down onto the Green Ferret, but in the back, Drizzius goes down. Robot Juan has already put his mark on this fight. And with that, Reckless is starting to fall back. Barley goes down. And now the newcomers want to keep on coming forward, find a little bit more. Hey, what's that? Choo-choo, all aboard the Gravy Train. Take him on down. XP Code, the only one able to limp out of that one. Your eyes on Dizzy. Should be stepping up to this one. It should be a good mini Prime going to the NAEU comers. Disley not willing to give it up too easy.
Yeah, a little late to the party there for Disley. Had some other priorities he needed to take care of during that. XP Code just getting out as well, so that will be the free mini Prime for the newcomers here as Reckless loses quite a bit in that fight. And Barley, it looked like he was going to get out, just gets followed, chased down by Faint left at the very end of that, able to pick him up, which is what breaks that fight wide open. Looked like Barley had gotten in there, soaked up the right amount of damage. Weren't able to lock down the right target, though, on the side of Reckless. And just like that, they do fall down as a lot of the weight is on this Rampage shoulders, it feels like at this point, to set these fights up and get them into the right spots where they can take advantage of the strengths of their composition. And we've seen some spots where it played well for them and they got that going on. So if they can repeat what they were doing earlier correct, they can find themselves back into this game, as we are nowhere near this being over yet. We've got almost all tier 1 towers still up at the 18-minute mark, as these tanks are just continuously trading their health bars with each other. But I do not blame Faint left. He's got this mini Prime buff. Why not push into Gravy Train? You've been bullying him most of the day today. Just continue to do so. You know you've got that winning matchup. You know you've had the help when you've needed it all day. Continue to trade those health bars.
Well, now you see some posturing on this left side. Reckless and the newcomers both want to look at this third Fangtooth that's coming up. So only number 2 for both of them. You can tell where the objective mindset is at. 4 members of the newcomers all rotating as one. Kale, a little bit further behind, going to be on his way over here. So far, everyone's just scouting, trying to find the first glimpse of vision. And without it, doesn't seem that anyone's willing to step forward. And I kind of like that, Lance, because Barley has been very aggressive, and I'm not sure it's working out. I feel like there need to be a little bit more restraint. And as I say that, Gravy Train is getting aggressed on, but all well and good, all quiet on the Western Front.
Yes, all quiet. And I find it funny. We've been talking about how these tanks are just kind of trading health bars. As they're rotating over for this fight, they catch themselves around the right side river buff, and they see each other, and then they both stop running and just... I'm only watching the mini map, but they just stop and they're looking at each other. We've got a Barley caught up in here again.
Barley under a lot of duress, but he pops Behemoth, and suddenly this fight just turns around. Drizziest reminds Faint left that you can feint all you want, but eventually you are gonna feint yourself. Green Ferret take a lot of damage here as the Drizziest putting the shot down, but what a fly trap! Pulls them all in! Oh my god! Eviscerated all the health bars! Gravy Train the only one alive because he ran away early!
Oh, the opponents of newcomers tomorrow will be banning FaZe if they watch this tape back and check out that fly trap. Hits it perfectly under the tower, melts all of them. Gravy Train had to retreat as his health bar was taken down early in that as well. That's going to secure the second Fang Tooth for them. That's going to push this game into a very tough spot for Reckless.
I mean, that is a terrible fight for Reckless, not just because they lost it, right? But because it looked so good for them at the start. They were able to knock a couple members out of position. Faint left goes down. Reckless were the ones starting to aggress. And xScale just reminds them, hey guys, actually, I'm a Fae and I'm just better. And he just is that guy. It's so demoralizing to lose that fight and the Fang Tooth.
And the Muriel had ulted into the tier 1 tower as well. They killed the target she was ulting to, so you feel like you just get a gift as the Muriel basically just puts herself in tower aggro. Everybody huddles around her to try to kill her quick. Boom, perfect spot for a fly trap, turns the fight around. And you're right, they got exactly what they were looking for early in that fight. They got a good colossal blow, knocked a couple people back into the tower, got the right people picked down, or I guess not the right people because of what Kale ended up doing within that fight, but you got the engage you were looking for. Got it going, or the counter engage, because they were the ones that got engaged on with the Aurora here. I am backpedaling like crazy right now. But it was starting to go in their advantage, and all of a sudden it's just not. That was a wonderful fly trap. And where are the cleanses at? How it's one of the most pivotal and important parts of the game. We do have the Liberator here on Drizziest. I think that's kind of it that we're seeing for availability to survive a fly trap and get out of it. Colossal Blow used on the wave again.
No. He just siphoned. He didn't Colossal Blow that.
Okay.
I'm 85% sure.
I'm 100% sure he just Colossal Blowed that wave.
No, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that.
It's okay. I've done it before. Sometimes you got to get those stacks. He needs to
gangsta.
get into the late game so he can survive this onslaught of damage they're putting on him anyways. As once again, there are extra members from Team NAEU in Gravy Train's lane as they have just been sitting on the Sevarog. They do not want him to get to that point of that late game at all. They know the looming threat that exists in it, but the duo lane caught out on the other side. Reckless able to pick up a pretty good pick, getting both the ADC and the support from the newcomers. May look over towards this Fang Tooth, but the death timers are pretty short, and Green Ferret is still alive. Barley health also pretty low here.
Pick 2 for 0 in favor of Reckless. Barley, not going to commit to that. Not going to be taking the fight. I like the restraint. They saw where 3 members of the newcomers were all the way on the right side. Get aggressive on the left, but don't push your luck. They're down as it is. Let Gravy Train hold his own lane over here. He's been doing it pretty much the entire time, and now he's trying to bully Faint left and tell him to get out of his lane. You need 2 other people here. You better not show up with just yourself. The blink comes out, and the blink is followed.
Get him,
Gravy Train is going to take this kill, but he's under the tower.
Get him, Gravy!
Juked out. Can he not get it? He can't get it. Green Ferret drops down from the rafters, and he's putting the freeze onto this aggression. Gravy Train finds himself on the rails, trying to find a way away from this ferret, but he is rabid, a feral little ferret, and he's got Wen Zhao here as well. You've been baited under the tower, and you've been put down, derailed, shut down.
Every single person playing this game right now knows that feeling that Gravy Train is experiencing, where he's been ganked this entire game. He finally thinks he's getting a 1v1. He chases his dude all of the way down the tower. He flashes underneath it, and guess what? The enemy team shows up. Feels so bad for Gravy. I'm holding my hands above my head. I got PTSD from that, but we have a fight. Onto the Orb Prime. It's time to focus in.
Sir Disley in some danger, already half health. His Faint left comes in from the back. Drizziest trying to put some shots down range. Or Prime extremely low, less than 2,000 health as Robot 1 takes Barley out. There's no secure for Reckless, and that Or Prime is secured. The newcomers now push Reckless away from the pit, and what a Reckless fight this was. Sir Disley trying to find a way to help out his team, but they are completely separated, and there's no more aggression to be had. It's just a flight for the hills. XP code regroups with Drizziest. A lot of damage comes out into Faint left, but there's the support. Gravy Train arrives, but it's too little, too late. As xKale puts another marker on his gun, and now Sir Disley gonna fall as well.
Oh, and the pressure they have. The waves are in a pretty decent state for them over in the right lane. They do have to stop it all the way from the right, but they have mid in a decent spot to push this tier 2. On the left side, they should get that tier 1 by themselves as well, so they're going to pick up a lot of gold. Gravy Train, please go get him, Gravy. Please get him, Gravy. Come on.
No way.
No.
There's so much damage, bro. Error alert 404. Robot 1 says, no, sir, not today. Faint left. Survives somehow once again with the barest sliver of health. It's a tragedy.
So, Gravy Train falls to it, so that is some time without their biggest tank for them. The Primal Fangtooth has just spawned. This would be the third one, that permanent buff for NA versus EU if they're able to pick it up, and I don't believe there's much they can do to contest this. The gadget is just spawning coming out of the base right now, so won't be able to drop any Tesla domes in any significant places unless they're really able to delay this. But the newcomers are already down there bursting that you see. It's already about 5,000 health, so should be able to take it pretty quickly. Barley is going to jump in, but immediately get revolted.
Yeah, he's going in, and he is immediately out of there. Primal Fangtooth goes down. Now Sir Disley does drop the gadget ult, but that field is not going to do enough. Has to now try to run away. Barley is confirmed dead on impact. Robot 1 out of the Shadow Realm, now looking to rejoin things. Gravy Train is here to body block for his mid laner, but it's just these two. Take a look where XP code is, all the way on the left side. This is a 5-man push onto the tier 1 tower. It's gonna collapse very quickly, and that opens up so much of the map that the newcomers, frankly, already control.
They do already control this. We do have some low health bars. Gravy Train in here. Good colossal blow to it, but he's going to get immediately killed. There's just so much damage. And the newcomers are so far ahead right now. They also have that Primordial Blaze. It's going to be so tough for them to find any sort of engage, and you can only turtle so far, as in the mid lane at least, only their base remains as their defense. Both tier 2s up on the outside, but still about a minute of the double buffs left here for the newcomers, as they're just going to clean up Reckless's jungle, take all of that farm, all of that experience. They will have a very big buy when they go back here, as they have taken a lot of objectives since the last time we've seen the newcomers in their base.
Yeah, you know, I respect the grind from Gravy Train, but from my perspective, maybe diving into a 1v5 against a team with Orb Prime and Primordial Fangtooth and the third Fangtooth and like 20 more kills than you, not the best option. Barley trying to play the bodyguard for his team here, but he can't make any space whatsoever. He's level 13 and simply being ignored as the newcomers walk around him and take down the rest of the team. Drizzius has not been able to play this game.
He has not. It has been very tough from him pretty much since the get-go, and kudos to NA EU comers for identifying. I feel like one of their only real chances is, because if this game was even right now, I do still favor the comp of Reckless, was to set this Rampage behind early and then to go over and set the other tank as far as behind as they can. And Gravy Train has been ganked and ganked and ganked and ganked this entire time, and the Quang has had so much opportunity to get help and to get bigger and get larger than them, so their front line is even bigger on the side of NAEU comers, and you like just wouldn't expect that if you just looked at these on paper. So really good execution of their composition and identity of what is the winning formula and strategy in this game. I would love to see them carry this type of understanding of matchups and how to pick what you're looking for, and then go to the spots on the map that you've identified as your strong spots tomorrow when they take on their first opponent in round 2 of Swiss. So we'll see if they can continue this, but first they do have to finish this game. It is not over. We are at the 30-minute mark. Eventually everybody's going to be big. Eventually everybody's going to have several items, and these double buffs should be getting very close to wearing off, as the Orb Prime looks like it's got about a minute and a half or so before it's going to respawn here. Spooky.
Yeah, eventually they'll get big, but it's going to take some time. Right now, Robot 1 was 4 levels over Drizzius, I'm sorry. And very quickly, he gets another kill. XP code dropped off the face of the earth. I don't even think he needed to ult for that one. That's going to open up that Orb Prime with a 5v4 advantage. There's simply no way Reckless can step forward into that. Instead, they have to find value on the map where they can. Fangtooth being down, you're not going to get anything there. Try to look for these towers, but your eyes on the map as well there. Robot 1 actually making a rotation to the left side. They may be looking to take out this Drongo again before they shove.
They do. And this Rampage, I believe what he is doing is correct right now, just trying to farm up as hard as he can, hitting that level 16, getting the extra value from the Behemoth is going to be very important. One of his only ways of being able to survive this, the Tesla Dome going to come down, but Dizzly going to be dead well before it finishes up. The meal's going to be cold by the time he's able to get back to where it is. Here's the team fight that might end the game.
2 ults already expended. 1 fleeing for his life. Gravy Train not going to be frontlining. Barley has to do it all, and he's already jumping out. Drizziest has no more support, so he dies with no shrapnel cannon. As Feint left, looking to finish the job onto Barley under the tower. He's familiar with the tower plays. Gravy Train coming back, and he finally put the hurt onto Feint
nice
left. Colossal Blow knocks him in, but he blinks away. Gravy Train just can't get the kill, man!
Oh, but that was close, and he is able to fend them off for a little bit, stop that. If that team fight doesn't end the way that it is, there's a good chance that their core does get taken, so good job of surviving for now as we continue to say the game is not over until you take the core. That is the only real way to win a game of Predecessor. Actually, no, that's not true. They could forfeit. I apologize. But there's literally the only 2 ways, and we're not going to see the second option here, but they are going to elect to go get this pushing buff once again, going to take this Orb Prime. There is no way for them to contest it. The Barley is still dead for another, I believe, 4 or 5 seconds. We're not going to run there in time. They can do this 6,000 damage much, much faster than he can respawn and get there, so that buff is secured. Expect them to just move over to the left, and Reckless, you have to coin flip the game at this point. The death timers aren't long enough for you to win off of getting this Primal Fangtooth, but if you give this up, this game is insurmountable for you. You have to try to get this or get a team wipe immediately after it is over and go back into turtle mode. We'll see if they're able to do it, as it is going to be the newcomers already moving their way over here. They need to get into this pit if they want any chance to be able to keep this going. Barley is on the side. He's going to need to pop that Behemoth. Dizzly gets in. Here he comes. 7,000 on it still. They're going to turn around. Green Ferret gets the ult off.
Drops the entire Fangtooth, moves instead into the enemies. Robot Wand takes down Drizziest, and now things are falling apart. Already 3 gone for Reckless. Grave Train finally puts Kale down, but he's by himself in the middle of everybody. He cannot survive, and neither can XP Code. The lone survivor gets taken to the Shadow Realm and simply executed. 1 shot to the head. I guess you can finish the Primal Fangtooth. Why not? Take it, and let's go walk down, end this game.
Oh, it's going to be the full RGS ace that's going to end the first day of Swiss for PCC9. Spooky, no way they've got any chance at defending this. Still 30 seconds before, or 20 seconds before just that Drongo is up. They should be able to easily clear this. They might just walk past. Oh, they don't have any minions in, so they do have to take it down really quick. Although that other inhib is down, but should be trivially at this point. Gets themselves that better favorable matchup for the beginning of Swiss Day 2 tomorrow here for PCC9. Troll Minion Wave is going to stop them, delay it a little bit, give Drongo maybe a chance to do it, but I don't think that there's in any way, and that's going to end the game. GG's newcomers take down Reckless.
8-33 is the final scoreboard of that game. And if you couldn't guess, it was in favor of the newcomers. A dominant performance, and like you mentioned, Lance, it really was just a display of matchup knowledge. Like, right from the get-go, they knew what they wanted to do. They knew on it in a very good fashion. Hello, Desk. How you guys doing?
Yes, they knew exactly what they were trying to do there, and they executed very well. We highlighted it towards the end of it, but that invade, it worked super well. They even baited me. I thought they were going to drop down onto the mid laner, and I thought it was going to be really funny, and we were going to get ourselves a little bit of a mean game. But instead, they do the correct play. They go get that Rampage behind, and he was really never able to catch himself back up. They controlled the neutral objectives. They get themselves the second win of the day for themselves. They go in tomorrow feeling a little bit better, having a little bit of momentum, and it just feels nice. It's just good for them.
And it's not over for Reckless just yet. Like we said, this was not an elimination, but they do now have to face the Professors in their first match tomorrow. And if you thought the newcomers was a tough team to overcome, the Professors is an entirely different beast. No shame to the newcomers, but these are veterans that you're going to be looking at. Congratulations to the newcomers. And that's it for us here on the cast. Let's take it to the desk to finish this one up.
What a game, guys. It may not have been the prettiest spread we've seen, but it was definitely entertaining. Ed, first thoughts after that game?
I mean, once the train started going there, one team's holding W and Severog spamming R, so it is what it is. But it's like my team used to say about me in softball. That game there. I'm not the best player on the field, but I'm the most fun to watch, and that's definitely what I felt watching that one there. So it is what it is. That was a good, entertaining game. Great plays by both teams, but it just didn't fall into that way.
Yeah, and Mac, of course, one of them is going to catch on tomorrow, play the Professors, as we just heard. Not an easy matchup. And looking at this game, what do you think that they really got to capitalize on to try and get a W out of there?
I've been in this position myself. It is it's not a fun position to be to go into Professor's day 2. So you gotta keep your head held high. You got to think to yourself, hey, we made it to day 2. We're here. So don't be down on yourself. A lot of people will see the name and they immediately think to themselves they've already lost the game. So don't let the name intimidate you. Play your brand of game. Get some games in tonight. Practice and come in with your best thing you got. And really watch film on them and come in with a game plan. Don't treat it like a pub match. You have to come prepared because the Professors, if you don't, the Professors will take you to school.
Yeah, they will definitely just roll all over you and not give you even a shot at potentially taking away a W. Now, after all is said and done, of course, Game 5 done, Swiss group stage sorted, as we say. We do have a bunch of teams left that are going to be playing on. Of course, we aforementioned the Professors, 3DB still in, Animal Farm, New World, the Doctors, Mind the Gap, Nightshade, Hard to Overcome, Restful Relaxation, Creeping Blight, Toy Boys, I think, is still in as well, Primetime, and Hot Milk, I think, as well. So I think those are the teams that we're looking for. I'm not entirely sure because I'm trying to find the standings, but they're not updated, I think. Either way, a lot of teams still, to play with, and that I'm going to be qualifying for the main event in a couple of weeks. I'm going to just ask you guys again, any surprises that you have seen today in any of the games from any of the teams, things you maybe were or weren't expecting that you are feeling like a trend moving forward? Ed, you first?
Seeing Animal Farm lose today was kind of shocking. They're a good team. They're great players overall, but I think, Pinzo's team really popped off and showed, hey, we're here to play too. Everyone puts their pants on one leg at a time, and it showed today. No one has a big advantage over everyone else on game day. It just is what it is. So, great plays by every team that we've seen. It really just shines and shows that, there are some really good teams out there and they're growing more and more. So the players are getting better, and hopefully this next PCC and it keeps growing more, and we've got 15, 20 competitive teams.
Yeah. Any closing thoughts about that for you, Mac?
Yeah. Once again, it's exciting to see. I love watching these games purely for the fact that you get to see a lot of names that you might not have known before. Like Cranky coming into the day, I wasn't familiar with his game, and I apologize. I didn't realize he was built like that. I'm excited to see what he does tomorrow, because it's easy to do it against people that you're better than, but let's see what happens when you go up against like a Tekken Kid, a Lobber. Those big names are out there. I want to see if he can continue to do what he's doing, because from him today, I mean, he dominated his lane both games that we saw on the main stage. So I love seeing new faces, new names, new teams come in. So if you're out there in the chat and you think you got what it takes, come join us next PCC or whichever event that you want to do. Come play, come see what you get. Come show us what you got.
Yeah, the Predecessor scene is filled with tournaments for any region that you might want to be in or you are in. Of course, you can cross regions as well. You see plenty of players try out the ping diff, but for now, we're going to close it out today for PCC9 Swiss stage. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same channels. That is 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. 5 p.m. in Europe if you're watching from there. So hopefully see you then. Thank you so much for watching. I've been in class. Thank you to Easy Ed and Bango Mac as well on my side, on the desk, and everyone that was casting and doing desk today, and everyone behind the scenes. Shout out to Prod as always. Wonderful observing. The graphics are always taken care of, and we're gonna get drafting again tomorrow. See you then, and have a great night.